Tonight, my tired little ones, we begin with the quiet centre of everyday life, the simple act of preparing food. Across history, what people ate and shared was shaped by habit, season and necessity, creating routines that changed slowly and felt familiar wherever you were. So if you enjoy these slow journeys through history, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim your lights, let a fan or soft white noise fill the room, and let's start. You wake before dawn in a river valley in an era when agriculture is still a whispered rumour passed between neighbouring groups. The air smells clean and sharp, carrying the scent of wet grass and distant pine. Your hands know exactly where to find the wild emmer wheat that grows in scattered patches along the hillside. The same hillside your mother walked, and her mother before her. The gathering takes hours. You move slowly through the tall grass, running your fingers along each stalk to feel which seeds are ready. The ripe ones come away easily between your thumb and forefinger, dropping into the woven basket slung across your shoulder. Some people rush this task, but you've learned that hurrying means bruising the kernels, and bruised seeds don't store properly. The sun climbs higher, warming your back through the leather tunic you've worn smooth over 3 seasons. Your basket is lined with soft grasses to cushion the seeds as they fall. You've woven this basket yourself during the long winter evenings, using techniques passed down through observation rather than instruction. The weave needs to be tight enough to hold the smallest seeds, but flexible enough to compress when the basket's full. Your fingers bear small scars from the sharp edges of the reeds you worked with, tiny white lines that mark you as someone who makes useful things. By mid-morning, you've filled one basket and started on another. Your fingers move with practiced efficiency, and your mind wanders to other things. The crack in your grinding stone that needs repair, and the strange birds you saw yesterday flying south earlier than usual. A grasshopper lands on your forearm, bright green against your sun-darkened skin, and you pause to watch it before it springs away into the wheat. The wild lentils grow in a different area, down near the stream where the soil stays damp even in the dry season. You have to crouch low for these, sorting the plump pods from the shriveled ones, listening to the water burble over smooth stones. Your knees protest this position after a while, and you shift your weight from side to side, trying to ease the ache. Occasionally you spot a fish, quick and silver, and you make a mental note to bring the net tomorrow. But today is for gathering, and you stay focused on the task. The lentil plants have delicate stems that break easily if you're not careful. You've learned to support each plant with one hand while picking the pods with the other. A two-handed operation that slows the process but preserves the plants for future harvests. Some of the younger people in your group haven't figured this out yet, and they leave a trail of broken stems and damaged plants behind them. You feel a flicker of irritation at their carelessness, but you also remember being young and impatient yourself. When you return to camp, others have brought different offerings. Someone found a patch of wild garlic, another person collected mushrooms from the shaded northern slope, and a small group managed to trap 3 fat rabbits. This is how your people eat. A little bit of everything, gathered from dozens of different locations, combined in ways that shift with the seasons and the weather, and the simple luck of what you happen to find. You pour your wheat kernels onto a flat rock and begin the tedious process of removing the husks. The technique requires patience, rubbing the seeds between your palms, blowing away the chaff, and picking out tiny stones that could crack a tooth. Your grandmother could do this while telling stories, her hands working automatically, but you still need to concentrate. The pile of clean kernels grows slowly, golden in the late afternoon light. The chaff blows away on the breeze, scattering across the camp like snow. Children chase it, laughing, while you work steadily through your pile. Your palms are turning pink from the friction, and you pause occasionally to flex your fingers and ease the cramping. This is mindless work in the best sense. It occupies your hands, but leaves your thoughts free to drift where they will. The fire pit has been in the same location for as long as anyone can remember. A shallow depression ringed with heat-blackened stones, built up and tended and rebuilt countless times. Starting the fire is your responsibility today, and you approach it with the same careful attention you gave to gathering the wheat. The drill and hearthboard are worn smooth from use, carved by someone whose name is no longer spoken, but whose skill still serves the community. You brace the hearthboard with your foot and begin spinning the drill between your palms, pressing down just enough to create friction without breaking the rhythm. The motion is hypnotic, your palms sliding down the wooden shaft in quick repeated movements. Smoke appears first, thin and promising, then a few orange sparks that drop into the nest of dried grass you've prepared. You lean close and blow gently, steadily, coaxing those tiny sparks into actual flame. The grass catches and you feed it carefully with small twigs, then larger sticks, building the fire up until it's strong enough to handle the green wood that will burn for hours. The choice of wood matters more than you once realised. Dry oak burns hot and steady, perfect for cooking that requires sustained heat. Pine catches quickly but spits sparks and leaves behind a resinous residue. Birch bark makes excellent kindling, peeling away in papery sheets that ignite at the slightest touch of flame. You've learned to read the forest, identifying the best wood for different purposes, understanding that fire is not just heat, but a relationship between fuel, air, and the patience to let it develop properly. The rabbits are already skinned and cleaned, but you have other plans first. You arrange several large stones in the heart of the fire, smooth river rocks that won't explode from the heat. While these are warming, you prepare the wheat you spent all morning gathering. Instead of grinding it into flour, today you'll cook it whole, a technique that preserves more nutrition and creates a nutty, satisfying texture. You fill a clay pot with water from the stream and add the wheat, along with the wild garlic someone else found, chopped fine. The pot goes directly onto the fire, balanced carefully on 3 stones. The heat is intense, and you can feel it on your face when you lean in to stir. As the water begins to simmer, you add the lentils and a handful of the mushrooms, torn into rough pieces. The smell that rises from the pot is extraordinary, earthy and rich, with the sharpness of garlic cutting through the deeper notes. You watch the wheat kernels swell as they absorb the water, changing from hard little pellets into something soft and substantial. This transformation never stops fascinating you. The way heat and time and liquid can turn bitter seeds into food that actually sustains. Steam rises from the pot in lazy spirals, and you add more water as needed to keep everything submerged. The lentils cook faster than the wheat, softening into tender crescents that threaten to fall apart if you stir too vigorously. The mushrooms release their moisture and shrink, concentrating their flavour into something almost meaty. You taste the broth with a wooden spoon, considering whether it needs anything else, deciding it's perfect as it is. Meanwhile, the stones in the fire have reached the perfect temperature, hot enough to hiss when you drip water on them, but not so hot they'll crack the clay. Using 2 sticks as tongs, you carefully transfer several stones into the pot, where they continue heating the stew from within, keeping it at a gentle bubble even as you tend to the rabbits. The meat goes onto a green branch stripped of leaves, suspended over the coals where the heat is less intense than the direct flames. Fat drips down and sizzles, sending up small flares of light and the irresistible scent of roasting meat. You turn the spit slowly, watching the skin darken and crisp, rotating it a quarter turn every few minutes to ensure even cooking. Your arms begin to ache from holding the spit at the right height, and you fashion a support from forked sticks driven into the ground on either side of the fire. This frees your hands to tend to other tasks, adjusting the stones supporting the pot, adding more wood to maintain the fire, and checking the doneness of the wheat by fishing out a few grains and testing them between your teeth. The rabbits take longer than you expect. The meat near the bone stays stubbornly pink while the outer portions threaten to dry out. You pull the spit back from the heat slightly, allowing the temperature to equalise, trusting in patience rather than urgency. Good food cannot be rushed, and you've learned this lesson through countless meals that suffered from impatience. 4,000 years later, you live in a stone house with a proper oven built into the wall, but the relationship between heat and food remains equally intimate. Your hands are deep in a bowl of dough, kneading with a steady rhythm that your shoulders and arms remember even when your mind wanders. This bread started 3 days ago with just flour, water, and a piece of dough saved from the last batch. What you'll someday hear called a sourdough starter, though right now it's just how bread is made. The dough has a personality, you've learned. Some days it rises quickly and springs back eagerly under your hands. Other days it sits sullen and heavy, requiring more kneading, more patience, and more time to develop the complex flavours that make good bread worth waiting for. Today's batch falls somewhere in between, cooperative but not enthusiastic, slowly transforming from a shaggy mess into something smooth and elastic. You work the dough with the heels of your hands, pushing it away from you and then folding it back over itself. The motion is rhythmic, almost meditative, and you fall into the kind of steady work that allows your thoughts to roam freely. The dough gradually changes under your hands, becoming smoother and more cohesive, developing the gluten strands that will trap air and create the characteristic texture of risen bread. The smell of the dough is mildly sour, pleasant in a way that promises flavour rather than spoilage. You've learned to distinguish between the tang of proper fermentation and the off-putting smell of dough that's gone bad. This batch smells right, yeasty and alive, with undertones that are hard to describe but easy to recognise when they're present. You shape the dough into round loaves, each one the size of 2 fists pressed together. They go into baskets lined with linen cloths dusted with flour, and you cover them with more cloth to keep them warm while they rise. This second rising is critical. Too short, and the bread will be dense and gummy. Too long, and it will collapse. All those careful air bubbles deflating into sourness. The baskets sit on a shelf near the warmth of the hearth, not close enough to start cooking the dough, but warm enough to encourage the fermentation. You check them occasionally, pressing a finger gently into the surface to gauge how far they've risen. The dough should spring back slowly, leaving a slight indentation that fills in gradually. When it reaches this stage, it's ready for the oven. While the bread rises, you prepare the soup that will accompany it. Barley forms the base, a grain that cooks up hearty and filling, almost chewy. You add dried beans that you've soaked overnight, along with carrots, onions, and a precious bit of salt. The vegetables require their own preparation, washing away the dirt, trimming the tough parts, and chopping everything into pieces small enough to cook through, but large enough to have presence in the spoon. The carrots are particularly stubborn today, their cores dense and woody. You trim these away, saving them in a separate bowl for the chickens, using only the tender outer portions for the soup. The onions make your eyes water as you peel away the papery skin and slice them into half moons. You've tried every trick people suggest for avoiding tears, holding a piece of bread in your mouth, cutting the onions under running water, chilling them first, but nothing really works. You've made peace with crying while you chop onions, accepting it as part of the process. The soup pot is made of iron, heavy enough that you need both hands to lift it when it's full. You add the barley first, along with enough water to cover it by several inches, knowing the grain will swell as it cooks. The pot goes over the fire, suspended from a hook that allows you to adjust its height above the flames. You want a steady simmer, not a rolling boil, so you position it carefully and watch until the bubbles start to rise at the right pace. The oven is essentially a large clay dome with an opening at the front. You build the fire inside the oven itself, letting the flames heat the walls and the stone floor until everything radiates warmth. This takes the better part of an hour, and you feed the fire steadily, watching the interior walls change colour as they reach the right temperature. When spit evaporates instantly on the stone floor, you know it's ready. You sweep out the coals and ash, clearing a space for the loaves. The long-handled brush you use for this task is made from bundled twigs, constantly shedding pieces that you have to fish out before they burn. The swept ashes go into a bucket that you'll later use for making soap. Nothing is wasted, and everything serves multiple purposes. The bread goes in on a long wooden paddle, each loaf sliding off onto the hot stone with a soft thump. You seal the opening with a clay door and wait, trusting in heat and time to complete the transformation you started with your hands. The temperature inside the oven is fierce enough that you can feel the heat radiating through the clay walls when you stand nearby. The smell that eventually seeps from the oven is nothing short of miraculous, yeasty and warm, with caramelized sugars browning on the crust. When you finally open the door and pull out the loaves, they're golden and hollow sounding when you tap the bottom. You set them on a rack to cool, resisting the urge to tear one open immediately, knowing the crumb needs time to set properly. While the bread cools, you return to the soup. The barley has absorbed much of the water and swelled to twice its original size. You add the beans and vegetables, along with a generous pinch of salt and some dried herbs you collected last summer. The soup will simmer for another hour at least, the flavours melding and deepening, the vegetables softening until they're tender but not mushy. You're standing in a late autumn field surrounded by cabbages that need to be harvested before the first hard freeze. The leaves are enormous, veined and curling, beaded with morning dew that soaks through your sleeves as you work. Each cabbage requires a firm twist and pull, separating it from the stem with a satisfying snap. Your basket fills quickly, and you haul it back to the house where the real work begins. The field stretches away in neat rows, each one planted with precision back in the spring when the soil was still cool and damp. You remember the day you set out these seedlings, your back aching from bending over row after row, wondering if you'd planted too many. Now you're grateful for your earlier optimism, looking at the abundance that will see your family through the winter months. Some of the outer leaves are damaged, torn by wind, nibbled by insects, or simply past their prime. You strip these away in the field, leaving them to decompose where they fall and return nutrients to the soil. The inner heads are perfect, dense, and heavy, exactly what you need for the preservation work ahead. The earthenware crock stands as tall as your waist, glazed on the inside and scrubbed spotless. You've done this every autumn for more than 20 years, turning fresh vegetables into sauerkraut that will feed your household through the lean months when nothing green grows. The process is simple but demands precision. Too little salt and the cabbage will rot. Too much and it becomes inedible. The balance as critical as any recipe you know. You cut away the outer leaves and the tough cores, then slice the remaining cabbage into thin ribbons. The knife work is meditative, requiring just enough attention to keep your fingers safe, but leaving your mind free to wander. Slice, slice, slice. The blade rocking against the cutting board in a rhythm that your wrist remembers from years of practice. The pile of shredded cabbage grows into a pale green mountain. Your knife needs sharpening after the first few heads, the blade dragging slightly instead of slicing cleanly. You take it to the whetstone and work it carefully, maintaining the angle that creates the sharpest edge. The stone makes a pleasant scratching sound as steel slides across it, and you test the edge occasionally against your thumbnail, feeling for the catch that indicates proper sharpness. Now comes the salting. You sprinkle coarse salt over layers of cabbage in the crock, then pound everything with a wooden masher, pressing down hard to break the cell walls and release the cabbage's own moisture. After 15 minutes of vigorous pounding, liquid begins to pool at the bottom of the crock. You add more cabbage, more salt and more pounding. Your arms ache pleasantly from the effort. The salt crystals are large and irregular, harvested from salt pans near the coast and traded inland at considerable expense. You measure it carefully, knowing that this precious ingredient needs to be distributed evenly throughout the cabbage. Too much salt in one layer and too little in another defeats the purpose, creating pockets where fermentation proceeds too quickly or not at all. When the crock is full, you weigh down the cabbage with a plate and a clean stone, ensuring everything stays submerged in the brine. A cloth covers the top to keep out dust and insects while still allowing air to escape as fermentation begins. You carry the heavy crock to the cool cellar and place it in the corner where it will sit for 6 weeks, transforming slowly from raw vegetable into something tangy and alive with beneficial bacteria. The cellar is already filling with other preserved foods. Clay jars of olive oil stand in neat rows, each one sealed with wax. You filled these yourself back in late summer, pressing olives until your hands were stained purple and your shoulders ached from working the lever. The oil is green gold and fruity, perfect for drizzling over bread or using in cooking throughout the winter. Strings of onions and garlic hang from the rafters, their papery skins rustling when you brush against them. You braided these carefully, weaving the dried stems together into long ropes that can hang without tangling. Each bulb was inspected for damage or soft spots before being added to the braid, because one rotten onion can spoil an entire string. Dried beans fill woven sacks, sorted by type. White beans, black beans, and speckled beans, each variety with its own cooking time and character. You grew all of these in a separate garden plot, letting the pods dry on the vine until they rattled when shaken. Shelling them was a multi-day project that left your thumbs sore and your lap covered in bits of dried pod. but the satisfaction of seeing sacks full of beans made the tedium worthwhile. Smoked fish wrapped in cloth occupies one shelf, while another holds wheels of cheese at various stages of aging. The fish and mackerel caught in the late summer run, split, and hung in the smokehouse until they turned golden and firm. The cheese represents months of work, collecting milk, heating it carefully, adding rennet, pressing the curds, and then the long wait while it develops flavour. You've also dried apples, sliced thin and laid out on screens in the autumn sun until they turned leathery and sweet. These sit in a wooden box layered with clean straw, ready to be stewed or eaten as a chewy snack during the long evenings. You check them periodically for any signs of mould, removing any questionable pieces before they can contaminate the rest. Dried mushrooms fill glass jars, porcini, chanterelles, and others you collected during careful foraging trips through the forest, always leaving enough behind to ensure next year's harvest. Each type of mushroom required different treatment. The porcini you sliced thick and dried slowly, while the delicate chanterelles needed faster drying to preserve their colour and flavour. Root vegetables are stored in bins of sand, carrots, parsnips and beets, nestled in layers that keep them from touching each other. The sand maintains just enough moisture to prevent shrivelling while keeping the vegetables cool enough to slow any sprouting. You'll dig into these bins throughout the winter, pulling out what you need and leaving the rest undisturbed. The market square fills before dawn, vendors arriving in the dark to claim their usual spots and set up their displays. You're among them, arranging your goods on a wooden table you've carried from home, rounds of the cheese you've been aging since spring, each one wrapped in wax and marked with the date it was made. Next to these, you stack loaves of the rye bread you baked yesterday, still fresh enough to be slightly soft inside while the crust crackles under your fingertips. The journey to market started while stars still crowded the sky, your handcart bumping over rutted roads, the cheese carefully cushioned with straw to prevent damage. You've made this trip once a week for years, and you know every turn and dip in the road, every place where the wheel catches on a particular stone unless you angle it just right. Your spot in the market is one you've earned through years of reliable attendance. The best locations go to those who show up every week regardless of weather, who build relationships with customers, and who maintain a reputation for quality. New vendors get assigned to the edges where foot traffic is lighter, but you're near the centre where people naturally congregate. As the sun rises, the market comes alive with colour and noise, and 100 competing smells. The fishmonger 2 stalls down is selling mackerel so fresh they're still silver bright, packed in baskets of crushed ice. Their clean, briny scent mingles with the earthy smell of root vegetables from the farm opposite you. Potatoes, turnips, and carrots, all with dirt still clinging to them because everyone knows that's how you identify the freshly dug ones. The fishmonger is a woman about your age who's been working this market as long as you have. You exchange greetings and brief comments about the weather while you both set up. This relationship is built on proximity rather than deep friendship, but there's a comfortable familiarity to it, a shared understanding of the rhythms and challenges of market life. A woman stops at your table and picks up one of your cheese rounds, testing its weight and firmness. She doesn't ask the price immediately, and you don't volunteer it. This is a dance you both know well. Instead, you cut a thin slice from the sample wheel and offer it to her. She tastes it thoughtfully, considering the sharp tang that develops during proper aging and the way it melts slightly from the warmth of her mouth. The negotiation unfolds in the leisurely manner of people who know they have all day. She mentions that the cheesemaker on the far side of the square is charging less, and you point out that his cheese is younger and won't keep as long. She agrees, but suggests your price is still ambitious. You counter by offering a slightly better price if she takes 2 rounds instead of 1. She nods, already reaching for her coin purse. This kind of bargaining is expected, almost ritualistic. To accept the first price offered would seem desperate, while to haggle too aggressively would damage the relationship. You've found a middle path that serves you well. Firm about your cheese's quality, but flexible enough to reward loyal customers or bulk purchases. Across the square, someone is roasting chestnuts in a perforated pan over a charcoal brazier. The smoke carries their sweet, nutty scent across the entire market, and you notice people gravitating toward that corner, drawn by their noses rather than their eyes. The chestnut seller has positioned himself strategically upwind, ensuring maximum distribution of that enticing aroma. A vendor selling honey has lined up earthenware pots of different varieties, like amber from spring flowers, darker and more robust from late summer wildflowers, and nearly black from chestnut groves. Each pot bears a label describing not just the source, but the specific hillside where the bees collected their nectar. She offers tastes on small wooden paddles, and customers sample thoughtfully, comparing the delicate sweetness of acacia honey with the almost bitter complexity of buckwheat. You watch a young apprentice learn the art of making sausages at a butcher's stall, carefully grinding meat while the master adds precise amounts of salt, pepper, and herbs, teaching through demonstration rather than instruction. The mixture goes into casings that will hang in a cool, dry room for weeks, slowly developing the complex flavours that make preserved meats more than just sustenance. The butcher catches you watching and nods in acknowledgement. His hands never stop moving as he works, showing the apprentice how to tie off each sausage link without creating air pockets that could lead to spoilage. The young man is trying hard, but clearly hasn't developed the muscle memory yet. His movements stiff and self-conscious. By mid-morning, you've sold more than half your cheese and all of the bread. A steady stream of customers has kept you busy, each transaction requiring its own small performance: the greeting, the sample, the negotiation, and the exchange of goods for money. Your coin purse grows heavier, the reassuring weight of a successful market day. You use some of your earnings to buy things you can't produce yourself. A small bag of the foreign spice they call black pepper, impossibly expensive but transformative in the right dish, and a cone of sugar wrapped in blue paper, a luxury you allow yourself twice a year. The sugar is refined in a distant country and has travelled thousands of miles to reach this market, changing hands multiple times, each transaction adding to its cost. The spice merchant weighs your pepper carefully on a small brass scale, adding and removing grains until the balance is perfect. He wraps it in a twist of paper and seals it with a dab of wax, protecting the precious contents. You tuck it carefully into your bag, already planning the dishes you'll enhance with this expensive addition. As the day wears on, the market's character changes. The early morning shoppers who came for the best selection have been replaced by people looking for bargains, waiting to see what vendors might discount rather than carry home. Some sellers begin packing up, but you stay, knowing that the late afternoon often brings a second wave of customers, people who work during the day and can only shop when their labour is finished. You're preparing for a journey that will take 3 weeks, maybe more, and the food you carry needs to sustain you without spoiling, without requiring cooking, and without adding unnecessary weight to your pack. This kind of travel food is an art form perfected over generations, and you prepare it with the same care you'd give to any feast. The hardtack biscuits start with just flour, water and salt. No fat or milk or anything that might turn rancid under a hot sun. You mix the dough until it's barely cohesive, then roll it thin and cut it into rectangles. Each biscuit gets docked with a fork, creating rows of holes that will help it dry evenly. They bake slowly in a low oven, losing moisture until they're hard as stones and will remain edible for months. When you tap two together, they sound like wood knocking. You make dozens of these biscuits, knowing from experience how many you'll need. The calculation involves not just the number of days you'll be travelling, but also the level of physical exertion you'll be maintaining. Hard travel burns through calories at an astonishing rate, and you've learned to err on the side of bringing too much rather than too little. The biscuits emerge from the oven pale and unpromising, nothing like the golden loaves you normally bake, but their purpose isn't to be delicious, it's to be reliable, to provide sustenance when fresh food isn't available, and to keep you alive and moving. You pack them in a canvas bag where they settle with a dry rattle. For protein, you've made a pemmican using techniques your grandmother taught you. Dried meat gets pounded into a powder fine enough to pack densely, then mixed with rendered fat and dried berries. You form this into cakes and wrap each one in cloth, creating portable nutrition that won't freeze in winter or melt in summer. The ratio of fat to meat matters enormously. Too much fat and it becomes greasy and unpleasant. Too little and it crumbles and doesn't provide enough calories for hard travel. The meat you use for pemmican comes from the lean cuts that aren't pleasant to eat fresh, the kind of tough, sinewy meat that requires hours of cooking to become tender. But dried and pounded, it transforms into something useful. You slice it thin and hang it in a dry, airy place, waiting for it to become brittle enough to powder. The rendered fat is equally important. You collect this throughout the year, saving the fat trimmed from better cuts of meat, rendering it slowly over low heat until it's pure and shelf-stable. The smell of rendering fat isn't pleasant, but the result is essential for pemmican that holds together and provides the caloric density needed for long journeys. The dried berries add a touch of sweetness and provide vitamins that pure meat and fat lack. You use whatever you have: dried currants, chopped dried apples, even rose hips pounded to a powder. These get mixed into the fat while it's still warm and pliable, distributing evenly throughout the mixture. You've also prepared a supply of parched corn, each kernel toasted until it's crunchy and slightly sweet. This can be eaten as is for a quick snack, or boiled into a simple porridge when you have time to make camp and build a fire. A leather pouch holds dried fruit, apples, pears and cherries, all picked at peak ripeness and dried slowly to concentrate their natural sugars. The parching of corn is a process that requires constant attention. The kernels go into a dry pan over the fire and you shake them continuously to prevent burning. They pop and jump, occasionally leaping out of the pan, and you watch for the moment when they turn golden and develop a toasted aroma. Too much heat and they burn, becoming bitter and inedible. Too little, and they remain tough and difficult to chew. Your water skin hangs from your pack, sewn from goat hide, and sealed with pine pitch to prevent leaking. Water is the heaviest thing you'll carry, and you plan your route carefully around reliable streams and springs where you can refill. Between water sources, you drink sparingly, rationing the skin to last, trusting your experience to judge how much you actually need versus how much you think you want. The water skin itself represents weeks of work. The hide had to be cleaned and treated, stretched and sewn with sinew, then tested for leaks and repaired where necessary. You've gone through several skins over the years, each one eventually failing at a seam or developing a crack that no amount of pitch could seal. This current one is relatively new and still supple, not yet stiff from repeated drying and wetting. You also pack a small quantity of salt wrapped in oiled paper. Salt is essential for maintaining your body's balance during hard physical work, especially in hot weather when you'll be sweating constantly. You ration this carefully, taking just a few grains dissolved in water each day, enough to prevent the weakness and cramping that comes from salt depletion. The first few days of travel are always an adjustment. Your body expects regular meals at predictable times, and instead you eat small amounts throughout the day, keeping your energy steady rather than spiking and crashing. You discover that you can walk for hours on nothing but water and a few pieces of dried fruit, then eat a more substantial meal when you stop for the night. Your pack also contains a small pot for cooking and a few basic implements: a knife, a spoon, and a cup. These are the minimum tools needed to prepare a hot meal when circumstances allow. The pot is battered from years of use, dented and discoloured, but it still holds water and conducts heat, which is all that matters. When you do stop, you build a small fire and make a simple soup from the dried vegetables you've carried. Peas, beans and onions, reconstituted in water and seasoned with salt. The hot meal is psychologically important as much as nutritionally necessary. A moment of warmth and normalcy in the midst of constant movement. You eat slowly, savouring each spoonful, letting the heat settle into your bones before you roll yourself in your blanket and sleep. The dried vegetables expand remarkably as they absorb water, swelling to something approaching their original size. You've learned to use less than you think you'll need, because a handful of dried beans becomes a full pot of soup after sufficient soaking and cooking. The transformation is satisfying to watch. Another example of how proper preparation extends the usefulness of food far beyond its fresh state. You arrive at the gathering house just as the sun begins to set, your arms full of the contribution you've prepared for tonight's shared meal. 20 families will eat together, each household bringing whatever they've made, and the long table is already beginning to fill with an astonishing variety of dishes. This is how your community celebrates the harvest, the changing seasons, or sometimes nothing in particular except the pleasure of eating together. Your offering is a large pot of stew made from the tough cut of beef you've been braising since morning. The meat started almost inedible, but hours of gentle cooking in wine and stock have transformed it into something that falls apart at the touch of a fork. You added root vegetables in the final hour, carrots, potatoes and turnips, cut large enough to hold their shape while absorbing the rich wine-dark sauce. The pot is still warm, wrapped in towels to keep the heat in during the short walk from your house. The beef came from a neighbour's cow, slaughtered last week and divided among several families. You received this particular cut as part of your share. A shoulder roast riddled with connective tissue, the kind of meat that most people consider inferior. But you knew what to do with it, applying thyme and moisture and low heat until the collagen melted into gelatin and the meat became tender. The wine you use for braising is from your own small vineyard, pressed last autumn and allowed to ferment through the winter. It's not fancy wine, just honest table wine with enough acidity to balance the richness of the beef. You poured in nearly half a bottle, knowing that the alcohol would cook off while the flavours concentrated. The family beside you has brought fresh bread, 3 enormous loaves with crispy crusts and tender, airy crumbs. The baker scores each loaf in decorative patterns before setting them out. Not for vanity, but because beauty matters, because the appearance of food is part of the gift you give to your community. Next to the bread sits a crock of butter churned this morning, still slightly cool and beaded with condensation. You watch the baker arrange the loaves with obvious pride, positioning them to show off the patterns scored into their crusts. These aren't simple slashes but intricate designs. Wheat sheaves on one loaf, a geometric pattern on another, and decorative flourishes that turn functional bread into something approaching art. Someone has prepared a salad using the last of the autumn greens, dressed simply with oil and vinegar and scattered with toasted walnuts. The leaves are a mix of colours and textures, dark green kale, red-veined lettuce, and bitter radicchio that adds complexity to each bite. Another person has baked a whole salmon packed with herbs, the skin crispy and the flesh still moist, served on a platter decorated with lemon slices. The salmon is magnificent, its skin bronzed and blistered from high heat, the flesh beneath flaking into moist pink layers. Someone has taken enormous care with the presentation, arranging thin lemon slices in an overlapping pattern and tucking fresh dill around the edges. The smell of it carries across the table, fish and lemon and the slight char of perfectly crisped skin. The table groans under the weight of all this food, and you feel a deep satisfaction at the sight. This abundance comes from everyone's labour, from the farmers who grew the vegetables, the fishermen who caught the salmon, and the bakers who rose before dawn to tend their ovens. Each dish represents hours of work freely given and freely shared, a demonstration of trust and community that goes deeper than any spoken agreement. You fill your plate with small portions of everything, wanting to taste the full range of what's been offered. The flavours are wildly different. The sweetness of roasted carrots, the salty richness of the salmon, and the bright acidity of the dressed greens. But they all belong together somehow, creating a meal that's more satisfying than the sum of its individual parts. Your first bite is the beef stew, and you're pleased with how it turned out. The meat is indeed tender, the vegetables have absorbed the wine-enriched sauce, and the whole dish has a depth of flavour that only comes from patient cooking. You notice others reaching for it, which brings its own quiet satisfaction. Conversation flows around the table, rising and falling in waves. Someone tells a story about the summer's strange weather, how the tomatoes came in late but were sweeter than anyone remembered. Someone else mentioned seeing geese flying south last week, earlier than usual, and a discussion develops about what that might mean for the coming winter. The talk is comfortable and unhurried, the kind of conversation that happens naturally when people aren't rushing to finish eating and move on to the next thing. Children run between the tables, their excited voices adding to the general noise. They eat quickly, more interested in playing than in sitting still, and soon they're outside chasing each other in the fading light. The adults eat more slowly, taking time to appreciate the food and to talk with neighbours they might not see often during the busy work season. Someone has brought a fruit tart for dessert, the pastry crisp and the fruit arranged in concentric circles, plums and late apples glazed with honey until they shine. Another person contributes a simple pudding, creamy and flavoured with vanilla, the kind of uncomplicated dessert that children love and adults appreciate for its honesty. As the evening progresses, the candles are lit and the gathering takes on a different character. The conversation becomes more intimate, people sharing concerns and hopes in the gentle darkness, the candlelight soft on faces you've known for years. This is when community truly reveals itself, not in the abundance on the table, but in the trust that allows people to speak openly, to ask for help, and to offer support. You help clear the table when the meal finally winds down, carrying dishes to the kitchen where others are already washing and drying. This collective clean-up is as much a part of the tradition as the meal itself, everyone working together to restore order, to ensure that the gathering house is ready for the next communal meal. You're standing in a kitchen that doesn't quite exist anymore, or rather, it exists only in your memory, as clear and detailed as if you'd left it yesterday instead of 40 years ago. Your grandmother is teaching you to make the apple cake that's been passed down through 4 generations, each woman learning the recipe not from written instructions but from watching, from helping, from developing the muscle memory that makes certain techniques as automatic as breathing. The kitchen smells like apples and cinnamon, with undertones of the wood smoke from the stove and the faint mustiness of the root cellar where the apples have been stored. Your grandmother's hands are gnarled with arthritis, but they move with complete confidence, performing tasks they've done thousands of times. The apples need to be prepared in a specific way, peeled but not too thin, because some of the best flavour lives right beneath the skin, cut into slices that are uniform enough to cook evenly, but not so precise that you lose the rustic charm that makes this a home cake rather than a bakery product. Your grandmother's hands move with absolute confidence, the paring knife following the curve of each apple in one continuous spiral of peel. You try to imitate her technique, but your peel breaks after the first rotation, leaving you with disconnected strips instead of the elegant spiral she produces effortlessly. She doesn't criticise, she just demonstrates again, explaining that the key is maintaining consistent pressure and letting the knife do the work rather than forcing it. She adds cinnamon and sugar to the apples, but the amounts aren't measured. Instead, she judges by eye and taste, adjusting based on how sweet the apples are and how much moisture they're likely to release during baking. Too much sugar and the filling becomes cloying, too little and the natural tartness of the apples dominates. The goal is balance, letting the fruit taste like itself while enhancing its best qualities. You watch her taste a raw slice of apple, considering its sweetness, its texture, and its moisture content. Then she adds sugar in small handfuls, mixing and tasting again, making adjustments until she's satisfied. This kind of intuitive cooking can't really be taught through instruction. It requires experience, countless cakes made and tasted, failures analysed, and successes replicated. The cake batter is equally intuitive. Eggs beaten until they're light and fluffy, sugar creamed with butter until the mixture pales and increases in volume. Flour is folded in carefully, just until combined, because overworking develops gluten and creates a tough, chewy texture, instead of the tender crumb you're aiming for. Your grandmother lets you do the folding while she watches, ready to correct if your technique starts to drift. The butter and sugar cream together with a satisfying change in texture, becoming fluffy and almost white. You beat the eggs in a separate bowl, watching them transform from thick and viscous to light and foamy, their colour lightening as air incorporates. These transformations fascinate you, the way simple ingredients change character through mechanical action. The assembled cake goes into the oven, and you both sit at the kitchen table to wait, the room gradually filling with the scent of baking apples and cinnamon. This is when she tells you stories about learning to make this same cake from her own grandmother, about the year the apple harvest failed and they had to use dried fruit instead, and about the time she made 3 of these cakes for a wedding, and the groom at half of one before the ceremony even started. Her stories connect you to a past you never experienced directly, creating a sense of continuity that extends beyond your own lifetime. You learn that your great-great-grandmother preferred tart apples while your great-grandmother liked them sweet, and how the recipe adjusted over time to accommodate these different preferences while maintaining its essential character. Now, decades later, you make the same cake in your own kitchen, and your hands remember every step, even though your conscious mind might struggle to explain it. The muscle memory is deeply embedded, the way the batter should look when it's properly mixed, the exact shade of golden brown that means the cake is done, and the faint resistance you should feel when you insert a testing skewer into the centre. Your kitchen is nothing like your grandmother's. The stove is gas instead of wood, the mixing bowls are stainless steel instead of ceramic, and the measuring cups are standardised rather than handed down through generations. But somehow these differences don't matter. The essential gestures remain the same, the rhythm of the work unchanged. But more than the technique, you've inherited the understanding that this cake is more than just ingredients combined and baked. It's a connection to the women who made it before you, a tangible link to kitchens you'll never see and people you'll never meet, but who nevertheless shaped who you are. When you serve this cake to your own grandchildren, you're not just feeding them dessert, you're passing on a tradition, a set of values about care and quality, and the importance of taking time to do things properly. Your grandchildren watch you with the same attention you once gave your grandmother, though they're more likely to ask questions than simply observe. They want to know why you don't use a food processor, why you insist on peeling the apples by hand, and why you refuse to substitute ingredients even when the original ones are difficult to find. You try to explain, though you're not sure your explanations capture the real reasons. The first bite always transports you backward, your taste memory so powerful that you can almost see your grandmother's kitchen, almost smell the wood smoke from her stove, and almost hear her voice offering gentle corrections as you learn to fold. The batter. This is what food does at its best. It collapses time, creating moments where past and present exist simultaneously, where the people we've lost somehow feel present again. The cake tastes exactly right. The apples tender but not mushy, the cinnamon present but not overwhelming, and the texture of the cake itself fine-crumbed and moist. You feel a wave of satisfaction knowing that you've maintained the standard, that this cake would meet your grandmother's approval if she were here to taste it. You've made this cake for birthdays, holidays, and ordinary Tuesday evenings when you wanted the comfort of familiar flavours. Each time the process remains essentially the same, though small variations creep in. Different varieties of apples, slightly more or less cinnamon, adjustments based on the day's humidity or the peculiarities of your oven. The recipe is alive in this way, adapting while maintaining its core identity. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, consider all the hands that have prepared meals throughout human history. Think about the patience required to grind wild grain between stones, about the skill needed to keep a fire at exactly the right temperature, and about the knowledge accumulated over thousands of years regarding which foods pair well together and which should be kept separate. Imagine the first person who discovered that milk left in a leather bag and shaken while travelling would transform into butter, or the ancient cook who realised that grain stored in a damp location developed a fuzzy coating that, when mixed into new batches, made bread rise. These discoveries weren't written down or formally studied. They were observed, tested and shared, passed from one person to another until they became common knowledge. Every cooking technique you know was invented by someone whose name has been forgotten. The perfect temperature for roasting meat, the ratio of salt to water for preserving vegetables, the length of time bread needs to be kneaded. All of these were figured out through trial and error, through countless failed experiments and rare successes, and through the accumulated wisdom of people who paid attention to what they were doing. The meals you eat today, whether simple or elaborate, connect you to every human who has ever ground grain, tended a fire or shared food with others. The fundamental rhythms remain unchanged. The transformation of raw ingredients into something nourishing, the patience required for proper preparation, and the joy of eating with people you care about. Think about a day in the life of someone 5,000 years ago. They woke hungry as you do. They gathered or hunted or harvested food as you do in your own way when you shop or garden. They applied heat and time and skill to transform raw ingredients into meals, as you do. They ate with their families and communities, sharing both food and conversation, as you do. The details differ enormously, but the essential pattern persists. Consider the continuity of certain foods across time. Bread in various forms has been made for at least 10,000 years. The basic process, grinding grain, mixing it with water, applying heat, remains fundamentally unchanged. A baker from ancient Egypt transported to a modern kitchen would recognise what was happening even if the tools looked strange. The principles endure. As you drift towards sleep, let your mind wander through all the kitchens and hearths and campfires where humans have cooked. Feel the warmth of those flames, smell the countless meals bubbling in pots, and hear the quiet conversations that happen when people prepare food together. These sensory memories belong to all of us, a shared inheritance that transcends culture and geography and time itself. Picture the hands that have kneaded bread, young hands learning the motion, old hands performing it automatically, and skilled hands judging the dough's redness by touch alone. Think about all the vegetables ever chopped, all the meat ever roasted, and all the pots stirred and tasted and adjusted. This is human work in its most fundamental form, the daily labour of keeping ourselves alive, elevated through skill and care into something approaching art. Rest now, knowing that tomorrow you'll wake hungry, and you'll eat something that connects you to this endless chain of humans transforming the world into meals. The details change, the ingredients, the techniques, the technology, but the essential act remains the same. We gather, we prepare, we share, and we remember. And in these simple actions, we find one of the deepest expressions of what it means to be human. The fire that cooked humanity's first intentional meal has never really gone out. It's been passed from hearth to hearth, from generation to generation, transforming in form but never in purpose. The flame that bakes your bread is the same flame that cooked grain for people who lived before cities existed, before written language, before history itself began to be recorded. Sleep well, nourished by the knowledge that you participate in something ancient and ongoing, something that will continue long after you're gone. The work of feeding ourselves and each other is never finished, never perfected, and always renewable, and that perhaps is part of its beauty. The daily renewal, the constant opportunity to do familiar things with fresh attention, to honour the past while creating the future, one meal at a time. Imagine yourself standing in a Victorian library on a rainy London afternoon in 1864. Gas lamps cast warm pools of light across mahogany tables stacked with leather-bound volumes. Outside, the city hums with the energy of an empire at its peak, but in here, you're surrounded by maps. Beautiful, intricate maps that are simultaneously masterpieces and confessions of ignorance. These maps show something our modern world has lost: genuine mystery. Vast portions of the Indian Ocean appear as blank blue expanses, interrupted only by scattered islands, whose interiors remain unexplored. Madagascar looms like a green question mark off the African coast. The islands of Indonesia and Melanesia scatter across the sea like puzzle pieces from different boxes, their relationships to each other unclear and tantalising. You're living in an era when a gentleman naturalist could still discover entirely new species on a weekend collecting trip, when expeditions regularly returned with creatures that seemed to belong in mythology rather than natural history museums. Charles Darwin has recently published his revolutionary theory, and the world of science is reeling from the implications. If species could change over time, if life itself was not fixed but fluid, then what else might be possible? The Victorian era possessed a particular genius for combining rigorous scientific inquiry with unbridled romantic speculation. These were people who would spend decades cataloguing beetle specimens, while simultaneously believing that fairies might inhabit their gardens. This combination of careful observation and wild imagination created the perfect conditions for myths to take root in scientific soil. The maps you're studying show something puzzling. Certain plants and animals appear in places they have no business being. Lemurs, those wide-eyed primates with their haunting calls and ghostly movements, live in Madagascar. Yet their closest relatives aren't in nearby Africa, but thousands of miles away in India and Southeast Asia. It's as if someone had scattered them across the ocean deliberately, like seeds from a cosmic hand. Fossils present even stranger mysteries. The Glossopteris fern, which anyone can recognise from its distinctive tongue-shaped leaves, appears in rocks across South America, Africa, India, and Australia. It's the botanical equivalent of finding your house key simultaneously in London, Cairo, Mumbai, and Sydney. Something doesn't add up, and Victorian scientists knew it. The standard explanation that these species had somehow walked or swum across thousands of miles of open ocean seemed absurd even to 19th century minds. Lemurs are decent climbers but notoriously poor swimmers. The Glossopterus fern produces seeds far too heavy to blow across oceans on the wind. Yet there they were, separated by impossible distances, clearly related but impossibly divided. This was the scientific puzzle that would give birth to Lemuria. But to understand how that happened, you need to appreciate the Victorian mindset that saw patterns in everything, and believed that every mystery had a solution, even if that solution required imagining entire continents into existence. The 19th century was also a time when the Earth itself seemed younger and more malleable. Geologists were just beginning to understand the planet's true age, which was considerably older than the biblical calculations that had previously dominated Western thought. But they still imagined the Earth as a cooling sphere, contracting like a drying apple, with its surface wrinkling into mountains and valleys as it shrank. This contraction theory suggested that the planet's geography might have been very different in the past. Perhaps land bridges had connected continents that now stood separate. Perhaps entire land masses had sunk beneath the waves as the Earth contracted, taking their flora and fauna with them. The idea wasn't just speculation. It seemed to follow logically from the best understanding of planetary formation available at the time. Into this atmosphere of scientific inquiry and creative theorising stepped a British zoologist named Philip Sclater, who was about to name something that didn't exist and, in doing so, create a legend that would outlive his actual scientific contributions. Philip Sclater was, by all accounts, a thoroughly respectable Victorian scientist. He wasn't a wild-eyed mystic or a romantic dreamer. He was a Fellow of the Royal Society, a serious zoologist with impeccable credentials, and a particular interest in the geographical distribution of species, the kind of man who wore proper suits to dinner and catalogued specimens with meticulous care. In 1864, Sclater published a paper with the rather dry title, The Mammals of Madagascar, which addressed the lemur problem we discussed earlier. His solution was elegantly simple. What if Madagascar and India had once been connected by a land bridge, or, better yet, were fragments of a larger landmass that had since subsided into the ocean? This hypothetical continent needed a name, and Sclater chose Lemuria after the lemurs whose distribution had inspired the theory. It was meant to be a strictly scientific term, describing a purely geological hypothesis. Sclater imagined Lemuria as a long-vanished connection between continents, a bridge that had allowed species to spread and then disappeared, leaving only scattered populations on isolated lands. The beauty of Sclater's theory was that it explained so much with a single hypothesis. The distribution of lemurs, the presence of similar rock formations across distant lands, and the fossil record that suggested tropical forests in places now divided by ocean, all of it made sense if you accepted that the Indian Ocean had once contained substantial land masses. Other scientists quickly embraced and expanded Sclater's idea. Ernst Haeckel, a German biologist and passionate advocate of Darwin's evolutionary theory, incorporated Lemuria into his understanding of human origins. If Lemuria had existed, Haeckel reasoned, it might have been the birthplace of humanity, the Garden of Eden rendered in geological terms. Haeckel's version of Lemuria grew considerably larger than Sclater's modest land bridge. In Haeckel's imagination, it became a vast continent stretching across much of the Indian Ocean, a lost paradise where the first humans had evolved before spreading to other continents. His beautifully detailed maps showed Lemuria as a substantial landmass, complete with mountain ranges and river systems that existed only in scientific speculation. The scientific community didn't immediately reject these ideas because they addressed real puzzles with what seemed like reasonable solutions. Continental subsidence wasn't considered impossible. After all, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions constantly demonstrated that the Earth's surface was changeable. If mountains could rise and valleys form, why couldn't entire continents sink? For a few decades, Lemuria occupied a strange position. It was a scientific hypothesis with no direct evidence. but it explained patterns that otherwise seemed inexplicable. Scientists discussed it in academic journals, while acknowledging that proving its existence would be difficult. It was a placeholder solution, waiting for better explanations to come along. But something interesting happened as Lemuria moved from scientific journals into popular consciousness. The hypothesis began to transform, gathering romantic associations and mystical overtones like a snowball rolling downhill, accumulates mass. What started as a dry geological theory about lemur distribution was about to become something far more enchanting and considerably less scientific. The Victorian public had an insatiable appetite for lost worlds and vanished civilizations. Atlantis had captured imaginations for centuries, but Atlantis was ancient history, a philosophical allegory recorded by Plato. Lemuria was different. It was being discussed by actual scientists in actual academic journals. It had the glamour of mystery combined with the authority of science, a combination that proved utterly irresistible. Popular magazines began publishing articles about Lemuria, each iteration adding new details and expanding the story. What if Lemuria hadn't just been a land bridge but a genuine continent with its own ecology, its own landscapes, and perhaps even its own civilizations? The scientific hypothesis was becoming a myth in real time, and you could almost watch it transform if you track the publications chronologically. By the 1870s, Lemuria had escaped the confines of zoological journals entirely. It was appearing in spiritualist literature, in speculative histories, and in romantic poetry. The lost continent was taking on a life of its own, and that life would prove far more durable than its scientific origins. Picture yourself now in a Victorian drawing room, this time in the evening, with heavy curtains drawn against the London fog. Candles flicker on the mantelpiece, and a group of well-dressed ladies and gentlemen sit in a circle, holding hands around a table. This is a séance, one of thousands conducted across Europe and America in the late 19th century, when spiritualism wasn't considered fringe but fashionable. The Victorian era was experiencing a spiritual crisis. Darwin's theory of evolution had shaken traditional religious certainty. Industrialization was transforming agrarian societies into urban landscapes, where ancient rhythms of life no longer applied. People felt unmoored, searching for meaning in a world that seemed increasingly mechanical and purposeless. Into this uncertainty stepped a remarkable woman named Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, known to everyone as Madame Blavatsky. She was, depending on your perspective, either a brilliant mystic or a talented charlatan, possibly both. Born in Russia, widely travelled, and possessed of enormous charisma and questionable ethics, Blavatsky founded the Theosophical Society in 1875 with the goal of exploring the hidden wisdom supposedly underlying all religions. Blavatsky had a genius for synthesis, combining elements of Hinduism, Buddhism, Western occultism, and contemporary science into a grand narrative that appealed to Victorian seekers. Her magnum opus, The Secret Doctrine, published in 1888, presented a vast cosmology involving root races, spiritual evolution, and crucially for our story, lost continents. In Blavatsky's telling, Lemuria became far more than a zoological hypothesis. It transformed into the homeland of the third root race of humanity, a civilization of spiritually advanced beings who existed millions of years ago. These Lemurians in Blavatsky's cosmology were not quite human as we understand it. They were gigantic, egg-laying hermaphrodites with 4 arms and an eye in the back of their heads. Now you might be settling deeper into your pillows and thinking that this sounds completely ridiculous, and you'd be right. But here's what's fascinating. Blavatsky claimed her information came from ancient manuscripts shown to her by spiritual masters in Tibet, and thousands of intelligent, educated Victorians believed her. Or at least they wanted to believe her, which amounts to nearly the same thing. The Theosophical Lemuria bore almost no resemblance to Sclater's modest land bridge. It stretched across vast portions of the Pacific and Indian Oceans, encompassing everything from Madagascar to Easter Island. Its civilization predated any known human culture, and its inhabitants possessed powers that made modern humans seem like pale shadows of former glory. According to theosophical teachings, the Lemurians had been destroyed in a cataclysm, volcanic eruptions and earthquakes that caused their entire continent to sink beneath the waves. But before the destruction, the most advanced Lemurians had escaped, carrying their wisdom to other lands. This explained conveniently why traces of advanced ancient knowledge appeared in cultures worldwide. The beauty of Blavatsky's system was its unfalsifiability. Any evidence that contradicted her claims could be explained away as incomplete understanding or spiritual blindness. The lack of physical evidence for Lemuria became proof of how thoroughly it had been destroyed. It was mythology masquerading as lost history, and it filled a need that pure science couldn't satisfy. Theosophy attracted an impressive roster of followers, including writers, artists, scientists, and social reformers. These weren't necessarily gullible fools. Many were thoughtful people seeking alternatives to both religious dogmatism and materialistic reductionism. Theosophy offered a middle path, spiritual meaning clothed in pseudo-scientific language. The theosophical Lemuria also served another Victorian preoccupation, race theory. The concept of root races, each supposedly more evolved than the last, appealed to a society deeply invested in hierarchical thinking. While Blavatsky's system was less overtly racist than some Victorian race theories, it still embedded troubling assumptions about human development that reflected the prejudices of her era. Other writers and mystics eagerly expanded on Blavatsky's framework. James Churchward, in the early 20th century, wrote extensively about Mu, which he claimed was Lemuria's Pacific counterpart, another lost continent supposedly proven by ancient tablets that conveniently disappeared before anyone else could examine them. Each iteration added new layers to the myth, building an elaborate structure on foundations that had never existed. What's remarkable is how quickly Lemuria moved from scientific hypothesis to mystical certainty. Within a few decades, you could find multiple versions of Lemurian history, each contradicting the others, but all claiming ancient authority. Some describe Lemuria as a tropical paradise, others as a harsh volcanic landscape. Some Lemurians were spiritual masters, others were primitive giants. The continent's location shifted depending on who was writing about it. This proliferation of conflicting accounts should have undermined Lemuria's credibility, but somehow it didn't. Instead, each new version seemed to validate the basic concept. If so many different sources mention Lemuria, surely there must be something to it. This is how myths work. They accumulate details and variations while the core story remains flexible enough to accommodate contradiction. By the turn of the 20th century, Lemuria had become firmly established in popular consciousness, particularly among spiritual seekers and alternative historians. It was taught in theosophical lodges, discussed in occult circles, and referenced in popular literature. The lost continent had achieved a kind of cultural reality, independent of any physical evidence. As you drift deeper into this story, imagine yourself in early 20th century California, specifically at Mount Shasta, that magnificent snow-capped volcano rising from the northern landscape. Local legends begin circulating about a secret civilization living inside the mountain, survivors of ancient Lemuria who retreated underground when their continent sank. These Lemurian survivors supposedly built a city called Telos within the mountain, complete with temples and gardens illuminated by mysterious light sources. They occasionally emerge to walk among ordinary humans, recognizable by their unusual height, white robes, and tendency to pay for supplies with gold nuggets before disappearing back into the wilderness. The Shasta legends illustrate how Lemuria adapted to local conditions. Every region that embraced the myth modified it to fit local geography and culture. In the Pacific, Lemuria explained the origin of Polynesian peoples. In India, it connected to Vedic traditions. In California, it merged with Native American legends and gold rush mysticism to create something uniquely Western American. The Lemurians themselves evolved in the popular imagination from Blavatsky's bizarre hermaphrodites into more conventionally attractive spiritual masters. By the 1930s, descriptions typically portrayed them as tall, graceful beings with pale skin, large eyes, and serene expressions. Basically, they looked like idealized Hollywood versions of wise mystics. This transformation reveals something interesting about how myths adapt to their audience's aesthetic preferences. Various channelers and mediums claim to communicate with Lemurian spirits, receiving messages about spiritual evolution and humanity's future. These communications typically emphasize peace, love, and the development of psychic abilities, standard fare for New Age spirituality, but given historical weight by association with an ancient civilization. Frederick Spencer, Oliver's 1894 novel A Dweller on Two Planets, introduced another element to Lemurian mythology, advanced technology. Oliver claimed his book was channeled from a spirit who described Lemurian civilization as possessing flying machines, wireless communication, and other devices that anticipated 20th century innovations. This technologically advanced Lemuria would become increasingly popular as the actual 20th century demonstrated that impossible technologies could become reality. The notion of Lemuria as a technologically sophisticated civilization served multiple purposes. It suggested that modern progress wasn't unprecedented, but rather a rediscovery of ancient knowledge. It implied that human potential was greater than contemporary limitations suggested, and it provided comfort that even advanced civilizations could be destroyed, making the catastrophic potential of 20th century warfare feel like part of a larger pattern, rather than a unique modern horror. Edgar Cayce, the famous sleeping prophet, incorporated Lemuria into his trance readings during the 1920s and 1930s. His versions emphasized the spiritual and psychic abilities of Lemurians, describing them as beings who communicated telepathically and manipulated matter through thought. When their civilization fell, Cayce claimed, it was because they had misused their powers, privileging material advancement over spiritual development, a cautionary tale that resonated with audiences living through rapid technological change. What united most of these Lemurian accounts was a sense of loss and possibility. Lemuria represented something humanity had once possessed and might reclaim: harmony with nature, spiritual advancement, and technological prowess combined with wisdom. The lost continent became a mirror reflecting whatever its believers felt was missing from modern life. The myth also provided an origin story that bypassed uncomfortable questions about evolution and human origins. If humanity descended from spiritually advanced Lemurians, then we weren't merely evolved apes, but beings with a noble lineage temporarily fallen from former glory. This narrative appealed to people who couldn't accept evolutionary theory, but recognised that biblical literalism was increasingly untenable. Indigenous peoples' reactions to Lemurian theories were complicated. Some saw the myths as yet another example of colonisers appropriating and distorting indigenous histories. Others found ways to incorporate Lemuria into their own traditions, using the concept to add historical depth to oral histories. The Hawaiian concept of Mu, for instance, became entangled with Lemurian mythology in ways that blurred original traditions with imported ideas. By mid-century, Lemuria had become something like King Arthur's Camelot. A story everyone knew probably wasn't literally true, but that persisted because it served emotional and psychological needs that fact couldn't address. People wanted to believe in lost golden ages and hidden wisdom, in the possibility that somewhere, beneath the ocean's surface or inside mountains, traces of humanity's nobler past endured. The irony is that while mystics and channelers were elaborating increasingly baroque visions of Lemurian civilization, actual scientists were developing theories that would completely eliminate any need for Lemuria's existence. The solution to the puzzles that had inspired Sclater's original hypothesis was emerging, but it would take decades for that solution to become widely accepted. Let's shift our scene now to 1912, to a meeting of the German Geological Society, where a meteorologist named Alfred Wegener is presenting a theory so radical that most of his colleagues think he's lost his mind. Wegener is proposing that continents move, not slowly settling or rising, but actually drifting across the Earth's surface like massive rafts floating on a denser layer below. Wegener has noticed the same puzzles that inspired Lemuria: matching fossils on different continents, similar rock formations separated by oceans, and coastlines that fit together like jigsaw pieces. But instead of imagining vanished land bridges, he's proposing something far more revolutionary. All the continents, he suggests, were once joined in a single supercontinent, he calls it Pangaea, that has since split apart and drifted to their current positions. The reaction from the geological establishment is swift and brutal. Continental drift seems physically impossible. What force could move entire continents? How could solid rock flow like liquid? Wegener can't answer these questions satisfactorily, and his theory is largely dismissed as imaginative speculation unsupported by mechanism. Here's what's fascinating. Wegener's evidence for continental drift was actually stronger than any evidence for Lemuria had ever been. He could show matching rock layers, identical fossils, and even glacial patterns that made sense, only if continents had once been connected differently. Yet the scientific community rejected his well-evidenced theory. While some of those same scientists had previously entertained the essentially evidence-free notion of sunken continents, this reveals something important about how scientific acceptance works. It's not just about evidence, but about whether a theory fits within acceptable frameworks. Land bridges and subsiding continents fit Victorian assumptions about how the Earth worked. Moving continents didn't. So despite better evidence, continental drift languished in scientific purgatory for decades. But Wegener's theory had planted a seed. Other researchers began finding supporting evidence. Paleomagnetic studies, examining the magnetic orientation of ancient rocks, showed that continents must have moved relative to the magnetic poles. Mapping the ocean floor revealed mid-ocean ridges and deep trenches that suggested active geological processes. The real breakthrough came in the 1960s with the development of plate tectonics theory. Scientists realised that the Earth's surface consists of massive rigid plates, floating on a partially molten layer beneath. These plates move, driven by convection currents in the Earth's mantle. Where plates separate, new crust forms. Where they collide, mountains rise, or one plate subducts beneath another. Plate tectonics explained everything that Lemuria had been invented to explain, but it did so with actual evidence and testable mechanisms. The matching fossils on different continents. They weren't separated by a sunken land bridge, but by continents that had split apart. The distribution of lemurs. Madagascar had separated from India millions of years ago, when Africa and the Indian subcontinent were parts of Gondwana, a southern supercontinent. Suddenly, Lemuria became scientifically unnecessary. The puzzles that had inspired Sclater's original hypothesis now had a better explanation, one supported by evidence from ocean floor mapping, earthquake patterns, volcanic activity, and the continuing movement of continents that could be measured with precision instruments. You might think this would have killed the Lemuria myth, but mythology doesn't die just because science provides better explanations. Myths persist because they serve needs that transcend factual accuracy. While geologists abandoned Lemuria, mystics and alternative historians clung to it with renewed fervour, often claiming that mainstream science was suppressing evidence, or that spiritual truth transcended mere physical facts. The scientific abandonment of Lemuria actually freed the myth to become more elaborate. Without the constraint of needing to fit geological evidence, Lemurian enthusiasts could imagine whatever they wanted. The lost continent migrated between oceans depending on who was writing about it. Its civilization's technology became increasingly anachronistic and impossible. The reasons for its destruction multiplied and diverged. Modern geology can now map the ocean floor with extraordinary precision. We've sent submarines to the deepest trenches and used sonar to create detailed topographical maps of underwater terrain. There's nowhere for a continent-sized landmass to hide. The Indian Ocean floor shows the expected patterns of plate tectonics, spreading ridges, subduction zones and volcanic chains, but no evidence of recent continental subsidence. Yet this definitive absence of evidence hasn't eliminated belief in Lemuria. Instead, believers have adapted their claims. Maybe Lemuria existed so long ago that geological processes have erased all traces. Maybe it was in a different ocean than originally thought. Maybe it wasn't a physical continent but an astral realm that existed on a different plane of reality. The myth simply evolves to survive, demonstrating impressive adaptability. The transformation of Lemuria from scientific hypothesis to disproven theory to persistent myth illustrates something important about how knowledge works. Scientific theories are provisional. They stand until better explanations emerge, then gracefully retire. Myths are different. They're not about explaining physical reality, but about meeting psychological and emotional needs. Disproving a myth's literal truth doesn't eliminate those needs. For scientists, plate tectonics replacing Lemuria represents progress, better understanding built on evidence. For believers, science's rejection of Lemuria might represent closed-mindedness or the limitations of materialistic thinking. These groups are essentially speaking different languages, pursuing different goals, and measuring success by different standards. The story of Lemuria's scientific demise is actually a success story for science, a demonstration of how the scientific method eventually arrives at better explanations by following evidence wherever it leads. But it's simultaneously a demonstration of science's limits. Science can explain physical processes, but it can't necessarily satisfy human yearning for lost golden ages or connections to ancient wisdom. As you settle more comfortably into your blankets, let's explore how Lemuria escaped the confines of both scientific journals and occult societies to become a presence in art galleries, bookstores, and eventually movie theatres. The Lost Continent proved irresistible to artists and writers because it offered something precious, a blank canvas. Unlike actual historical civilizations that come burdened with inconvenient facts, Lemuria could be whatever an artist needed it to be. It was Eden without biblical constraints, Atlantis without Plato's philosophical baggage, a lost world limited only by imagination. Science fiction writers were particularly drawn to Lemurian themes. Abraham Merritt's 1919 novel The Moon Pool featured hidden Lemurian ruins in Micronesia, complete with ancient technology and otherworldly beings. His lush, dreamlike prose transformed Lemuria from an abstract concept into a visceral experience. You could almost smell the tropical flowers and feel the humid air of his lost world. These early 20th century adventure stories treated Lemuria much as they treated any exotic location, as a setting for Western protagonists to have thrilling experiences. The actual Lemurians often appeared as wise mentors, mysterious guides, or occasionally obstacles to be overcome. They were essentially fantastical versions of the noble savage trope. Filtered through theosophical ideas about spiritual advancement, poets found Lemuria equally inspiring. The Lost Continent became a metaphor for vanished innocence, for knowledge lost to time, for the price of hubris. In these poetic treatments, Lemuria wasn't necessarily literal. It was symbolic, representing whatever the poet felt had been lost in the transition to modernity. The continent's physical existence mattered less than its emotional resonance. Visual artists produced countless depictions of Lemuria, each reflecting their era's aesthetic sensibilities. Victorian illustrations showed it as a vaguely classical civilization, with toga-clad inhabitants and marble temples. Art Deco interpretations featured sleek geometric buildings and stylized figures. 1970s New Age art transformed it into a psychedelic paradise of crystals and cosmic consciousness. What's striking about these artistic representations is their diversity. Unlike historically attested civilizations that must conform to archaeological evidence, Lemurian art was constrained only by the artist's imagination and their audience's expectations. This freedom produced wildly varying visions, from primitive tribal societies to technological utopias, sometimes within the same decade. Comic books and pulp magazines embraced Lemuria enthusiastically. The continent appeared in adventure stories, horror tales, and even superhero comics. Sometimes it was the source of mystical artifacts that modern characters sought. Sometimes it provided origin stories for mysterious villains or wise mentors. The Lost Continent had become a standard element in popular culture's toolkit, available for whatever narrative purpose a writer needed. The 1960s and 1970s counterculture found Lemuria particularly appealing. As young people rejected mainstream society and sought alternative worldviews, the Lost Continent fit perfectly into emerging New Age philosophy. Lemuria represented humanity before hierarchies, before pollution, before war, everything the counterculture imagined could exist if only society would embrace peace, love, and spiritual development. This association with New Age culture cemented Lemuria's modern image. Walk into any metaphysical bookstore, and you'll likely find books about Lemurian crystals, Lemurian healing techniques, or how to channel Lemurian spirits. The continent has become thoroughly integrated into contemporary alternative spirituality. Alongside chakras, auras, and astral projection, musicians have composed symphonies and songs inspired by Lemuria. Progressive rock bands wrote concept albums about its fall. New Age musicians created ambient soundscapes supposedly channeling Lemurian vibrations. The Lost Continent even appeared in video games, providing backstory and mystical elements for fantasy worlds. What's interesting is how Lemuria's artistic and cultural presence has eclipsed its scientific origins. Ask most people today about Lemuria, and they're more likely to mention crystals and spiritual evolution than lemur distribution patterns. The myth has successfully reproduced across cultural domains, adapting to each new medium, while maintaining enough consistency to remain recognisable. Television and film approached Lemuria more cautiously than print media, perhaps because visual media demands more concrete depiction. Still, the continent has appeared in documentaries about lost civilizations, usually framed as some people believe segments that present claims without endorsement. These presentations often treat Lemuria alongside Atlantis and other legendary places, rarely acknowledging that Lemuria, unlike Atlantis, originated as a serious scientific hypothesis. The internet age has been remarkably kind to Lemuria. Websites devoted to the Lost Continent proliferate, offering everything from supposedly historical accounts to guided meditations for connecting with Lemurian energy. YouTube features countless videos about Lemuria, ranging from earnest spiritual teachings to critical debunkings. The democratization of content creation means Lemuria can be endlessly reinvented by anyone with a camera and an internet connection. Social media has created communities of Lemuria believers who share experiences, theories, and art. These digital spaces function similarly to Victorian spiritualist societies, communities of seekers supporting each other's explorations of alternative histories and spiritual possibilities. The technology is modern, but the impulses are ancient. What all these artistic and cultural manifestations share is a sense that Lemuria represents something missing from modern life. Whether that's spiritual wisdom, harmony with nature, advanced but lost technology, or simply the romance of mystery, the Lost Continent serves as a receptacle for contemporary longings projected onto an imaginary past. As we approach the end of our journey, let's consider what Lemuria means now in our own time, when satellite imagery has mapped every inch of the planet, and scientific understanding of Earth's history is more comprehensive than ever. The story of Lemuria is ultimately a story about human imagination and its relationship with evidence. It demonstrates how easily scientific hypotheses can transform into myths when they tap into deeper needs and desires. It shows how myths persist despite contrary evidence because they serve purposes that transcend factual accuracy. Lemuria's journey from zoological puzzle to spiritual homeland reveals something important about the Victorian era that created it. That was a time of enormous confidence in human understanding, but also deep anxiety about humanity's place in the universe. Darwin had displaced humans from their special creation. Industrialization had disrupted traditional communities. Traditional religious certainty was eroding. Lemuria offered comfort, a suggestion that humanity had once achieved greatness and might do so again. The myth also reflects colonial attitudes and anxieties. The idea that isolated, primitive peoples might be degraded remnants of advanced civilizations justified colonialism while explaining cultural differences in ways that preserved European superiority. Even as it critiqued modern civilization's flaws, Lemurian mythology often embedded racist assumptions about human development and achievement. Modern believers in Lemuria face different challenges than their Victorian predecessors. They must navigate a world where Lemuria's scientific impossibility is well established. This has led to interesting adaptations. Some locate Lemuria in increasingly remote time periods, hundreds of millions of years ago, when geological evidence becomes murkier. Others shift from physical to metaphysical claims, suggesting Lemuria existed on spiritual rather than material planes. The persistence of the Lemuria belief, despite scientific consensus, reveals the limits of scientific authority in shaping public imagination. Science can establish facts about the physical world, but it cannot dictate what stories people find meaningful or what beliefs serve their psychological needs. This is both science's limitation and its strength. It constrains itself to answerable questions rather than claiming authority over human meaning-making. Lemuria has also become a case study in how to approach dubious claims without dismissing the people who hold them. Skeptics who simply mock Lemuria believers often miss the opportunity to understand why the myth remains appealing. The Lost Continent addresses real needs, for wonder, for connection to something greater than oneself, and for alternatives to materialistic reductionism. The educational challenge is finding ways to teach critical thinking while respecting people's need for meaning. Explaining why Lemuria is geologically impossible is relatively straightforward. Helping people understand what needs the myth serves, and finding better ways to meet those needs is much harder, but ultimately more important. Lemuria has left its mark on language and culture in ways that persist regardless of belief in its literal existence. When someone refers to an idea as Lemuria, vague, unsubstantiated, but appealing, they're drawing on the Lost Continent's legacy. The term has become shorthand for a particular kind of attractive but unfounded speculation. The myth has also influenced legitimate archaeology and anthropology by creating expectations and interpretations that researchers must navigate. When unusual artifacts or structures are discovered, someone inevitably suggests Lemurian origins. This forces scientists to repeatedly explain dating methods, construction techniques, and cultural contexts, which can be frustrating but also provides opportunities for public education about how we actually understand the past. Perhaps Lemuria's most lasting contribution is as a reminder of science's provisional nature. The scientific theories that gave birth to Lemuria seemed sound based on available evidence. Scientists weren't being foolish or credulous. They were working with incomplete information and proposing explanations that fit their understanding of how the world worked. That those explanations proved incorrect doesn't diminish the legitimate scientific process that generated them. This should make us humble about current scientific consensus. Not every theory will be overturned, but history suggests that some of what we consider established fact will be revised as understanding deepens. The scientific method's strength lies in its self-correction, its willingness to abandon even cherished theories when evidence demands it. At the same time, Lemuria's transformation from hypothesis to myth demonstrates the danger of premature certainty. The ease with which Victorian scientists accepted the subsiding continent hypothesis suggests they were too quick to embrace convenient explanations. This is a trap that each generation of scientists must guard against. The temptation to accept explanations that fit expectations rather than demanding rigorous proof. For believers in Lemuria, the myth offers something science cannot, a sense of enchantment in a disenchanted world. It suggests that reality is larger and stranger than mainstream understanding allows, that mystery persists despite scientific explanation, and that rationality doesn't exhaust the possibilities of human experience. These are important needs that deserve respect even when specific beliefs don't deserve acceptance. The question isn't whether Lemuria existed. Geologically, it didn't. The interesting question is why people continue to believe in it, and what that belief does for them. Some are drawn to the narrative's spiritual elements, finding meaning in Lemurian teachings about consciousness and human potential. Others appreciate the myth's critique of modern civilization, using Lemuria as a lens for examining what contemporary society might be missing. Young people today discovering Lemuria often approach it differently than earlier generations. Many treat it as aesthetic inspiration, Lemurian imagery for art, music or fashion, without committing to literal belief. This ironic or aesthetic appropriation represents another evolution of the myth, one that values Lemuria's imaginative power while acknowledging its factual problems. As you prepare for sleep, consider this. Lemuria never existed as a physical place, but it exists very much as an idea. Maps showing its location have influenced thought and culture for over a century. Books describing its civilization line library shelves. Art depicting its landscapes hangs in galleries. The lost continent is imaginary, but its effects are real. This paradox, that fictional places can have genuine consequences, tells us something profound about human nature. We are storytelling creatures who create meaning through narrative. Facts matter, but stories matter too, and sometimes they matter in different ways. The blank spaces on those Victorian maps weren't really blank. They were full of possibility. When explorers finally mapped those spaces and found only water, coral reefs and volcanic islands, they eliminated geographical mystery but couldn't eliminate the human need for wonder. Lemuria filled that need, and when physical geography could no longer accommodate it, the myth simply migrated to other territories, the distant past, alternative dimensions, spiritual realms. Your own life probably contains equivalent blank spaces, periods you don't fully remember, possibilities not pursued, futures that might have been. Like Victorian cartographers filling unknown oceans with speculative continents, you've probably populated your blank spaces with imagined what-ifs and might-have-beens. This isn't foolishness, it's imagination, and imagination is as fundamental to human nature as reason. The story of Lemuria teaches us to hold our certainties lightly. The Victorian scientists who proposed sunken continents weren't stupid. They were working with incomplete information and doing their best to explain genuine mysteries. The mystics who elaborated the myth weren't all frauds. Many genuinely sought meaning in a world that seemed increasingly meaningless. Even modern believers in Lemuria aren't necessarily credulous. They're often thoughtful people who've decided that spiritual truth and scientific fact operate in different domains. This doesn't mean all beliefs are equally valid, or that we should abandon critical thinking. Scientific evidence clearly demonstrates that no continent-sized landmass has subsided in the Indian or Pacific Ocean within the time frame relevant to human evolution. Plate tectonics explains the distribution of species and geological formations without requiring lost continents. These facts matter, and respecting evidence matters, but facts don't exhaust reality. The human need for wonder, for connection to something greater than ourselves, for narratives that give life meaning, these are also real. Lemuria persists not because evidence supports it, but because it addresses needs that evidence cannot satisfy. Understanding this helps us appreciate why myths endure and what purposes they serve. The 21st century presents us with fewer geographical blank spaces than the Victorians enjoyed, but we've discovered new realms of mystery. The ocean depths remain largely unexplored. The quantum realm behaves in ways that defy intuition. Consciousness itself remains mysterious despite advances in neuroscience. Perhaps these modern mysteries will inspire new myths, new Lemuria suited to contemporary needs. What we can learn from Lemuria's story is the importance of distinguishing between different kinds of truth. Scientific truth, based on evidence and testing, tells us what physically exists. Mythological truth, based on meaning and narrative, tells us what we need psychologically and spiritually. The problems arise when we confuse these categories, when myths claim scientific authority they don't have, or when science claims to answer questions beyond its scope. A mature relationship with beliefs like Lemuria involves appreciating what they offer while acknowledging what they lack. You can find meaning in Lemurian mythology's emphasis on spiritual development without believing in literal Lemurian civilizations. You can use the myth as inspiration for art or meditation without making factual claims about geography. This both respects the myth's power and maintains intellectual honesty. The scientists who debunked Lemuria didn't destroy anything valuable. They clarified our understanding of Earth's actual history, which is fascinating enough without fictional continents. The real story of Gondwana breaking apart, of India colliding with Asia to create the Himalayas, of Australia drifting north while carrying its unique marsupial fauna, this is genuinely wondrous. We don't need imaginary continents when actual geological history is so remarkable. Yet something is lost when we eliminate all mystery, when every blank space gets filled with verified facts. The tension between knowledge and wonder, between explanation and enchantment, is one that each generation must navigate for itself. Perhaps the healthiest approach is maintaining both. Scientific literacy about how the world actually works, coupled with appreciation for the human imagination that can conceive of lost continents, ancient civilizations, and spiritual truths beyond material reality. Lemuria reminds us that humans have always been meaning makers, storytellers who shape our understanding through narrative as much as through observation. This is neither a flaw nor a virtue, it's simply what we are. The challenge is doing it consciously, with awareness of when we're making claims about physical reality and when we're expressing psychological needs through metaphor and myth. As you drift towards sleep, you might dream of tropical islands appearing on empty ocean horizons, of ancient temples emerging from mist, of civilizations that never were but somehow feel real in the way that dreams feel real. These dreams connect you to everyone who has ever wondered about what lies beyond the known, who has populated blank spaces with possibility, and who has found meaning in stories that transcend fact. The Victorians who imagined Lemuria were trying to solve real puzzles with the tools they had available. When better tools revealed better answers, the scientific hypothesis correctly faded away. But the myth persists because it serves different needs. Needs for wonder, for alternative possibilities, for narratives that suggest human existence is larger and more meaningful than materialistic reduction allows. Tomorrow, when you wake, you'll inhabit a thoroughly mapped world. Satellites have photographed every square mile of land and sea. We know where continents are, how they've moved, and why lemurs live where they do. This is progress. Genuine, valuable progress that expands human understanding and capability. But you'll also wake to a world that still contains mystery, still offers possibilities for wonder, and still invites imagination even in the absence of geographical blank spaces. The human capacity to dream up lost continents hasn't disappeared just because we've mapped the ocean floor. It's simply found new outlets, new frontiers, and new blank spaces to populate with possibility. Lemuria was born from lemurs and scientific puzzles, transformed by spiritual seekers and romantic dreamers, elaborated by artists and writers, and survives today as an idea that means different things to different people. It's a testament to human imagination, a cautionary tale about premature certainty, and a reminder that the stories we tell ourselves are as much a part of human reality as the facts we discover. The lost continent never existed, but the needs it addresses are real. The civilizations described by mystics never flourished, but the yearning for golden ages and spiritual wisdom is genuine. The geographical hypothesis was wrong, but the impulse to explain puzzling observations was scientifically legitimate. Lemuria is false, but not meaningless. As sleep approaches, let Lemuria remind you that the boundary between fact and fiction, between knowledge and imagination, and between science and myth is more permeable than we often acknowledge. We need rigorous thinking to understand how the world works, but we also need imagination to envision how it might be different. We need evidence to guide our beliefs, but we also need narratives to give our lives meaning. The story of Lemuria is ultimately hopeful. It shows that humans have always looked at mystery and tried to understand it, have always faced the unknown and tried to map it, and have always encountered limits and tried to transcend them. Sometimes our answers are wrong, but the questions reveal what matters to us: connection, meaning, wonder, and the eternal human impulse to explore beyond the known. So sleep well, Knowing you're part of a species that can imagine entire continents into existence, and then, with equal creativity, use the scientific method to discover what actually exists. Both capabilities, imagination and investigation, make us human. Neither is complete without the other. The blank spaces on Victorian maps are filled now, but new blank spaces always emerge. The questions that inspired Lemuria are answered, but new questions constantly arise. The lost continent has been found in myth, in art, in culture, and in the persistent human need for stories that transcend the merely factual. Lemuria reminds us that we are fundamentally explorers, not just of physical geography but of possibility, of meaning, of the territories where fact and imagination intertwine. We map what we find, but we also dream of what might be. We correct our mistakes, but we never stop creating new visions. And perhaps that's the truest legacy of Lemuria. Not as a cautionary tale about scientific error or an example of gullibility, but as a testament to the indomitable human spirit that looks at an empty ocean and imagines continents, at scattered species and envisions bridges, at apparent limitations and dreams of transcendence. The lost continent is found, not where maps suggested, not where mystics claimed, but in the persistent human capacity to populate blank spaces with wonder, to create meaning from mystery, and to keep exploring long after the maps are complete. Dream well of continents that never were but somehow remain more real than many things that are. Dream of the blank spaces where possibility lives, of the questions that inspire both science and story, and of the eternal human journey between what we know and what we imagine. For in the end, Lemuria teaches us this: the maps we make of the world matter, but so do the maps we make of meaning. Physical geography constrains where continents can be, but imagination has no such limits. Reality defines what is, but humans have always been more interested in what could be, what might have been, and what stories we tell ourselves about both. So rest now in this thoroughly mapped world that still contains infinite mystery, this evidence-based reality that still accommodates wonder, this scientific age that still needs myth. Lemuria is gone, or rather never was, but its legacy endures in every human who looks at the unknown and dares to imagine. Sweet dreams of lost worlds and found wisdom, of blank spaces filled with possibility, of the eternal dance between knowledge and wonder that makes us human. The continent may be lost, but the capacity to dream it into being, and then to seek truth about what actually is, remains our most distinctly human inheritance. Picture yourself standing in the British Isles around 2,000 years ago, in the time before calendars hung on kitchen walls and before anyone had invented weekends. You're living in a world where the rhythm of your entire existence follows the sun and the seasons, where survival depends on reading nature's signals better than you read any book. The Celtic people who inhabited these misty islands understood something we've largely forgotten in our climate-controlled modern lives. The year doesn't really begin in January. For agricultural societies, the year begins when everything dies and goes to sleep. The Celtic New Year started on November 1st, which meant that October 31st was New Year's Eve, but not the kind with champagne and party hats. They called this transition point Samhain, which simply meant summer's end. And if that sounds melancholy, well, it was supposed to be. This was the moment when the abundance of summer and autumn gave way to the lean darkness of winter, when livestock had to be culled because there wasn't enough feed to sustain them all, when you looked at your grain stores and did some very serious math about whether you'd make it to spring. The Celts believed that on this particular night something remarkable happened. The boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead became permeable, like a curtain that had grown thin from age and use. Not in a scary movie way, but in a matter-of-fact way that made perfect sense to people who lived so close to death as a daily reality. Think about it. You've just slaughtered animals for winter provisions. The fields that were green and golden are now brown and barren. The trees have dropped their leaves like they're undressing for bed. Everything around you is dying or sleeping. Of course, this would feel like the moment when the dead might return to visit. The whole landscape was whispering about mortality. But here's what's interesting, and comforting in its own way. The Celts didn't see this thinning of the veil as purely frightening. Yes, malevolent spirits might slip through, but so might your beloved grandmother who died last winter, or the warrior who fell in battle, or the child who didn't make it past infancy. The dead weren't monsters. They were your people, just existing in a different state. The Samhain celebrations reflected this complex understanding. Communities would gather for massive bonfires, and we're not talking about the tame campfires you might enjoy during a camping trip. These were enormous blazes built on hilltops, visible for miles, their smoke rising into the autumn sky like prayers or warnings or both. The word bonfire itself may come from bone fire, because these fires often consumed the bones of the slaughtered cattle, sending up smoke that was both practical waste disposal and spiritual protection. Around these fires, people would wear costumes made from animal skins and heads, though calling them costumes doesn't quite capture the meaning. These weren't decorative outfits meant to look cute or scary. They were spiritual tools, ways of disguising yourself from harmful spirits, or perhaps ways of honouring the animal whose meat would sustain you through winter. When you wore the skin of a cow, you were acknowledging the sacrifice that animal made for your survival. The Druids, the Celtic priest class who were part spiritual leader, part philosopher and part scientist, played a central role in sowing rituals. They would light the community bonfires using friction and ceremony. Then families would carry flames from this sacred fire back to their own hearths, relighting their home fires for the winter. It was a way of connecting every household to the spiritual heart of the community, of literally carrying sacred energy into your daily life. People would leave food outside their doors, offerings for the wandering dead. Imagine stepping out into the cold October night with a bowl of porridge or a piece of bread, setting it on your doorstep under a sky full of stars, acknowledging that thin boundary between here and elsewhere. It wasn't about fear, it was about respect, about maintaining good relationships with all the inhabitants of the universe, seen and unseen. The Celts also practiced divination during Samhain, believing that this liminal time made it easier to peer into the future. Young people particularly wanted to know about love and marriage, because some things never change across millennia. They would perform rituals with nuts and apples, interpreting patterns in smoke and flame, looking for signs about who they might marry, or whether they would survive the coming winter. As you lie here thinking about those ancient people gathered around their fires, wearing animal skins, singing songs in languages that have mostly vanished, consider how vulnerable they were. No grocery stores, no central heating, no emergency services, just community, tradition, and hope that the preparations they'd made would be enough. Sowing was their way of marking that vulnerability, of saying collectively, yes, the darkness is coming, and yes, we might not all make it through, but we're in this together, and we haven't forgotten those who came before us. The sensory experience of Samhain would have been overwhelming. The smell of burning bone and wood, sweet and acrid at once. The feeling of animal fur against your skin still holding residual warmth. The taste of the feast. Probably the last time until spring you'd eat so abundantly. The sound of community singing. Voices rising to compete with the crackle of flames and the October wind. The sight of fire against darkness. And all around you, familiar faces made strange and new by costume and shadow. This was Halloween's true beginning. Not a party, not entertainment, but a sacred acknowledgement of cycles, of death and life, of community and memory, of the seen world and the mysteries that lie just beyond sight. Now let's jump forward in time, though not too far, just enough to watch the Roman Empire expand northward, like a slow-moving tide of roads, aqueducts, and very organised military formations. By 43 CE, Roman forces had invaded Britain, bringing with them an entirely different understanding of the world. The Romans encountered the Celts and their autumn traditions with the kind of reaction that conquerors often have when meeting indigenous customs, a mixture of fascination, disgust, and strategic thinking about how to incorporate these people into their empire. Rome was remarkably good at cultural absorption. They'd been doing it for centuries across the Mediterranean, turning diverse peoples into Romans while letting them keep enough of their own traditions to prevent constant rebellion. Here's where the story gets interesting, because the Romans had their own autumn festivals that, coincidentally, fell around the same time as Samhain. One was Feralia, a late October festival commemorating the dead. Another was a celebration honouring Pomona, the Roman goddess of fruit and trees, particularly apples. Notice something? Apples. The same fruit that featured prominently in Celtic Samhain divination rituals. Sometimes cultural overlap isn't about conquest or influence, it's just about the fact that humans living in similar climates with similar agriculture tend to develop similar traditions. Apples ripen in autumn everywhere, so autumn festivals in apple-growing regions tend to feature apples. It's not mystical, it's practical. But the Roman presence in Celtic territories definitely influenced how Samhain was practiced. The Romans brought organisation, record-keeping, and a tendency to schedule everything. The Celtic festival, which probably started when someone noticed the weather changing and said, "Time for sowing," became more fixed, more predictable, and more aligned with the Roman calendar. The Romans also brought wine, improved roads, heated baths, and literacy to Britain. These things might seem unrelated to Halloween's history, but they mattered. Written records meant traditions could be documented, which is partly why we know anything about ancient Celtic practices at all. Roman writers mentioned them, usually while being judgmental about barbarian customs. More importantly, the Roman Empire eventually adopted Christianity, which brings us to perhaps the most significant transformation in Halloween's history. But we're not quite there yet. First, you need to understand that for about 400 years, Celtic and Roman traditions lived side by side in Britain, blending and borrowing from each other in the organic way that cultures do when they share geography. Roman soldiers stationed in Britain for years would have participated in local festivals. Celtic aristocrats who wanted to advance in Roman society would have learned Latin and adopted Roman customs while still privately honouring their own traditions. Intermarriage would have produced children who were ethnically and culturally both, who saw no contradiction in honouring Roman and Celtic deities, or in celebrating both Feralia and Samhain. Picture a Romano-British household in, say, 300 CE. The father might be a Celtic chieftain's grandson who served in the Roman auxiliary forces. The mother might be the daughter of a Roman merchant who settled in Britain. They live in a Roman-style villa with Celtic decorations. They speak Latin in public and a Celtic language at home, and when autumn comes, they prepare for a festival that is neither purely SOWin nor purely Roman. It's something new, something hybrid, something that belongs specifically to them and their particular moment in history. This is important to understand because we often think of cultural change as one tradition replacing another, like updating software. But that's almost never how it works in real life. Instead, traditions blend, merge, and swap elements back and forth until something new emerges that contains DNA from multiple sources. Halloween as we know it isn't Celtic or Roman or Christian, it's all of them, plus everything else that came later. The Roman presence also did something else that mattered. It connected Britain to a vast trade network that stretched from Scotland to Egypt and from Spain to Syria. Ideas travelled along those Roman roads just as surely as merchants and soldiers did. A tradition observed in one province might influence practices in another. The empire was like an ancient internet, slower but just as effective at spreading memes, including cultural and religious ones. When Rome fell, and we should acknowledge that fell is a simplification of a complex process that took centuries, Britain didn't just snap back to pre-Roman Celtic culture. You can't unring a bell. The Romano-British people who remained had been changed by 4 centuries of imperial rule. Their autumn traditions reflected that hybrid identity. And then came the next great wave of cultural change, Christianity, which would transform Zoe in ways the Romans never had, not by conquering it, but by trying to convert it into something else entirely. Let's talk about what happens when an organised religion with a missionary zeal meets stubborn local traditions that have been practised for longer than anyone can remember. Spoiler, the religion rarely just erases the traditions. Instead, something more interesting occurs. By the 7th century CE, Christianity had spread throughout the former Roman Empire and beyond. Missionaries had reached Ireland, Scotland and Wales, converting Celtic peoples through a combination of genuine spiritual conviction, political necessity, and occasionally, let's be honest, conquest. But converting people, really converting them, means more than just getting them to show up at church. It means changing their understanding of the sacred, their relationship with time and seasons, and their most deeply held customs. The early Christian church faced a dilemma. They'd successfully convinced people that the Christian God was supreme, that salvation came through Christ, and that the old gods were at best irrelevant and at worst demonic. But they couldn't convince people to stop marking the transition from autumn to winter, to stop acknowledging their dead, or to stop gathering around fires when the nights grew long and cold. You can see the problem. These autumn traditions were woven into the fabric of agricultural life. They marked essential transitions, the end of harvest, the beginning of winter, the culling of livestock, and the lighting of hearth fires that would burn until spring. You couldn't just tell people to ignore these moments. They were too fundamental to survival. So the church did something brilliant, or manipulative, depending on your perspective. They decided to Christianize the existing traditions rather than eradicate them. It was a strategy they'd used successfully elsewhere, transforming pagan winter solstice celebrations into Christmas and spring fertility festivals into Easter. Now they would transform Samhain into something Christian. In 609 CE, Pope Boniface IV dedicated the Pantheon in Rome to all Christian martyrs, creating a feast day called All Martyrs' Day. Later, in the 8th century, Pope Gregory III expanded this to honour all saints, not just martyrs, and moved the celebration to November 1st. This wasn't coincidental. November 1st was Samhain's traditional end date, the beginning of the Celtic New Year. The night before November 1st became known as All Hallows' Eve, hallow being an Old English word meaning saint or holy person. Say All Hallows' Eve quickly a few times and listen to how it sounds. All Hallows' Eve, All Halloween, Halloween. There's your word origin, emerging from the natural way language evolves when people say things quickly over and over again. November 2nd was designated All Souls' Day, specifically for praying for the souls of all the dead, not just the official saints. Look at what the church accomplished here. They created a 3-day period, October 31st through November 2nd, that officially sanctioned remembering and honouring the dead, just like Samhain had. The structure was the same, only the religious framework had changed. Medieval Christians would attend special masses during this period, praying for the souls of the departed. They believed that souls in purgatory, that intermediate state between heaven and hell, could be helped towards salvation through the prayers of the living. This wasn't so different from the Celtic belief that the living and dead could interact across the veil, that the actions of one realm could affect the other. The practical traditions evolved but didn't disappear. People still lit bonfires, though now they were blessed by priests and called soul lights, rather than protective fires against evil spirits. People still wore disguises, though now they were said to be hiding from demons rather than confusing malevolent spirits. People still left out food, though now it was for soulers. Living people, usually poor, who would go door to door offering to pray for the dead in exchange for soul cakes, small pastries marked with crosses. This practice of souling is particularly important because it's one direct ancestor of modern trick-or-treating. Picture yourself in a medieval village on All Hallows' Eve. You're poor, though in medieval times most people were. And you've heard that if you go door to door singing a particular song and offering prayers for the household's dead relatives, people will give you soul cakes. These aren't fancy desserts. They're simple spiced cakes, but they're food you don't have to provide for yourself, which in a subsistence economy is no small thing. So you go out into the October night, perhaps with your children or other villagers, and you sing, "Soul, soul, a soul cake, please good missus, a soul cake. 1 for Peter, 2 for Paul, 3 for him who made us all." The householders who want prayers said for their deceased loved ones but perhaps don't trust their own prayers to be effective enough, or who simply believe that more prayers are better, give you cakes, ale, or money. You eat, they receive spiritual comfort, and an economic and religious transaction has occurred that satisfies everyone. The church, meanwhile, taught that All Hallows Eve was a time when evil spirits and demons walked abroad, one last chance for the devil to cause mischief before the holy days of All Saints and All Souls shut him down. This belief intensified the spooky aspects of the holiday, while giving them a Christian interpretation. Spirits weren't Celtic ancestors anymore. They were demons and damned souls, threats against which you needed church protection. Yet for common people, the distinction between old and new beliefs was probably blurrier than church officials wanted. Your grandmother, who died last winter, was her spirit visiting from the Celtic other world, or was she a soul in purgatory hoping for your prayers? Did it really matter? The end result was the same. You acknowledged her presence, you honoured her memory, and you left out food, or said prayers, or both. Medieval Halloween, All Hallows Eve, had become a hybrid creature, neither fully pagan nor fully Christian, but something in between. It preserved the timing, much of the symbolism, and the core purpose of sowing while draping it all in Christian theology. The church had successfully channeled ancient traditions into forms they could control, or at least influence. This pattern of adaptation and survival would continue as Halloween crossed oceans and centuries, picking up new elements, shedding others, but always maintaining that core connection to autumn, death, and the thin boundary between our world and whatever lies beyond. As we move into the late medieval and early modern periods, roughly the 1300s through the 1700s, Halloween's character shifts in ways that bring it closer to the holiday we recognise today. This is when things start getting genuinely spooky, though perhaps not for the reasons you might expect. The late medieval world was, to put it mildly, obsessed with death. And how could it not be? The Black Death had killed perhaps a third of Europe's population in the 1300s. Subsequent plague outbreaks occurred regularly. Infant mortality was staggeringly high. Most people didn't live past 40. Death wasn't an abstract concept you tried to ignore. It was your close neighbour, always ready to move in uninvited. This proximity to mortality influenced how people celebrated All Hallows Eve. Church decorations often featured reminders of death's inevitability. Skulls, skeletons, and artistic depictions of Danse Macabre, the dance of death, showing death claiming people from all walks of life. These weren't meant to be frightening in an entertainment sense. They were meant to be educational, reminding you that earthly status meant nothing when death came calling. But let's talk about something that really changed Halloween's flavour during this period: the witch trials. Starting in the late 1400s and intensifying through the 1600s, Europe and eventually colonial America became gripped by witch panic. Tens of thousands of people, mostly women, were accused of witchcraft and executed, often in horrifically creative ways. The theological reasoning went something like this. Witches had made pacts with the devil, giving them supernatural powers in exchange for their souls. They could fly on broomsticks to gather at Sabbaths, nocturnal meetings where they worshipped Satan and planned evil deeds. They could curse livestock, spoil crops, cause impotence, and kill children. They were quite literally agents of hell living among ordinary people. All Hallows Eve, already associated with supernatural activity, became especially linked with witchcraft. If evil spirits and demons walked abroad that night, of course witches would be most active then. The holiday's existing traditions, bonfires, disguises, nighttime gatherings, took on sinister connotations in a society terrified of demonic activity. Here's something darkly ironic. Many of the people accused of witchcraft were probably just practicing folk traditions that predated Christianity, including autumn customs descended from Samhain, that old woman who knows herbal remedies and mutters blessings over livestock. Witch, the midwife who successfully delivers babies using techniques passed down through generations. Witch, the woman who lives alone and talks to her cats. Definitely a witch. The witch trials eventually ended, but they left permanent marks on Halloween's imagery. Witches became central figures in Halloween iconography, not because witches ever actually existed in the demonic form imagined, but because they represented fears about female power, social outsiders, and the supernatural that resonated with Halloween's themes. Meanwhile, in various parts of Britain and Ireland, All Hallows Eve was becoming associated with pranks and mischief, especially among young people. October 31st became known in some places as Mischief Night, when adolescents would play tricks on their neighbours, soaping windows, moving gates, letting livestock loose, and generally causing harmless chaos. This might seem random, but it actually fits the holiday's logic perfectly. This was a liminal time, a moment when normal rules were suspended. The boundary between living and dead was thin. Maybe the boundary between order and chaos was thin too. Young people who exist in their own liminal state between childhood and adulthood naturally gravitated toward expressing that liminality through mischief. In Scotland and Ireland, traditions evolved that would directly influence modern Halloween. Guising, short for disguising, involved children dressing in costume and going door to door, but unlike medieval souling, they were expected to perform for their treats. You might recite a poem, tell a joke, sing a song, or do a little dance. Only after entertaining your neighbours would you receive apples, nuts, or coins. This performance aspect is important. It transformed Halloween from a purely religious observance into participatory entertainment. The children weren't supplicants hoping for charity. They were performers earning payment. The householders weren't giving out of religious obligation, but as appreciation for entertainment. The transaction had shifted from spiritual to social. Scottish and Irish Halloween traditions also featured elaborate divination games, especially for young women trying to learn about their future husbands. You might peel an apple in one long strip and throw the peel over your shoulder. Whatever letter it formed when it landed would be your future husband's initial. You might look into a mirror at midnight while eating an apple, hoping to see your future spouse's face appear behind you. You might place hazelnuts named for potential suitors in the fire and watch which burned brightest. These games added romance and playfulness to a holiday that had sometimes been quite dark and fearful. Halloween was becoming lighter, more social, and more fun. A transformation that would accelerate dramatically when these traditions crossed the Atlantic Ocean to America. But we should pause here to note what had happened to Halloween by the 1700s. It had transformed from Samhain's sacred acknowledgement of death and seasonal transition through Christianity's All Hallows Eve focus on saints and souls into something more complex. A holiday that mixed religious observance, supernatural belief, community celebration, youthful mischief, and fortune-telling games. It was sacred and secular, solemn and playful, fearful and fun. Different regions celebrated differently. Some places emphasised the religious aspects with church services and prayers for the dead. Others emphasised the fun aspects with parties and games. Some places barely celebrated at all, while others made it second only to Christmas in importance. This regional variation matters because it means that when Halloween came to America, it didn't arrive as one unified tradition, but as dozens of different variations, carried by immigrants from different parts of Britain and Ireland, practiced differently in different communities, and ready to be mixed together into something entirely new. Now we're going to cross an ocean, though you should get comfortable because this journey spans several centuries. Halloween didn't arrive in America all at once, like a passenger on a single ship. It came gradually in pieces, carried in the memories and habits of immigrants who arrived for many different reasons from many different places. The first English colonists who arrived in North America in the early 1600s brought some autumn traditions with them, but Halloween wasn't a major part of their cultural calendar. The Puritans who settled New England particularly rejected Halloween and similar celebrations, viewing them as superstitious Catholic remnants that distracted from proper religious observance. They banned Christmas too, which tells you something about their feelings toward holiday celebrations generally. So Halloween initially found little purchase in colonial America, at least in the northern colonies. But the middle and southern colonies, with their more diverse populations and less rigid religious control, proved more receptive. Some colonial communities, particularly those with Scottish or Irish immigrants, maintained All Hallows' Eve traditions in modified forms. What emerged in colonial America was something called play parties, autumnal gatherings where communities would celebrate the harvest with dancing, singing, storytelling, and fortune-telling. These weren't called Halloween parties, the name hadn't caught on yet, but they preserved many of Halloween's elements while stripping away the explicitly religious and supernatural aspects that might offend Protestant sensibilities. Imagine attending one of these colonial play parties in, say, 1750. You're in Maryland or Virginia, in a barn or large house, with your neighbours gathered after the harvest is complete. There's cider and seasonal foods, maybe dried apples, nuts and squash dishes. Young people are playing courting games, trying to divine their romantic futures. Someone is telling ghost stories, though they're framed as entertainment rather than genuine supernatural belief. It's autumn's farewell party before winter's isolation sets in. These traditions remained relatively stable and relatively marginal until the mid-1800s, when two things happened that would transform Halloween in America forever. First, massive immigration from Ireland following the potato famine brought millions of Irish Catholics to America, particularly to cities. Second, America itself was changing, becoming more urban, more industrial, less religiously rigid, and more interested in creating distinctly American cultural traditions. The Irish immigrants who flooded into American cities in the 1840s and 1850s brought strong Halloween traditions with them. In Ireland, Halloween was a major celebration, second only to Christmas in cultural importance. It featured all those elements we discussed earlier: guising, fortune-telling games, special foods, pranks, bonfires, and a genuine belief, even among the relatively Christianised Irish, that October 31st was when the boundary between worlds grew thin. In American cities, Irish communities naturally continued their Halloween traditions, celebrating in their neighbourhoods, their churches, and their homes. And because American cities were dense, diverse places where different ethnic groups lived in close proximity, their Halloween celebrations became visible to their neighbours. Other Americans noticed that the Irish seemed to have this fun autumn holiday involving costumes, parties, and treats for children. That looked appealing. Americans were always eager for reasons to have parties, and a holiday in late October, after the harvest but before the winter holidays, filled a nice gap in the festive calendar. But there's something else happening here that's crucial to understanding how Halloween became American. In the mid to late 1800s, America was actively constructing a national identity, trying to figure out what it meant to be American rather than European. This involved creating new traditions, adapting old ones, and selectively borrowing from the various ethnic groups that made up America's increasingly diverse population. Halloween was perfect for this project. It wasn't deeply tied to any particular Christian denomination, which meant it wouldn't inflame religious tensions. It wasn't specifically political, so it wouldn't get caught up in sectional conflicts. It was fun, participatory, and adaptable. It could be as rowdy or as genteel as a particular community wanted. It was also relatively cheap to celebrate, requiring mostly creativity rather than expensive gifts. By the late 1800s, Halloween parties were becoming fashionable among middle-class Americans, particularly in the Northeast and Midwest. These weren't the Halloween parties you might imagine today. They were elaborate social gatherings with specific etiquette rules, approved activities, and appropriate decorations. Women's magazines and etiquette guides began publishing Halloween party advice. You should decorate with autumn leaves, cornstalks, and jack-o'-lanterns, though we'll talk about those shortly. You should play specific games, many borrowed from Scottish and Irish traditions. Bobbing for apples, trying to catch an apple suspended on a string with your teeth, and ducking for coins in flour. These parties were particularly pitched as opportunities for young people to socialise under chaperoned conditions. Halloween became courtship territory, with many of the traditional divination games reframed as parlour entertainment. That game where you throw apple peels to see what letter they form. It's a perfect way for young ladies to giggle about their romantic prospects while their mothers watch approvingly nearby. But while middle-class Americans were having genteel parties, working-class and immigrant communities were celebrating more raucously. Halloween became a night when young people, particularly adolescent boys, felt entitled to cause mischief. The old mischief night traditions amplified by American frontier attitudes toward authority and property. In some communities, Halloween mischief was relatively harmless, soaping windows, moving outhouses, and rearranging porch furniture. In others, it escalated into genuine vandalism and violence. By the early 1900s, Halloween in many American cities had become a night of chaos, with roving bands of young people causing thousands of dollars in property damage, fighting with police, and generally terrifying law-abiding citizens. City leaders and social reformers looked at this situation and decided something needed to be done. Halloween needed to be brought under control, channeled into safer directions, and transformed from a night of chaos into an organised community celebration. This impulse would lead directly to the creation of modern trick-or-treating, but we're not quite there yet. First, we need to talk about jack-o'-lanterns, because their arrival in America tells us something important about how traditions evolve and why turnips are terrible carving materials. Let's talk about carved vegetables, because this is where Halloween's story gets delightfully weird, in ways that reveal how traditions transform when they encounter new environments. In Ireland and Scotland, people had been carving vegetables for Halloween for centuries. The tradition was connected to various folklore, but the most famous story involved a man called Stingy Jack, sometimes called Jack the Smith or Jack of the Lantern, who supposedly tricked the devil so many times that when he died, heaven wouldn't take him and hell wouldn't have him. He was condemned to wander the earth with only a hollowed-out turnip containing a burning coal to light his way. So Irish and Scottish people would carve turnips, potatoes, or rutabagas into grotesque faces, place candles inside and display them on windowsills or gates on All Hallows' Eve. These weren't decorative in the cute sense we think of today. They were meant to be frightening, to scare away Jack and other malevolent spirits who might be wandering that night. Have you ever tried to carve a turnip? They're dense, fibrous vegetables that resist carving like they're personally offended by your knife. Creating anything beyond the most basic face requires significant effort and a high tolerance for frustration. The resulting jack-o'-lanterns were often genuinely disturbing looking, partly from design and partly from the limitations of the medium. When Irish immigrants came to America, they naturally brought this tradition with them. But America offered something Ireland didn't: pumpkins. Native to North America, pumpkins were larger, easier to carve, and far more abundant than turnips. They were also hollow, which meant you didn't have to laboriously excavate the interior like you were conducting agricultural archaeology. The first time an Irish immigrant carved a pumpkin instead of a turnip for Halloween, they must have felt like they'd discovered a cheat code for an ancient tradition. Suddenly you could create elaborate faces. You could make your jack-o'-lantern actually look the way you'd always imagined it. You could finish the project in an evening rather than over several days of turnip wrestling. By the late 1800s, carved pumpkins had become the standard American Halloween decoration, and the term jack-o'-lantern had transferred from turnips to pumpkins so completely that most Americans probably didn't know turnips had ever been involved. It was a perfect example of how traditions adapt to new environments, keeping their symbolic meaning while changing their material expression. Pumpkins, of course, also fit perfectly into American ideas about abundance and size. America was a place where everything was supposed to be bigger, better, and more impressive. A pumpkin jack-o'-lantern was objectively more impressive than a turnip one, which aligned with American cultural values even as it preserved Irish traditions. The early 1900s saw Halloween's iconography expand in other ways too. Commercial companies began producing Halloween-themed products, decorations, costumes, and greeting cards. This commercialization might seem like a modern phenomenon, but it started surprisingly early. By the 1920s, you could buy mass-produced Halloween costumes, though they were still primarily for children, and mostly consisted of papier-mâché masks and inexpensive fabric costumes. Halloween's imagery during this period was often genuinely unsettling by modern standards. The greeting cards featured witches, black cats, bats, devils, and skeletons. But they weren't cute or cartoonish. They were illustrated in a style that maintained Halloween's connection to genuine fear and darkness, while framing it as entertainment. This is a delicate balance that Halloween has always had to strike. It needs to be scary enough to be thrilling, but not so scary that it's traumatic. Too light, and it loses its edge. Too dark, and people avoid it. The early 20th century Halloween aesthetic leaned darker than today's versions, reflecting a society that still had a more intimate relationship with death and darkness. But the biggest transformation in Halloween's early 20th century history had to do with those roving bands of young people destroying property and terrorizing neighborhoods. Something had to be done about Halloween chaos, and what emerged would change the holiday forever. Enter civic organizations, parent groups, and city leaders who decided that Halloween needed to be institutionalized, organized, and made safe. They promoted home parties, school celebrations, and community events as alternatives to street mischief. They organized costume parades and contests, giving young people something to do besides vandalism. Most importantly, they began actively promoting trick-or-treating as an organized, community-sanctioned activity that would channel children's energies into acceptable forms. The tradition of going door to door for treats already existed in various forms. We talked about souling and guising, but it had been informal, sporadic, and practiced mainly by immigrant communities. Now it was being actively promoted as the proper way to celebrate Halloween, a way to keep children occupied and give adults a structured way to participate. The term trick-or-treat itself emerged in the 1930s, though its exact origin is debated. Some sources claim it started in Canada, others in various American cities. What matters is that by the 1940s, the phrase had spread across North America, encapsulating a specific transaction. I'll perform for you the trick, and you'll give me treats. If you don't, I'm entitled to some kind of mischief, though by this point the trick part was more a theoretical threat than actual practice. World War II interrupted Halloween celebrations, as it interrupted so many things. Sugar rationing meant no candy for trick-or-treating. Young people were otherwise occupied with war work. Communities had other concerns than organising Halloween parades. The holiday went dormant, waiting for better times. Those better times came in the late 1940s and exploded into full flower in the 1950s. Post-war America, with its baby boom, suburban expansion, and unprecedented prosperity, was the perfect environment for Halloween to transform into something entirely new. A children's holiday, focused on costumes and candy, celebrated in family-friendly suburban neighbourhoods, where children could safely wander from house to house, accumulating treats from neighbours who were happy to participate in this wholesome community ritual. Picture an American suburb in 1955. You're standing in your living room, looking out the window at streets lined with nearly identical houses, each with a manicured lawn and a two-car garage. The post-war economic boom has created something unprecedented. A vast middle class with disposable income and leisure time. Your neighbours have children, lots of children, because this is the baby boom, and those children need things to do. Halloween was perfectly positioned to meet this need. It was a holiday specifically designed for children to participate in, to dress up, to go outside, and to interact with their community. It required parental involvement, but not parental domination. Kids could be semi-independent while still within the protective structure of neighbourhood supervision. The suburban geography itself transformed trick-or-treating. In dense urban neighbourhoods, going door to door meant navigating apartment buildings, tenements, and diverse communities where not everyone knew everyone else. In rural areas, houses were too far apart for efficient trick-or-treating, but suburbs were perfect. Houses were close enough to visit many in a single evening, but separate enough that each visit felt distinct. Everyone was roughly the same social class, which eliminated awkward economic disparities. Streets were safe because cars were few and slow, and because everyone knew everyone else's business. Candy companies noticed this trend and pounced on it like it was Halloween's greatest trick ever played on the American consumer. Before the 1950s, Halloween treats were whatever households had available. Homemade cookies, popcorn balls, apples, nuts, and coins. These were nice, but they weren't scalable. They couldn't be mass-produced, shipped nationwide, and sold at a markup. Candy, on the other hand, was perfect for commercialization. It was manufactured, consistent, individually wrapped, and shelf-stable. Candy companies began marketing directly to parents, positioning their products as the convenient, appropriate Halloween treat. They created special Halloween packaging, featuring seasonal colours and spooky imagery. They invented fun-size bars specifically for trick-or-treating, smaller than regular candy bars but larger than the penny candy that had previously been standard. The genius of fun-size candy was that it made generous giving affordable. You could buy a bag of fun-size bars and have enough for dozens of trick-or-treaters without spending a fortune. You could be the popular house, the one kids remembered, the one they targeted for return visits. Candy companies had figured out how to commodify neighbourhood social status, and Americans eagerly participated. By the 1960s and 1970s, Halloween candy was big business. The holiday had become America's second largest commercial celebration after Christmas. Stores created elaborate Halloween sections filled with costumes, decorations, and bags upon bags of candy. The entire ritual had been standardized. Children would trick or treat, collecting factory-made candy from neighbors, returning home with pillowcases or plastic pumpkins filled with branded trademarked treats. This commercialization changed Halloween's character in subtle but important ways. The holiday became less about community traditions passed down through families, and more about consumer participation in a nationally recognized event. You didn't need to know your grandmother's Halloween customs, because you could learn everything you needed, from television commercials, store displays, and neighbours who were also learning from the same sources. Halloween had become thoroughly American, not in the sense of preserving any authentic early American tradition, but in the sense of reflecting American values circa 1950 to 1980. Consumerism, suburbanization, standardization, child centricity, and the transformation of traditional holidays into commercial opportunities. But something else was happening too. As Halloween became standardized, it also became a canvas for creativity. Store-bought costumes were one option, but many families enjoyed making costumes at home, transforming bedsheets into ghost costumes, cardboard boxes into robot suits, and face paint into zombie makeup. Halloween became an outlet for artistic expression, particularly for parents who enjoyed crafting, and children who enjoyed pretending to be someone else for an evening. The 1970s also saw Halloween decorations become more elaborate. No longer content with a single jack-o'-lantern, families began festooning their entire houses with decorations, paper skeletons, plastic gravestones, cotton cobwebs, and orange lights. The outside of your house became a statement about your Halloween enthusiasm, your creativity, and your willingness to participate in community celebration. This decorating impulse intensified over subsequent decades, until we reached the modern phenomenon of houses decorated so elaborately that they become neighbourhood attractions, with animatronic displays, professional lighting, and special effects that would have impressed theme park designers a generation ago. Halloween had become a competition, albeit usually a friendly one, about who could create the most impressive display. The 1980s brought a moment of crisis to Halloween. Urban legends about poisoned candy and razor blades in apples, almost entirely baseless but widely reported, created panic about trick-or-treating safety. Parents began inspecting candy carefully, discarding anything homemade or unwrapped. Hospitals offered to X-ray candy bags. Communities organised mall trick-or-treating and supervised school events as safer alternatives to traditional neighbourhood trick-or-treating. These safety panics reflected broader anxieties about childhood, community trust and social change. The 1980s were a time when American culture became more aware of child safety issues, sometimes appropriately and sometimes to the point of paranoia. Halloween got caught in this shift, with the holiday's traditional semi-independence for children increasingly replaced by intensive parental supervision. Yet trick-or-treating survived these challenges, partly because the actual danger was vastly exaggerated, and partly because communities adapted. Parents began accompanying their children door to door, something that would have seemed absurdly overprotective in the 1950s, but became standard by the 1990s. Trick-or-treating hours became more defined, earlier in the evening, ending while it was still light out in some communities. The ritual changed but endured. Children still dressed up, still went door to door and still collected candy. Adults still gave out treats, still decorated their houses, and still participated in creating Halloween magic for a new generation. The fundamental transaction, costume for candy, community recognition for community participation, remained intact even as its context shifted. Now let's bring ourselves to the present, to the Halloween you know from your own experience. As you settle deeper into comfort, think about how this holiday has evolved into something that would baffle a Celtic druid, confuse a medieval Christian, and probably delight a 19th century Irish immigrant who would recognise some elements, but marvel at the scale and commercialisation. Modern Halloween in America is a massive cultural and economic phenomenon. Americans spend billions, yes, billions, on Halloween annually. Costume sales alone generate over $3 billion. Candy sales peak in October, with Americans buying over £600 million of candy specifically for Halloween. The holiday has become so economically significant that retailers consider it crucial for their annual bottom line. But money isn't the most interesting part of contemporary Halloween. What's fascinating is how the holiday has continued to evolve, adapt, and generate new traditions even as it maintains connections to its ancient roots. Take adult Halloween celebrations, for instance. While Halloween was primarily rebranded as a children's holiday in the mid-20th century, it has reclaimed adult participation in recent decades. Halloween parties for adults have become enormous events, with elaborate costumes, themed decorations, and celebrations that rival New Year's Eve parties in their intensity. This adult embrace of Halloween reflects several cultural shifts. There's a growing acceptance of adult playfulness, an erosion of strict boundaries between childhood and adulthood activities. There's also the appeal of Halloween's permission to be someone else for an evening. In our age of personal branding and curated social media personas, Halloween offers a sanctioned opportunity to try on different identities. The costumes themselves have changed dramatically. Early Halloween costumes were relatively simple: ghosts, witches, vampires, and monsters. These were Halloween-specific characters drawn from the holiday's spooky heritage. Modern Halloween costumes can be literally anything: pop culture characters, political figures, memes, puns, or abstract concepts. The only requirement is creativity and some kind of transformative element. This expansion reflects Halloween's absorption of broader culture. It's no longer a holiday with its own separate iconography, but rather a framework for expressing whatever is culturally relevant at that moment. When a movie becomes popular, Halloween costumes appear within weeks. When a meme goes viral, it becomes a costume. Halloween has become a real-time barometer of popular culture, a way to see what captured the collective imagination that year. The holiday has also spread internationally in fascinating ways. While Halloween has roots in Celtic and British traditions, its modern American form has been exported globally, particularly to countries with close cultural ties to the United States. Canada, the UK, Ireland and Australia all celebrate Halloween now with varying degrees of enthusiasm, mixing local traditions with American influences. In some places, this spread has been controversial. Critics argue that American Halloween is cultural imperialism, displacing authentic local traditions with commercial superficiality. There's some truth to this concern. Halloween's global spread is inseparable from American cultural and economic influence. But there's also something more interesting happening. Just as Halloween adapted when it came to America, it adapts in each new context. Irish people celebrating modern Halloween mix their traditional practices with American influences, creating something hybrid. Japanese Halloween celebrations emphasize elaborate costumes and parades, but de-emphasize trick-or-treating, reflecting different cultural norms about public space and community interaction. Mexico's Day of the Dead, November 1st and 2nd, has ancient roots completely separate from Celtic Samhain, yet its proximity to Halloween creates interesting cultural resonance and sometimes blending. You see Halloween decorations appearing alongside traditional Day of the Dead altars, not erasing the older tradition but existing alongside it, sometimes awkwardly, sometimes harmoniously. Contemporary Halloween also reflects modern anxieties and interests. Haunted houses have evolved from simple spooky decorations into elaborate professional productions, featuring Hollywood-quality special effects, hired actors, and psychological horror elements. These haunted attractions generate significant revenue and employ thousands of seasonal workers. The popularity of elaborate haunted houses says something about modern culture's relationship with fear. We live in arguably the safest, most comfortable era in human history, at least for those in developed nations. Real existential threats feel distant for many people. Haunted houses offer controlled fear experiences and chances to feel genuine terror in completely safe environments. It's fear as recreation, danger as entertainment. Halloween has also become surprisingly inclusive in ways that would have been unimaginable in earlier eras. The holiday welcomes everyone regardless of religious affiliation, cultural background, or personal beliefs. You don't have to believe in spirits or practice any particular religion to enjoy dressing up and eating candy. This religious neutrality has made Halloween one of America's most universally celebrated holidays. The LGBTQ+ community has particularly embraced Halloween, with costume parties and celebrations that allow for gender expression, creativity, and celebration of difference. Halloween's tradition of wearing masks and becoming someone else resonates powerfully with experiences of identity, exploration, and expression. The holiday has become an important date in queer cultural calendars, a night when fluidity and transformation are celebrated rather than questioned. Pet participation in Halloween has exploded in recent years, with millions of dogs and cats dressed in costumes, featured in social media posts and incorporated into family celebrations. This would have seemed bizarre to earlier generations, but it reflects contemporary attitudes about pets as family members and Halloween as a celebration that can include everyone in the household. The rise of social media has transformed Halloween yet again. Costume reveals, decoration photos, and Halloween party pictures flood Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok each October. The holiday has become performance art, with people creating costumes and decorations specifically for their social media impact. This adds another layer to Halloween's transformative aspect. You're not just becoming someone else for your neighbours, but for your entire digital network. Environmental consciousness has also influenced modern Halloween. There's growing awareness of Halloween's waste problem, single-use plastic costumes, disposable decorations, and excessive candy packaging. Some families and communities have responded by emphasising sustainable practices, homemade costumes from reused materials, natural decorations, buying candy in bulk rather than individually wrapped, and organising costume swaps rather than buying new each year. Yet despite all these modern elements, contemporary Halloween maintains remarkable continuity with its past. We still carve pumpkins, descended from Irish turnip carving. We still dress in costumes, descended from Celtic disguises and medieval mumming. We still go door to door seeking treats, descended from souling and guising. We still acknowledge that October 31st is a special night, a thin place, a moment of transition, even if we frame it as fun rather than spiritual truth. The jack-o'-lanterns glowing on porches, the children in costumes moving through neighbourhoods, the adults at parties dressed as pirates and superheroes, the decorations transforming ordinary houses into haunted mansions. All of this connects back to those ancient Celts standing around bonfires, acknowledging the transition from light to dark, from life to death, from summer to winter. Halloween today is simultaneously ancient and modern, sacred and commercial, and individual and communal. It's a holiday that has survived by adapting, that has maintained its essential character while transforming its expression, that has moved from Celtic hilltops to Roman temples to medieval churches, to American suburbs to global popular culture, while somehow remaining recognisably itself. As we near the end of our journey through Halloween's long history, let's consider a deeper question. Why has this holiday survived and thrived when so many other traditions have vanished into history's forgotten corners? Part of the answer lies in timing. Halloween occupies a sweet spot in the calendar, late enough in autumn that the season's character is unmistakable, but not so late that weather has become prohibitively cold in most regions. It comes after the earnest back-to-school period, but before the intensive holiday season of Thanksgiving through New Year's. It offers a break, a pressure release, and a moment of playfulness before the year's final sprint. The autumn timing also connects to something fundamental in human psychology. Seasonal transitions have always prompted reflection and ritual. As the natural world visibly changes, leaves falling, days shortening, temperatures dropping, we instinctively sense endings and beginnings, death and dormancy. Halloween acknowledges these transitions rather than ignoring them, giving them festive rather than melancholic expression. Halloween also endures because it's fundamentally democratic and participatory. Unlike holidays that require significant financial resources, specific religious beliefs or family structures, Halloween welcomes anyone who wants to participate. You can celebrate elaborately or simply, religiously or secularly, alone or with others. The basic components, costumes, treats and decorations, can be expensive or nearly free, depending on your resources and creativity. This accessibility has allowed Halloween to spread across class boundaries, cultural groups and geographic regions. It's not an exclusive celebration, but an inclusive one, growing more encompassing rather than more restrictive over time. The holiday's embrace of darkness and fear also explains its endurance. Modern life encourages us to ignore death, hide aging, maintain relentless positivity, and keep uncomfortable realities at arm's length. Halloween provides a sanctioned space to acknowledge the scary, the morbid, and the unsettling. It's a pressure valve for anxieties we're usually expected to suppress. This is particularly important for children. Childhood involves navigating many fears: darkness, strangers, death, monsters, and the unknown. Halloween transforms these fears into play, into manageable experiences. When children dress as monsters, they gain symbolic power over what frightens them. When they navigate neighbourhoods at night, they practice courage in controlled circumstances. When they see scary decorations, they learn to distinguish between real and pretend danger. Parents often underestimate how important this fear management training is. Halloween teaches emotional regulation, helps children process anxiety, and demonstrates that scary things can be enjoyable when properly framed. These are valuable life skills, learned through the simple act of trick-or-treating. Halloween's creative aspect also contributes to its endurance. The holiday demands imagination, choosing costumes, decorating spaces, planning parties, and carving pumpkins. In an era when much of life is standardised and commodified, Halloween offers opportunities for personal expression and artistic creation. This creative component makes participation satisfying in ways that purely passive consumption never could. The holiday also benefits from being fundamentally optional. No one is obligated to celebrate Halloween, which paradoxically makes celebration more meaningful. When you participate, it's because you want to, because you find it fun or meaningful or worthwhile. This voluntary aspect keeps Halloween vital. It must continually justify its existence by being enjoyable, rather than coasting on obligation. The community-building aspect of Halloween cannot be overstated. In many neighbourhoods, Halloween is the one night of the year when people intentionally interact with neighbours they might otherwise only wave to while getting into cars. Trick-or-treating creates opportunities for connection, for recognising shared community membership, and for establishing that you live among friends rather than strangers. This community function has become more important as American society has become more fragmented and isolated. Halloween provides structured opportunities for interaction, for seeing and being seen, and for participating in collective celebration. It reminds us that we belong to communities, that our actions affect others, and that we're connected to the people around us. For many adults, Halloween nostalgia is also powerful. The holiday connects to childhood memories and to feelings of wonder, excitement, and safety. Participating in Halloween as an adult, whether by giving out candy, attending parties, or taking children trick-or-treating, provides continuity with one's past, a way of maintaining connection to younger selves and transmitting valued experiences to new generations. This intergenerational aspect enriches Halloween significantly. Grandparents take grandchildren trick-or-treating, walking the same routes they walked decades ago. Parents carve pumpkins using techniques learned from their own parents. Costume ideas pass through families like heirlooms. Halloween becomes a thread connecting past, present, and future. The holiday's flexibility also ensures its survival. Halloween means different things to different people. A children's holiday, an adult party night, a spiritual observance, a creative outlet, a commercial opportunity, a community celebration, or simply an excuse to eat candy. This multivalence lets everyone find personal meaning while participating in shared cultural expression. Finally, Halloween endures because it's genuinely fun. This might seem too simple, but it's actually crucial. Holidays that become joyless obligations gradually die out or become hollow shells. Halloween has maintained its essential playfulness, its sense of delight, and its permission to be silly and scared and creative all at once. As long as people enjoy Halloween, they'll keep celebrating it. As you lie here on the edge of sleep, consider the long journey Halloween has taken to reach your doorstep. From Celtic hilltops where bonfires blazed against approaching winter, through Roman temples and medieval churches, across the Atlantic Ocean in the memories of immigrants, through American suburbs and into global popular culture, all of it leading to this moment, to you thinking about this strange and wonderful tradition. Tomorrow night, or perhaps tomorrow next year, children will dress in costumes and walk through neighbourhoods seeking candy. Adults will decorate their homes with plastic skeletons and carved pumpkins. Parties will happen, haunted houses will frighten willing victims, and for one night, the ordinary world will transform into something slightly magical, slightly spooky, and slightly different from everyday life. When you see those jack-o'-lanterns glowing on porches, know that you're seeing a tradition that connects to carved turnips in Irish cottages, to Celtic bonfires on hilltops, and to ancient beliefs about thin places where worlds overlap. When children knock on doors seeking treats, they're enacting rituals that connect to medieval solars, to geysers in Scotland, and to practices that have evolved over thousands of years but maintain the same basic structure: costume, performance, reward, and community. Halloween reminds us that humans have always needed rituals to mark time's passage, to acknowledge what frightens us, and to transform darkness into celebration. We need moments when normal rules are suspended, when we can become someone else, and when the boundary between everyday and extraordinary grows thin. The holiday that began as Samhain that liminal moment when ancient people acknowledge the dying of the year, continues in every Halloween celebration. The sacred fire has become electric orange lights, the animal skin disguises have become superhero costumes, and the offerings for the dead have become fun-size candy bars. But the essential impulse remains the same: to mark this moment, to acknowledge transition, and to face darkness with community and courage and even joy. As you drift towards sleep, imagine all the Halloweens that have been and all those still to come. Imagine the long chain of October nights stretching back to prehistory and forward into futures we cannot imagine. Imagine children not yet born who will someday carve their own pumpkins, wear their own costumes and collect their own treats, and in doing so connect to something ancient and human and profound. Halloween endures because it speaks to something fundamental in human nature: our need to mark time, to face fear, to celebrate community, to transform the mundane into the magical, and to acknowledge that life includes darkness and light, death and life, and endings and beginnings. These needs don't change across centuries. The outward forms shift: turnips to pumpkins, bonfires to string lights, Celtic druids to suburban parents, but the underlying impulse remains constant. Sleep well, knowing that when October 31st comes around again, you're participating in one of humanity's oldest continuous traditions, evolved and adapted but recognisably connected to practices that predate written history. That jack-o'-lantern on your porch, that bowl of candy by your door, that costume hanging in your closet. They're all part of an unbroken chain extending back thousands of years and forward into unknowable futures. And that's a kind of magic all its own. The magic of continuity, of tradition, of human creativity that takes ancient practices and makes them new while keeping them recognisably old. Halloween is a bridge across time, connecting us to our ancestors and to generations yet to come, reminding us that we're all part of something larger than ourselves, something that began long before us and will continue long after we're gone. The thin veil between worlds isn't just about spirits and the living. It's also about past and present, about ancient and modern, about all the Halloweens that have been, and all those still to come. And on October 31st, for one night, we all stand together in that thin place, connected across time by costume and candy and carved pumpkins, by the simple act of celebrating darkness, acknowledging fear, and choosing joy. Sweet dreams. May they be filled with glowing pumpkins and autumn leaves, with the laughter of children and the warmth of community, with the gentle magic that happens when we acknowledge that some traditions are worth keeping, even as they change, even as they evolve, even as they transform from sacred fire to electric light, but maintain their essential character across millennia. Was born in Frankfurt in 1929, entering a world already trembling beneath financial hardship and political acrimony. From the outset, she displayed a lively temperament, an eagerness to scribble down thoughts on scraps of paper, a tendency to examine curious objects in the house with unguarded fascination, and a readiness to question the grown-ups around her. Yet before she truly got to know the city of her birth, before she could form a bond with the rhythms of German streets, her family decided to leave. A gathering storm which transformed from sporadic political slogans into a monstrous force dictating who deserved to exist freely and who did not, compelled them to leave. Her father, Otto Frank, was a thoughtful man, by turns reserved and quietly determined. He had no taste for radical politics. His mind was anchored to the practical. Otto recognised that Germany was changing. He had once pictured it as a place of vibrant culture, his homeland, a nation that championed arts, literature, and philosophy. But by the time Anne was 4, it had become a place that turned hateful eyes toward Jewish families like his. The Franks uprooted themselves, leaving old neighbours behind and stepping into what they hoped was a kinder environment in Amsterdam. Amsterdam in the early 30s was not entirely tranquil. No place in Europe could claim complete serenity then, but it at least allowed the Franks to breathe without immediate fear. For Anne, it was a wonderland of bicycles clacking over cobblestones, flower stalls lining canals, and people whose different accents floated through the city like a living orchestra. She was intrigued by each subtlety of daily life. She watched the canal waters shift from grey to glittering green and found novelty in the simplest tasks, from brushing up on Dutch words to examining the swirl of watery reflections on her window. Still, life was not always breezy. Otto took on various entrepreneurial ventures in Amsterdam, a spice business, then one dealing with pectin for jam making, attempts at building stability for his family in uncertain times. Yet, beyond the household table, talk about balancing budgets and maintaining a reputable standing among local merchants, Anne had her personal curiosities. She was the type of child to craft stories in her head while overhearing adult conversations, weaving little narratives about the passers-by she saw from her vantage point by the window. Outside her home, she was known to be friendly but occasionally moody, quick-witted in a way that others sometimes found surprising in someone so young. Certain teachers at her school found her liveliness endearing, others found it distracting, especially when she giggled during lessons or whispered jokes to her classmates during grammar drills. She had a capacity for charm, but she was equally able to slip into lonely daydreams if something, an unkind remark, an abrupt shift in a friend's demeanour, muddied her sense of belonging. By the age of 10, Anne's environment gave her ample room to explore. She visited street markets with her mother, Edith, noticing the layers of life in every merchant's stall. The haggling, the laughter, the day's frustrations. Margot, her older sister by 3 years, was softer spoken and more academically inclined. The contrast between the two sisters became a household joke. Margot with her pristine schoolwork, Anne with her comedic flair and unstoppable chatter. Yet behind that playful tension was genuine affection. When nights were cold, Anne might slip into Margot's bed for warmth, and they would whisper about petty jealousies and fleeting hopes, simple concerns overshadowed by the swirling chaos in Europe. Though the Franks tried to keep talk of politics discreet, Anne absorbed more than she let on. She caught a glimpse of a neighbour reading a Dutch newspaper with bold headlines about persecution in Germany. Her father's whispers with friends, hushed but urgent, hinted that the calm in Amsterdam could fracture at any moment. Even so, Anne pressed on with childlike tenacity. She was growing, she wanted fresh notebooks and new friends. She wanted experiences beyond her parents' experiences, and if the world was threatening to shape her future in frightening ways, she was determined to keep her own sense of curiosity intact. A family friend would sometimes bring over pamphlets from Germany, detailing new anti-Jewish edicts. Otto read them in silence, his brow creased. Still, he managed to maintain a semblance of optimism. Perhaps the Netherlands would stay safe, he reasoned. Perhaps all of this ugliness would remain confined to distant borders. But the dread was difficult to fully conceal. Anne sensed it in the way her mother's voice caught when asked about the future. She felt it in the hush that settled over her father's face when he listened to the radio in the evening, straining to hear news of the next ominous shift in Europe. In the meantime, she grew comfortable in her new city, walking canals with that open-hearted stare reserved for the young. The promise of tomorrow still excited her. The possibility of a new friend, a new game, or a new rumour swirling at school. She was, after all, still just a child, not entirely conscious of the forces that were about to tighten their grip on her life. The curtains were only just beginning to draw shut on a chapter she had barely started writing. During the late 1930s, Amsterdam's charm still glowed, though a sense of caution dimmed the edges of daily life for Jewish families. Anne learned the city through her own lens, a mixture of innocence and growing awareness. She observed the chattering customers in small cafes, the varied dialects of dock workers, and the clatter of trams. She found it all mesmerising. Yet, she was not naive. At school, she overheard quiet discussions among older classmates, unpleasant changes in neighbouring countries. She would sidle close, gleaning half-facts about hatred and unbridled authority. In many ways, her mother, Edith, served as a shield. Edith believed in preserving a sense of normalcy. She insisted on routines, Sunday lunches, bedtime reading, and making sure the girls wrote in neat cursive. Anne, perched beside her mother on the sofa, would sometimes stare at the ticking clock, listening to the seconds slip by as Edith talked about personal values, about compassion, and about keeping one's dignity. The words might have sounded old-fashioned to some, but Anne found comfort in them. She saw her mother as gentle yet quietly sturdy. Meanwhile, Margot was forging her path in academics, Teachers often praised her discipline and intelligence, and sometimes bristled at the comparisons. She recognised the familial pride. Margot was considered the reliable one, but she also wanted to make her own mark. So, while Margot was off reading textbooks, Anne would roam corners of Amsterdam with a friend, giggling about inconsequential details, the shape of a dog's ears, a funny hat worn by a passerby, or the new marquee outside the local cinema. Beneath the laughter, though, she felt the silent undercurrent of war creeping into everyday conversation. As the political climate worsened, the Franks took more precautions. They heard stories of relatives in Germany who had lost businesses, homes, or worse, vanished altogether. Although Otto and Edith tried to spare their daughters the details, Anne was discerning. She began to grasp that some people viewed families like hers with malice that defied logic. She noticed fewer carefree outings, fewer times her father returned from work wearing that small, confident smile. Even so, she clung to humour, scribbling short stories in notebooks. They were full of lively characters, sometimes overshadowed by moral dilemmas she overheard adults discussing. In her own fictionals, she rearranged reality to make sense of it. At school, Anne forged relationships that were both superficial and meaningful. Some classmates were simply partners for projects. Others were confidants who exchanged hushed confessions about shifting alliances in Europe. The teachers seemed increasingly tense. The slightest classroom disruption could ignite frustrations. Sometimes talk of censorship or newly imposed rules floated around the corridors. When a classmate whispered that their family was planning to flee to Britain, Anne's heart pounded in fear and envy. Fear, because it confirmed that danger was near, envy because that option might not be open to her. The sense of uncertainty pressed on her chest at night. In those months, she developed a small yet persistent habit of journaling, practiced daily self-reflection as a child before she gained notoriety for her diaries and wrote about food shortages, about a favourite candy no longer in stock, about the annoyance of wearing an armband with a Star of David if it ever came to that in the Netherlands, about the disapproval she sensed when walking around certain parts of the city. She wrote about hoping to see a film star in the streets, about admiring the carefree swirl of a dancer's skirt she once glimpsed. She wrote because it let her feelings breathe beyond the hush of fear. Tension turned to reality when German forces invaded the Netherlands in May 1940. The swiftness of that invasion left the Dutch reeling. For Anne, the city she had come to love was transformed overnight. Buildings still stood, shops were still open, but there was an unshakable sense of foreboding. Soldiers marched along roads she used to find friendly. The radio blared unfamiliar proclamations. Suddenly, daily freedoms were chipped away, Jewish children like Anne were restricted from certain playgrounds, certain schools. The weight of each new rule encroached on her sense of self, as if invisible hands were reconfiguring her place in the world. Still, the Franks tried to maintain a semblance of ordinariness. They participated in subdued gatherings with other Jewish families, exchanging nervous jokes to lighten the mood. Anne noticed the flickers of worry in adult conversations. How does one navigate forced restrictions? Could one travel safely? The men discussed forging connections to get visas or find safe houses, while the women lamented about rationing or the difficulty of obtaining essential supplies. For Anne, these evenings often ended with her retreating to her bedroom, mind swarming with 1,000 questions. She tried to keep her voice steady, telling Margot ridiculous jokes to break the tension. The jokes often fell flat, but they were attempts to cling to normalcy. Increasingly, day-to-day activities felt like illusions. An insurmountable occupying force muffled the city's vibrant pulse. Anne would watch from her window as uniformed men passed by, hearing the slow crunch of boots on cobblestone. A sense of dread would seep into the depths of her stomach. She yearned for the old city, the one still alive in her memories, a place of swirling canal reflections and laughter among street vendors. She missed the version of life where she could imagine any future she wanted, without the weight of a designated identity forced upon her by prejudice. And yet, even in these shadows, she held on to a spark of hope, perhaps borrowed from her father's quiet optimism, that a better day would come if they could only outlast the madness. The year 1942 arrived with a more oppressive atmosphere. Anne could feel it in the stiffening posture of her teachers and the solemn hush that fell whenever an official notice was posted in the neighbourhood. She turned 13 that June, though the celebrations were muted. Her family still managed a birthday cake, scrounging for ingredients wherever they could. And it was in that flickering moment of normality that Anne received a checkered diary. She had always enjoyed writing, but this diary felt different. It had a lock, symbolic in ways she did not yet understand. It promised a private domain for her expanding thoughts. Shortly after, life changed abruptly. Orders circulated that Jewish families might be relocated, or worse, taken away. When Margot received a summons to a labour camp in Germany, Otto recognised the writing on the wall. He had already prepared a secret hiding place, a concealed section of the office building where he ran his business. The plan had been set for some time, but the final push to execute it came with terrifying immediacy. The family packed their things hurriedly, leaving behind large pieces of furniture, personal belongings, and cherished objects that would have signalled a life in progress. Anne's head spun that day. She tucked her new diary under her arm, while her mother insisted on bringing a few personal mementos. The ordinarily chatty Anne found herself tongue-tied as they walked through the dim streets early in the morning, wearing several layers of clothing to avoid carrying suitcases. She was scared to look at anyone's face. She feared the disapproval or suspicion that might lurk in a passerby's eyes. When they finally reached the annex, slipping into its hidden corridors, she felt an odd mixture of relief and dread. She felt a mixture of relief at having found a temporary shelter and dread at what isolation would do to them all. The secret annex was cramped, made up of several small rooms behind a movable bookcase. The Franks were joined by another family, the Van Pels, whom Anne would later label Van Daan in her diary, and a dentist named Fritz Pfeffer, Albert Dussel. The arrangement was necessary for survival, but hardly conducive to comfort. Thin walls meant little privacy. Often, someone would be in the makeshift kitchen at odd hours, rustling through meagre supplies. The single bathroom demanded coordination and patience, especially in the mornings when personal space was at its premium. At 13, Anne chafed under these conditions. She missed the outdoors, the swirl of city life, and her friends. In her diary, she spilled raw honesty onto the pages, frustration with the grown-up scoldings, her disagreements with Mrs. Van Pels, her feelings of being misunderstood by her mother. She felt stifled by the incessant reminder that she must remain quiet during certain hours so the workers downstairs wouldn't suspect their presence. She discovered how footsteps on creaky floorboards could set her pulse racing. Every muffled noise became a potential danger. The annex was a fortress made not of stone but of secrecy, where any slip in vigilance might lead to catastrophe. Yet, amid the tension, there were flickers of hope. Helpers on the outside, trusted employees like Miep Gears, risked their safety to provide supplies and updates. Through them, Anne kept a tenuous link to the world beyond. She heard rumours of Allied forces pushing against Nazi lines, gleaned stories of neighbours who had managed to flee. The news was not always comforting, often it relayed more horrors, but it was a reminder that life existed beyond the walls she now inhabited. Anne's emotional world became increasingly complex. She found that her diary was the sole outlet where she could shed the mask she wore around the annex's cramped quarters. She named the diary Kitty, personifying it as her confidant. Each page was a story on which she could vent her teenage frustrations, the pangs of budding romance she harboured for Peter Van Pels, the sense of inadequacy she felt when compared to Margot, and the longing to be recognised as more than a chatterbox. She craved independence, yet her entire existence now depended on the group's collective ability to stay invisible. The mental strain of living in tight confinement tested everyone. Small disagreements ballooned into thunderous standoffs. Someone's cooking style became a proxy for deeper resentments. A snore at night might provoke laughter one day, and fury the next. Anne, perceptive as she was, noted these shifts. She saw how fear chipped away at adult composure. Even the calm, steady Otto lost some of his cheerful veneer. He worked painstakingly on ledgers and accounts, trying to help manage the business from afar. But it was an odd charade, acting as though life was normal while concealed behind a bookshelf. As weeks turned into months, the outside world receded. The war raged on beyond their concealed perch. Occasionally, Anne glanced out a hidden window at the church tower that loomed above the city. Its bells reminded her that life still ticked forward, unstoppable. Every ring was a brief invitation to imagine the bustle of a free world. And yet, each ring was also a reminder of her entrapment, that the clock was running in a timeline she could not fully join. Every day, she wrote, She poured her observations into lines that tried to reconcile the tension of living with hope in the midst of imminent danger. The confines pressed in on her, forging a young mind's determination to remain spirited even when shadows lengthened. As summer gave way to autumn in 1942, the secret annex adopted its own patterns, stilted ones, but patterns nonetheless. Office workers rustled in the building below, hushed in the mornings. The inhabitants tiptoed through daily chores, mindful that a dropped spoon or a raised voice might shatter the fragile illusion of an empty space overhead. Afternoons brought slight relief. The offices would close, allowing more freedom of movement and the chance to whisper with fewer constraints. Anne's self-awareness deepened in this seclusion. She dissected every glance, every offhand remark exchanged among the annex residents. She noticed subtle changes in her mother's eyes, sadness marinated with resignation. She saw new lines etched across Otto's forehead, reflecting the weight of shepherding them all through this ordeal. And she recognised reflections of her own changing emotions mirrored in Peter Van Pel's, who retreated into corners of the annex to escape the watchful gaze of adults. Peter fascinated her. He was different from the boys she used to know of at school, who laughed loudly and chased one another through the streets. He was awkward, uncertain, often caught in the crossfire of his parents' arguments. In that environment, Anne began seeing him as more than a housemate. There were fleeting moments in the attic space, rummaging for a jar of beans or a quiet place to think, when their eyes met. It was a wordless connection, the electric hum of adolescence overshadowed by the hum of approaching warplanes. She continued filling her diary, now with an emphasis on self-examination. She asked why she often argued with her mother, why she felt overshadowed by Margot, and how she could nurture a sense of individual identity in a place that demanded conformity for survival. At times, she was startled by her introspections. She was discovering corners of her mind she never would have explored in a free-flowing world. The enforced stillness gave her time to question everything. This internal blossoming did not come without friction. Anne's spirited nature grated on others. Mrs. Van Pel's found her chatter too bold, her opinions too insistent. Fritz Pfeffer, a meticulous man accustomed to his own routines, complained that Anne's nighttime writing disturbed his need for rest. Yet, the more they tried to rein her in, the stronger her resolve grew. She believed that if external freedoms were stripped away, her internal world was the one realm she could still shape. She would not allow that final sanctuary to be censored. Meanwhile, the war pressed closer. Occasionally, they heard about neighbourhood raids or saw glimpses of uniformed soldiers carrying out arrests in the distance. Every time they heard knocks or footsteps near the bookcase, their hearts raced. The fear of discovery gnawed at them daily. Anne was learning how easily terror could become normal, how one could adapt to a constant state of near panic, eventually folding it into the fabric of everyday existence. Food shortages became a pressing concern, meals grew monotonous. Potatoes, once a staple, became a treasure when they could get them. Dried beans and cabbage soup rotated through their limited menu. These hardships kindled resentment. It was simple to blame each other for miscounted rations or mistakes in planning. In public, families might declare unity. In reality, stuck in tight quarters, small tensions could erupt into lasting grudges. Anne documented this. She wrote about overhearing whispered accusations, about the tension swirling in the cramped kitchen when an extra morsel of bread was unaccounted for. Yet even in these fractious moments, an undercurrent of mutual dependence bound them. They knew they either survived together or fell together. Anne's diary entries also captured flickers of humour that glimmered amid the gloom. Once, Mr. Van Pel's tried to fix a faulty lampshade using a contraption of wire and tape. It collapsed spectacularly, prompting exasperated shouts that devolved into communal laughter. Another time, Anne found an old board game that had lost half its pieces and improvised rules for a clumsy new version. They played, and for an hour, life felt almost ordinary, a tiny triumph in a sea of anxiety. Week by week, Anne underwent a quiet evolution. She was still a teenager, prone to exasperation and mood swings, yet her words, penned by candlelight, revealed a maturity shaped by adversity. She reflected on the nature of good and evil, on the question of whether people were basically kind or fundamentally cruel. She tried to make sense of the paradox, how she could still believe in the potential for goodness while the world outside raged with violence and persecution. In those fleeting moments before sleep, when she heard others breathing softly in the next room, She yearned for a future full of colour and open skies. She wondered if she'd ever again ride a bicycle along Amsterdam's canals, feel the wind against her cheeks, and choose her path without fear. That longing for normal life coexisted with a newfound realization. She was growing into a person who did not just see but felt profoundly. She was forging a philosophy, an unspoken pact with herself to cling to hope and introspection, no matter how ominous the nights became. In the interplay between her hidden existence and her unquenchable curiosity, Anne was crafting a voice that would, in time, resonate far beyond the confines of a secret annex. Winter blanketed Amsterdam in a drab light, the city's chill seeping into the annex. Darkness fell earlier, which meant longer hours of hushed existence. The building's wooden beams groaned in the cold, a haunting reminder of how fragile and temporary their refuge was. Inside, the residents braced for gloom, not just meteorological but emotional. With each passing day, the outside world carried rumours of intensifying conflict, deeper atrocities, and diminishing hope for those targeted by Nazi decrees. During these months, Anne's reflections took on a more poetic bent. She wrote about the shapes of clouds beyond the attic window, about missing the sun on her cheeks. Whenever she managed a glimpse outside, a pang of loss coursed through her. She grieved not just for the restrictions placed on her life, but for the uncountable stories unfolding in the city below. Stories of neighbours, acquaintances, entire families being torn from their homes. She yearned to capture that heartbreak in words, as if writing could stitch together the frayed edges of collective suffering. Inside the annex, relationships continued to evolve. Anne's dynamic with Peter became deeper and more complicated. In half-lit corners, they spoke in halting whispers, sometimes about trivial things, childhood pranks or favourite foods, but increasingly about the future. Each conversation was tinged with a sense of borrowed time. They didn't declare romance in any grand way. In fact, their connection felt more like a quest for solace. Two adolescents drawing warmth from each other's company, while surrounded by a menacing void. However, it was impossible to suppress teenage impulses. Occasional jealousy flared. Anne sometimes felt overshadowed by Margot's studious composure. Meanwhile, Peter felt claustrophobic under the constant watch of his parents. The push-pull of adolescence, typically played out in schoolyards and social gatherings, was compressed into this hidden space. A single harsh word could unravel hours of unspoken camaraderie. They each grappled with the realization that they were forced to grow up faster than they'd ever wanted. Despite the daily dread, intellectual pursuits flourished in the annex, spurred by the older inhabitants' desire to keep the teenagers' minds engaged. Otto and Mrs. Van Pels quizzed Margot and Anne on geography, history, languages. Pfeffer, for all his quirks, had moments of generosity, sharing knowledge about dentistry or discussing foreign literature he'd read in his younger days. Books, smuggled in by helpers, were as precious as any ration. They devoured them, gleaning glimpses of worlds untouched by the crackdown they faced. These small acts of learning became defiance, an assertion that they still had the right to grow, think, and imagine. However, the tension of captivity took its toll. Privacy was scarce. If one person needed a moment alone, they had to negotiate with the rest, rearranging the living area or waiting for others to be occupied elsewhere. Tones of voice grew sharper. Some nights, Anne pressed her ear to the thin walls and listened to the muffled arguments. Money worries, fear of betrayal, or the question of whether to trust certain acquaintances outside, everything was debated in hushed, urgent tones. The claustrophobia was physical, but it was also spiritual. Each person carried the dread that one betrayed secret, one careless word could doom them. In the diaries, Anne noted these cracks in the foundation of their enforced togetherness, but she did so with a remarkable empathy for the adults. She recognised they were doing their best in unthinkable circumstances. Otto tried to maintain an even temperament, urging reason when tempers flared. Some nights, he'd gather everyone to read a book aloud or discuss a snippet of radio news. For a short while, the flickering lamp would illuminate a circle of sombre faces, each participant clutching at hope that maybe, just maybe, the tide of war was turning. As the winter wore on, the line between day and night blurred. The impetus to remain hidden, combined with the shortage of indoor light, meant it was all too easy to lose track of time. Sometimes Anne woke, unsure if dawn was near or if it was still the depths of midnight. In that surreal twilight, she'd scribble in her diary by candlelight. Despite her uncertainty about what love meant in such dire circumstances, she penned confessions of love in her diary. She wrote about the anger she felt toward a world that had pinned a target on her family's back. She wrote about the faith she still had in human decency, though it teetered precariously. One particular entry documented a profound realization. She understood that her life's narrative might never be fully shared with the world. The diaries could be lost, or she could vanish. The thought of losing the diaries struck her with a chilling force. Rather than giving in to despair, she channeled that fear into a fierce determination to document everything she could. If this was the only record she might leave behind, she wanted to ensure it was honest. She refused to portray herself merely as a victim. She wanted the pages to convey the complexity of her internal life, the moments of laughter, the daydreams, the defiance, and the longing for small acts of liberation. Outside, the war crept closer. The sky sometimes roared with aircraft engines, Allied bombers perhaps forging a path that might liberate Europe, but with each tremor, the Annex residents clung to each other, uncertain if bombs might tear the neighbourhood apart. In the hush that followed these raids, Anne's breath would catch in her throat. She sensed the precariousness of her existence. Yet each time dawn came, she would push back against despair, buoyed by an unexplainable resolve. If she couldn't move freely in the physical world, she would soar through the realm of thought, words and dreams. That was the ember she refused to let go. Spring of 1944 brought faint glimmers of optimism to the Annex. Allied successes were whispered about, fueling speculation that liberation might be on the horizon. Anne was buoyed by these rumours. Each new snippet of promising news was a lifeline in her claustrophobic reality. She reread the few books they possessed, letting her imagination roam beyond the walls. She allowed herself to imagine post-war life, returning to school, travelling through open roads, carving out a future in journalism or literature. In her diary, she poured these fantasies into paragraphs bursting with yearning. Each page was a testament to her growing confidence as a writer. She refined her style, grappling with bigger questions about humanity and morality. If the outside world discovered her words, she wanted them to see a teenager who had wrestled with life's rawness under extraordinary pressures. She revised entries, polishing them like a craftsman, seeking clarity and expression. It was a bid for self-determination in a sphere she could control, however small. Yet behind the buoyancy of hope, tension still simmered. The Annex had endured nearly 2 years of confinement, and patience was wearing thin. Arguments erupted over trivial issues, how to budget dwindling resources, who neglected to wash dishes properly, or whose footsteps had been too loud during office hours. Sometimes these disputes opened deeper wounds, releasing anxieties about betrayal, or doubts about whether the helpers could continue risking their own safety indefinitely. Anne found these blow-ups both draining and strangely fascinating, as if she were watching an intricate play in which everyone was an unwilling actor. By midsummer, the atmosphere in Amsterdam felt expectant. Air raids became more frequent, indicating that the war front was shifting. Rumours circulated about a possible Allied invasion. Anne's heart soared each time she heard the drones of planes overhead. It meant the Nazis might soon lose their grip on the Netherlands. She pictured soldiers marching in to free them, imagined stepping out of the Annex and blinking in the bright sunlight of an Amsterdam street. The daydream was so vivid she could almost taste it. Then one August afternoon, the unthinkable happened. In a flurry of panic, their hideout was discovered. The exact circumstances remain debated. Some suspect a tip from an informant, others blame an accidental slip of information. For Anne, all that mattered was the sudden pounding on the door, the heavy boots on the stairs, the abrupt intrusion into their concealed world. Fear seized her body, a terror so stark it made her eyes blur. It was as if everything slowed. The look of shock on Otto's face, the trembling hands of Mrs. Van Pels, the hush that fell over them as uniformed officers burst in. In the aftermath, they were taken into custody, forced to surrender personal belongings, including Anne's beloved diary. She had no time to secure it, no chance to salvage her carefully honed words. She felt as though part of her identity was wrenched away. Together with her family and the others, she was hustled into the trucks, then trains, herded alongside strangers wearing the same bewildered, hollow expressions. The transit led to the Westerbork transit camp first, a grim holding station for those awaiting transport to concentration camps deeper in Nazi-occupied territory. There, Anne confronted the mass scale of the persecution she had only heard about in bits and pieces. Sleep was fitful, marred by the wails of children separated from parents, by the unrelenting stench of overcrowded barracks. She clung to her family, though even that solace felt tenuous in the face of so many horrors. From Westerbork, they were crammed into freight cars bound for Auschwitz. It was a journey of unimaginable discomfort, with little food or water, suffocating air, and a brutal sense of finality. In the corners of the car, she glimpsed people too weak to stand, while others, gripped by despair, rocked back and forth silently. Anne's mind reeled with her questions. How could humanity reach such cruelty? Where was the justice for all these souls packed like cargo? She tried to recall lines from her diary, from the future she had once envisioned. She thought of passing them on by word of mouth if she couldn't write them anymore. But words no longer felt adequate. Auschwitz was a kaleidoscope of fear. Barking guards, snaking barbed wire, towering chimneys. Family members were separated upon arrival. Otto was taken away from the women. Anne, Margot, and Edith stayed together initially, although conditions were beyond dreadful. Stripped of personal belongings, forced to endure roll calls in the cold, they found themselves in a world that tested every last shred of hope. Still, Anne clutched the memory of her father's reassuring voice, and the faint possibility that they might all survive. Before long, she and Margot were transferred to Bergen-Belsen, a camp in northern Germany. There, disease and starvation raged. As the winter of 1944 to 1945 bore down, the camp devolved into an even harsher nightmare. Food was scarce, sanitation non-existent, and each day more prisoners vanished from the makeshift huts, succumbing to typhus and other illnesses. Amid this grim reality, Anne's own strength ebbed. She coughed through the nights, feverish, her body worn thin, yet to her last conscious moments, she reportedly still clung to the slender thread of hope that she might one day see a world free of these torments. The flame in her eyes flickered, but it never entirely died. She had believed in something better. The weeks leading to Anne's death in early 1945 at Bergen-Belsen remained partially shrouded in uncertainty. Accounts from survivors mentioned that she was frail, afflicted by the rampant disease that haunted the camp. Margot was similarly weakened. Both sisters, once so distinct, Margot the studious one, Anne the outspoken dreamer, were reduced to gaunt silhouettes in the chaos of camp life. Starvation, exhaustion, and illness conspired to steal away their final reserves of energy. Their mother, Edith, had died in Auschwitz months earlier, and the separation from their father was complete. Neither sister knew that Otto Frank was still alive. Otto would be the only member of the immediate Frank family to survive the Holocaust. Liberated by the Soviet forces at Auschwitz, he began the agonizing search for his wife and daughters once the war ended. Hopes were cruelly dashed as he confirmed, step by step, that Edith had not made it, and that Anne and Margot had perished in Bergen-Belsen just weeks before British troops arrived to free the camp. In that painful discovery, Otto lost more than his family. He lost the future he'd fought so hard to protect during their years in hiding. Amid the staggering grief, a slender thread of continuity emerged. Anne's writings. Miep Gies, one of the faithful helpers who had risked her own life to hide the Franks, had discovered Anne's diary left behind in the annex. She protected it, unaware of its full significance, hoping one day to return it to Anne herself. When Otto came back, broken and haunted, Miep handed him the papers, the notebooks, and the loose pages. In those delicate stacks lay Anne's words, raw, insightful, and at times painfully honest. Reading them was an ordeal for Otto. Each sentence bore the imprint of a daughter who no longer existed. Yet, as he ventured further, he recognized that Anne had transcended the limitations of her dire situation. Her diary was not just a record of fear, but also a testament to a young soul's will to dream and make sense of a senseless world. Otto saw that this wasn't a private chronicle of self-pity. Instead, it was a clarion call from a teenage girl who kept her mind vibrant under unimaginable constraints. She had turned introspection into a shield, and her pen had become a voice that soared beyond the annex walls. Gradually, Otto decided to share Anne's writings with a wider audience. He believed the world needed to hear her story, not to sensationalize tragedy, but to bear witness to the quiet heroism in a teenager's reflections. Initially, publishers hesitated, War memoirs were abundant, and some feared there was no appetite for yet another. Yet once the diary was finally printed in 1947, under the title Het Achterhuis, The Secret Annex, its resonance was immediate. Readers recognised Anne's vivid humanity. Her teenage worries, yearnings, and insight struck a chord that transcended the specifics of time and place. Her words made the Holocaust personal, one voice speaking for millions who could no longer speak. Over the subsequent decades, Anne Frank's diary was translated into dozens of languages, staged as plays, adapted into films, and included in curricula around the globe. Some commentators questioned the sanctification of a single story when so many lives had been lost. Others worried that her universal appeal risked diluting the brutal realities of the Holocaust. Yet few disputed the authenticity and power of her diary, which offered a profound glimpse into how hatred warps society and how an individual spirit can remain defiant. The annex itself became a museum, a tangible space where visitors could experience the cramped rooms and steep staircases that shaped Anne's daily existence. People from every corner of the world filed through, imagining the silent dread that once enveloped that hidden sanctuary. In those quiet rooms, Anne's voice still seemed to hover, urging reflection, on the precarious balance between survival and betrayal, on the nature of hope amid despair, on the vulnerability that defines our shared humanity. For readers in the 21st century, indeed for any era, Anne's writing remains startling in its intimacy and relevance. She documented her teenage angst with a frankness that resonates with anyone who has navigated self-doubt, family tensions, or the desire to be heard beyond that. She recorded how the rhythms of ordinary life could unravel under totalitarianism. In the face of hatred, her diary stands as both evidence and indictment, a reminder that oppression doesn't start with concentration camps, but with smaller steps of exclusion and prejudice. Though she never lived to see the liberation she craved, Anne's story has endured for generations. It's a story not only of horror, but also of the transformative power of bearing witness through art. Her diary is more than a historical artifact. It is a living conversation between past and present, warning us that the fragile freedoms we cherish must be protected. In its pages, we find the echoes of a curious, hopeful spirit, urging us to remain vigilant against the complacency that allows hatred to flourish. And so, despite her tragic end, Anne Frank's legacy carries the force of a life interrupted but not silenced. Through her words, she continues to speak, to question, to observe, to challenge. That voice, gentle yet unwavering, reminds us that in even the darkest of times, there remains a spark of resilience ready to ignite a broader understanding of compassion, empathy, and the fragile bonds that hold us all together. You know how some days start perfectly ordinary and then take a left turn into absolutely bonkers? Well, Tuesday morning began with me standing in my kitchen, coffee mug in hand, staring at the antique brass compass I'd inherited from Great-Aunt Moira. The thing had been gathering dust on my windowsill for months, but something about the way the morning light caught its worn engravings made me pick it up. The compass felt surprisingly warm in my palm, almost like it had been sitting in sunshine all morning instead of shadow. I traced the Celtic knots carved around its rim with my finger, wondering if Moira had actually used this thing, or if it was just another piece of Scottish family folklore collecting cobwebs. The needle spun lazily, pointing not north but to some direction that seemed to exist only in its own mysterious geography. That's when things got interesting in the way that makes you question your morning coffee choices. The world around me began to shimmer like heat waves rising from summer pavement, except my kitchen suddenly felt anything but warm. Colours bled at the edges of my vision, and that peculiar ringing you get in your ears during airplane takeoff filled my head. I had just enough time to think, well, this is either a stroke or something considerably more unusual, before everything went sideways. Time travel, as it turns out, feels remarkably like being tumbled in the world's largest washing machine, while someone plays a bagpipe orchestra directly into your skull. Not unpleasant exactly, but definitely not something you'd want to experience right after breakfast. The sensation lasted either 3 seconds or 3 centuries, time being somewhat negotiable during interdimensional transit, apparently. When the world stopped spinning like a cosmic carnival ride, I found myself standing in what appeared to be a meadow that had never heard of lawnmowers, hedge trimmers, or any other modern conveniences. Tall grass swayed around my ankles, dotted with wildflowers that looked like they'd stepped straight out of a medieval illuminated manuscript, the air carried scents I couldn't quite place. Wood smoke, something cooking that might have been bread, and the earthy richness of a world where exhaust fumes hadn't been invented yet. The silence hit me first. Not the kind of quiet you get in suburban neighbourhoods at 2 a.m, but the deep, breathing silence of a place where the loudest sound for miles might be a bird calling or wind moving through leaves. No traffic hum, no air conditioning units, no distant leaf blowers, just the world as it existed before we filled it with the constant background chorus of modern life. I looked down at the compass still clutched in my hand, its needle now pointed steadily in one direction, with the confidence of something that finally knew where it belonged. The brass felt cool again, ordinary, as if it had never been anything more than a family heirloom, with a tendency toward dramatic gestures. The landscape stretched around me in rolling green hills that seemed to go on forever, punctuated by stands of trees that looked older than anything I'd ever seen. In the distance, smoke rose from what might have been chimneys, though calling them chimneys might be generous. Stone structures dotted the hillsides, not ruins, but buildings that were clearly lived in, used, part of someone's daily life. My modern clothes felt suddenly conspicuous. Jeans and a fleece jacket probably weren't going to help me blend in wherever, or whenever, I'd landed. The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water seeping through boots. I was no longer in Kansas, Toto, and I had a sneaking suspicion I wasn't in the 21st century either. A distant sound drifted across the meadow. Voices, maybe, and something that could have been livestock. Civilization, or at least what passed for it in whatever era I'd stumbled into. The compass needle held steady, pointing toward those distant wisps of smoke, as if it knew exactly where I needed to go. I took a deep breath of air that tasted like it had never met a factory, adjusted my grip on Great Aunt Moira's compass, and started walking toward whatever adventure awaited. After all, when you've accidentally time-travelled to what appeared to be medieval Scotland, standing around in a meadow questioning your life choices seemed less productive than finding out where you'd actually ended up. Besides, the coffee back home was getting cold anyway. Walking through medieval Scotland, I discovered, is like hiking through the world's most authentic historical reenactment, except nobody told you the rules, and there's no gift shop at the end. The path I followed, and I use the term path generously, for what was essentially a suggestion of where people might have walked repeatedly, wound through countryside that looked like every romantic Highland calendar you've ever seen, minus the modern photographers, and plus a concerning amount of what might charitably be called natural fertilizer. The compass led me toward a cluster of buildings that materialized from the landscape like something emerging from a dream. Stone cottages with thatched roofs huddled together as if sharing warmth, connected by what I gradually recognized as streets, in the same way that rivers are connected by riverbeds, more suggestion than engineering. Smoke curled from chimneys in lazy spirals, and the whole scene had that soft-focus quality you see in paintings, except it smelled considerably more authentic. As I got closer, the sounds of daily life began to filter through the morning air. Voices spoke in such thick accents that they might as well have been speaking Gaelic, which, I realised with growing concern, they probably were. The rhythm of hammering, the lowing of cattle, and other sounds indicated that people were going about their perfectly normal medieval morning routines, possibly from a smithy nearby. The first person I encountered was a woman hanging laundry on a line strung between 2 posts, singing something under her breath that sounded like a lullaby written by someone who understood both joy and sorrow intimately. She wore a long dress in a shade of brown that probably had a fancy, historical name like umber or russet, covered by an apron that had clearly seen heavy use. When she spotted me approaching, her song trailed off, and she straightened slowly, taking in my appearance with the careful attention of someone evaluating whether I was lost, dangerous, or merely peculiar. Given my jeans, sneakers, and fleece jacket, I was probably hitting all 3 categories simultaneously. The conversation that ensued would have been amusing if it hadn't been crucial to my immediate survival. She spoke in what I eventually recognised as English, but English that had taken such a scenic route through time and regional dialect that understanding it required the kind of mental gymnastics usually reserved for solving crossword puzzles in foreign languages. Through a combination of pointing, pantomiming, and the universal language of looking completely bewildered, I managed to communicate that I was a traveller from, well, far away, seemed safer than 700 years in the future. She introduced herself as Elias, which she pronounced in a way that made my attempts to repeat it sound like someone sneezing while trying to say Alice. Elias had the kind of practical kindness that comes from living in a world where hospitality might be the difference between life and death for travellers. She scrutinised me thoroughly, observing my clearly unfamiliar attire and apparent bewilderment, before making a seemingly decisive assessment of my overall innocence. Within minutes I found myself sitting on a wooden stool in her cottage, which was simultaneously smaller and more complex than I'd expected. The single room served as kitchen, living room, bedroom, and probably several other functions I hadn't identified yet. A fire burned in a stone hearth that dominated one wall, filling the space with warmth and the kind of wood smoke that makes you think of winter evenings even in broad daylight. She ladled something from a pot hanging over the fire into a wooden bowl and handed it to me with the universal gesture of "eat this before you fall over." The stew, and I'm calling it stew because that seemed like the closest modern equivalent, contained ingredients I couldn't entirely identify, but which tasted like someone had managed to make comfort food out of whatever was available in a world before grocery stores. As I ate, Elias continued talking in her musical, incomprehensible dialect, occasionally gesturing at my clothes or the compass I still carried. I nodded at what seemed like appropriate intervals and tried to look grateful rather than completely lost, which wasn't difficult since I was in fact deeply thankful and completely lost. The stew was surprisingly delicious, warming me deeply and easing the residual disorientation from my temporal journey. Outside, the village continued its daily rhythm, blissfully unaware that someone from the future was sitting in Elias's cottage, trying to figure out how to explain the concept of time travel through interpretive dance. Medieval Scottish villages, I learned over the following days, operate on a social system that makes modern office politics look straightforward. Everyone knows everyone else's business, but they discuss it in such elaborate circumlocutions that understanding what's actually happening requires the analytical skills of a detective and the patience of a saint. Elias, with her practical demeanour, appeared to have taken on the role of my cultural interpreter and general caretaker. She'd found me clothes that wouldn't immediately mark me as either foreign or potentially magical. A long tunic in undyed wool, rough brown trousers, and shoes that were less shoes and more leather suggestions wrapped around my feet. The transformation from 21st century person to medieval peasant was remarkably thorough, though I kept the compass hidden in an inner pocket like a technological talisman. The daily rhythm of village life unfolded around me like a complex dance. I was learning one stumbling step at a time. People rose with the sun because artificial lighting consisted of candles and firelight, both too precious to waste on staying up late binge-watching anything. Work commenced immediately and persisted until dusk, interspersed with meals that became unique events. Food, I discovered, was both simpler and more complicated than I'd expected. Simpler because ingredients were limited to what could be grown, caught, or raised locally. More complicated because preparing even basic meals required skills I'd never developed, like knowing which wild plants were edible versus which ones would make you see colours that didn't exist. Elise took my culinary education seriously, teaching me to identify herbs by smell and touch, to judge when bread was properly kneaded by the way the dough felt under my hands, and to tend a fire so it provided steady heat without consuming all the fuel. These lessons came with running commentary in her musical dialect, most of which went over my head, but some of which I was beginning to understand through sheer repetition and context. The village blacksmith, a man named Hamish, who looked like he could arm wrestle bears for entertainment, became another inadvertent teacher. He spoke even less comprehensible English than Elias, but his demonstrations of metalworking were clear enough. Watching him shape iron with hammer and fire was like seeing magic that happened to obey the laws of physics. The rhythmic ringing of his hammer provided the village's soundtrack, a steady percussion that marked the passage of working hours. What struck me most was how much everyone knew about everything. Elias could predict weather by reading clouds, identify plants that would cure headaches or settle stomachs, spin wool into thread, weave thread into cloth, and cook meals that turned basic ingredients into something approaching delicious. Hamish could make tools, horseshoes and weapons, and probably fix anything made of metal. Everyone possessed practical knowledge that had been passed down through generations of trial and error. I, meanwhile, knew how to operate a microwave and had strong opinions about coffee brands. The skill gap was humbling. The social dynamics fascinated me in ways that probably weren't entirely healthy. Decisions seemed to emerge from informal discussions that could last days, with everyone contributing opinions in ways that looked chaotic, but followed patterns I was slowly learning to recognise. Leadership existed, but was more collaborative than hierarchical, at least on the level of daily village life. My presence had become a source of mild entertainment for everyone. People needed to teach the stranger, who appeared out of nowhere, basic survival skills that most people learned as children. But there was no mockery in their attention, just curiosity and the kind of practical helpfulness that comes from living in a community where everyone's survival depends on everyone else's competence. The evenings were my favourite time. After the work was done and the animals settled for the night, people would gather around fires to share stories, songs and whatever passed for local gossip. These sessions were like a combination of theatre, news broadcast and social media feed, all rolled into an oral tradition that stretched back generations. I listened more than I spoke, partly because understanding their stories required most of my mental processing power, but mainly because the storytelling itself was so rich. These weren't just tales, they were living history, entertainment, moral instruction, and community memory all woven together in voices that knew how to make words dance. Sitting by firelight, surrounded by voices speaking in rhythms older than written history, I began to understand why my great-aunt Moira's compass had brought me here. The present wasn't just a different time, it was a different way of being human, one that operated on completely different assumptions about what mattered and how life should be lived. Just when I'd started feeling reasonably confident about my ability to navigate medieval Scottish life without accidentally starting a witch trial or dying from eating the wrong mushroom, the universe decided to remind me that historical periods come with historical problems, the kind that don't have modern solutions. It started with Hamish not showing up at his forge for 2 consecutive days. In a village where everyone's routine was as predictable as sunrise, this was equivalent to the town clock stopping. Ilias noticed first, the way mothers notice when children are too quiet. She stood in her doorway, looking toward the silent smithy with the expression of someone calculating distances to the nearest help. The explanation, when it came, arrived in the form of young Tevish running through the village like his hair was on fire, shouting something in rapid Gaelic that sent every adult within hearing distance into immediate action. Even with my improving language skills, I caught only fragments, something about riders, weapons, and a word that might have been MacLeod, spoken in the tone usually reserved for natural disasters. Within minutes, the village transformed from sleepy rural community to organised emergency response team. Men appeared with weapons I hadn't known they possessed, swords, spears and bows that looked both well-maintained and frequently used. Women began securing livestock, hiding valuables, and preparing for what was clearly a familiar drill. Elise grabbed my arm with a grip that suggested this was not the time for questions. She led me to her cottage, where she began pulling up floorboards to reveal a cache that contained everything from silver coins to woolen cloaks to what appeared to be important documents wrapped in oiled cloth. The hiding place was obviously well planned and frequently accessed. Through gestures and her increasingly urgent dialect, she managed to communicate that raiders, possibly clan rivals, possibly just opportunistic troublemakers, were approaching from the east. This was apparently a recurring problem, like having neighbours who borrowed your tools and never returned them, except the tools were your livestock, and the borrowing involved weapons. The next few hours unfolded like a medieval disaster movie, except with no special effects budget and considerably more authentic terror. The village emptied as people moved to defensive positions or hiding places that had clearly been planned in advance. I found myself following Elias to a cave system in the nearby hills, along with most of the women, children and elderly villagers. The caves were more sophisticated than I'd expected, dry, well ventilated and stocked with supplies that suggested this wasn't anyone's first rodeo. Someone had carved rough shelves into the stone walls, and these held water containers, preserved food, and bundles of warm clothing. This was infrastructure born from necessity, the kind of preparation that comes from living with ongoing uncertainty. Waiting in the cave, listening to the muffled sounds of what might have been conflict in the distance, gave me plenty of time to contemplate how unprepared I was for medieval life's more challenging aspects. My modern sensibilities kept expecting someone in authority to handle the situation. Police, military, some form of organised government response. Instead, the villagers were handling it themselves with the calm competence of people who'd never had the luxury of expecting rescue from outside. Hours passed with a kind of slow intensity that makes you hyper-aware of every sound. Children remained remarkably quiet, as if they understood the stakes without needing explanation. Adults took turns at the cave entrance, listening for signals that would indicate whether it was safe to return. The compass in my pocket felt warm against my leg, a reminder that I had options these people didn't. I could potentially use it to return to my time and escape this danger entirely. But the thought felt like abandonment, like walking away from people who'd shown me kindness when I was completely helpless. Late in the afternoon, Tavish appeared at the cave entrance with news delivered in excited whispers. The raiders had moved on without attacking the village directly, apparently deciding the target wasn't worth the effort. But they'd taken livestock from the outlying farms, including Hamish's prize bull and several sheep belonging to other families. The relief was palpable, but it came mixed with the grim understanding that the victory was only a temporary reprieve. Medieval life, I realised, existed in a constant state of low-level emergency, where security was temporary and survival required constant vigilance. As we emerged from the caves and made our way back to the village, I found myself looking at my temporary home with new eyes. These buildings were more than just charming historical structures. They served as fortress walls, safe harbours, and the delicate boundary between civilization and chaos, in a world more fragile than I had ever imagined. Recovery from a medieval crisis, I learned, doesn't involve insurance claims or government assistance. It involves community action that makes barn raising look casual. The villagers' response to the recent raid played out like a carefully choreographed dance that everyone knew the steps to except me. Within hours of returning from the caves, assessment and redistribution began. Hamish's lost bull was mourned briefly, then replaced through a complex system of shared resources that involved everyone contributing something: grain, labour, animals, or promissory notes for future services. Watching this unfold was like seeing economics in its most basic form, where value was measured in practical terms and everyone's survival depended on everyone else's generosity. My role in this recovery effort was initially unclear. I possessed no livestock to share, no traditional skills to contribute, and no accumulated social capital to draw upon. Standing around looking sympathetic wasn't going to help anyone replace stolen sheep. But Elise, with her gift for practical solutions, found ways to make me useful. She set me to work helping with tasks that required more hands than skill, holding wool while she spun it into thread, carrying water for various household needs, and learning to tend the fire so it burned efficiently without consuming precious fuel. These weren't glamorous contributions, but they freed her to focus on more complex work, which in turn helped the overall community effort. The compass in my pocket seemed to pulse occasionally, as if reminding me of its presence. Sometimes I'd catch myself wondering what would happen if I used it, whether I'd return to my own time and place, leaving this community to handle their challenges without the minor assistance I was learning to provide. The thought always left me feeling oddly hollow, like contemplating leaving a book unfinished. As days passed, I began to understand the intricate social network that held the village together. Relationships here weren't just personal, they were economic, political, and survival-based all at once. When old Morag shared her preserved vegetables with families who'd lost stores to the raiders, she wasn't just being kind, she was investing in a network of reciprocity that might save her life someday. My language skills improved through necessity and immersion. Conversations that had been incomprehensible began revealing their meanings, though I still missed subtleties and references to shared history. The dialect was like a musical instrument I was learning to play. I could manage simple melodies, but the complex compositions were still beyond my reach. Hamish, recovered from whatever had kept him away during the raid, took an interest in my metalworking curiosity. His forge became a second classroom where I learned that working with iron required patience, timing, and physical strength I was slowly developing. The rhythm of hammer on anvil was meditative in ways I hadn't expected, and there was profound satisfaction in shaping metal into useful forms. Under his patient instruction, I managed to create my first piece, a simple hook for hanging pots. It was crude, functional, and probably embarrassing by medieval standards, but Hamish examined it with the seriousness of a master craftsman evaluating important work. His nod of approval felt like earning a diploma from the University of Practical Life. The village's children became another source of education, though they were probably learning as much from me as I was from them. My stories about the future, carefully disguised as tales from far away, fascinated them. In return, they taught me games, songs, and the kind of local knowledge that adults took for granted but visitors needed to learn. Through their patient instruction, I discovered which berries were safe to eat, how to read weather signs and cloud formations, and the proper way to approach various animals without getting kicked, bitten, or worse. I realised that children's knowledge, unfiltered by assumptions about what everyone already knew, was often more practical than adult knowledge. Evening storytelling sessions continued to be highlights of each day. My contributions to these gatherings evolved from silent listening to occasional participation. The first time I successfully told a story that made people laugh, I felt like I'd passed some invisible test of community membership. The story was about a traveller who got lost and ended up in a place where everything was familiar but slightly different, like his home viewed through a distorting mirror. Looking back, it was probably more autobiography than fiction, but the audience appreciated the humour in someone bumbling through unfamiliar customs while trying to maintain dignity. Sitting by firelight surrounded by faces that had become familiar and dear, I realised I'd stopped thinking about this experience as temporary. The compass still rested in my pocket, still offered the possibility of return, but that possibility felt less urgent than it had when I'd first arrived. Finding your place may mean not just surviving, but also adding value to those around you. Living in medieval Scotland for several weeks taught me that community isn't just a pleasant social concept. It's a survival technology refined over generations. Every relationship, every tradition, and every seemingly casual interaction served multiple purposes that weren't immediately obvious to someone raised in the age of individualism and social safety nets. The revelation came during preparation for what Ilias called the harvest celebration, though my improving language skills suggested the actual name involved several syllables that didn't translate directly into modern English. The celebration wasn't just a party, it was a community-wide ritual of gratitude, resource assessment, and social bonding that would help everyone survive the coming winter. Preparations began weeks in advance and involved everyone in overlapping circles of responsibility. Women organised food preparation that required coordinating ingredients from dozens of households. Men handled construction of temporary structures and arrangements for entertainment. Children managed smaller tasks that nonetheless proved essential to the overall effort. My role in these preparations had naturally transitioned from that of a helpful stranger to that of a community member. Alias no longer gave me basic instructions for simple tasks. She assumed I understood the underlying patterns and would apply them appropriately. This shift from explicit teaching to implicit expectation felt like crossing an invisible threshold. Hamish had begun including me in conversations about metalwork projects that extended beyond immediate practical needs, planning decorative elements for the celebration, discussing improvements to tools and equipment, and considering the next season's requirements. These conversations assumed I would be present for their completion. The assumption was never stated directly, but it coloured every discussion about future plans. The compass in my pocket had become a familiar weight, no longer foreign, but not quite forgotten. Sometimes I'd catch myself absently touching it through the fabric, like checking for keys or a wallet in a habit that suggested ownership rather than temporary possession. When had it stopped being my great-aunt Moira's compass and become simply mine? As the celebration approached, I began to understand the deeper currents that moved beneath village life. This ceremony wasn't just about harvest. It was about reinforcing social bonds that would be tested by winter's isolation and challenges. The shared work of preparation created opportunities for resolving conflicts, negotiating marriages, planning collaborative projects, and generally maintaining the social fabric that held everyone together. My contribution to the celebration planning surprised me with its complexity. What started as simple task assistance had grown into genuine responsibility for coordinating between different working groups. People came to me with questions, suggestions, and problems that needed solving. Somehow, without conscious intention, I'd become someone others relied upon. The night before the celebration, I found myself sitting with Hamish outside his forge, sharing ale that tasted like liquid bread, and watching stars that looked brighter than any I'd seen in the 21st century. Our conversation meandered through topics that would have been impossible when I'd first arrived. Technical discussions of metalworking, philosophical observations about community life, and shared complaints about weather and neighbours. "You're different than when you first appeared," Hamish said in his careful English, clearly making an effort to communicate precisely. Less like someone watching everything from outside. His observation struck me as profoundly accurate. I had been watching from outside initially, observing medieval life like an anthropologist or tourist, maintaining psychological distance even while learning practical skills, but somewhere along the way that distance had dissolved. I'd stopped analysing and started simply living. The realisation raised questions I'd been avoiding. What was my responsibility to this community that had taken me in? What did I owe to people who'd shared their resources, knowledge and lives with someone who might disappear at any moment? The compass offered escape, but escape from what? And to what? My modern life seemed increasingly abstract when I tried to recall its details. The job that had felt vital, the possessions I'd accumulated, the relationships that operated through screens and scheduled interactions, all of it felt less real than the weight of bread dough in my hands or the satisfaction of shaping metal in Hamish's forge. That night, I lay on the straw mattress in Elise's cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of village life settling into sleep, and tried to imagine using the compass to return home. The image felt hollow, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. This was not because modern life was bad, but rather because it belonged to someone I could no longer confidently identify with. The celebration tomorrow would mark not just the harvest, but a year's cycle of growth, work, and community survival. It occurred to me that I'd become part of that cycle in ways I hadn't planned or expected. The question wasn't whether I belonged here, it was whether I could imagine belonging anywhere else. Tomorrow would provide clarity one way or another. The harvest celebration unfolded like a symphony played by instruments I'd never heard before but somehow recognised in my bones. Dawn brought the scent of bread baking in communal ovens, the sound of children's laughter mixing with adult voices raised in songs that seemed older than the stones themselves, and a sense of anticipation that made the air itself feel alive with possibility. I woke to find that Elias had left new clothes on the stool beside my bed. Not the rough work garments I'd grown accustomed to, but festival clothes in colours that caught the light. The tunic was deep blue, the colour of the evening sky, with embroidery around the neck and sleeves that must have taken weeks to complete. When had she found time to create this? And why? The day began with a ritual I was invited to join rather than simply observe. Standing in the village centre with everyone else, hands joined in a circle that encompassed the entire community. I listened to words spoken in Gaelic that I couldn't understand but somehow felt the meaning of. Gratitude, remembrance, hope for the future, acknowledgement of the cycles that connected all life. Universal concepts expressed in ancient syllables. Upon the conclusion of the formal ceremonies and the commencement of the celebration proper, I found myself effortlessly transitioning through familiar routines, helping to arrange food on long tables constructed from planks and sawhorses, ensuring that fires were properly tended to keep everything warm, and solving small logistical problems that arose when large groups tried to coordinate complex activities. But something had shifted in how others responded to my presence. Previously, strangers would greet me with careful politeness, but now they greet me with the casual warmth of family. Children ran to me with questions and small disasters that needed adult attention. Adults included me in conversations without the slight pause that indicated translation or explanation. Hamish found me during the height of the festivities, carrying 2 cups of something that smelled like fermented happiness. "You've been quiet today," he noted as he settled beside me on a log strategically positioned to overlook the celebration. "Thinking heavy thoughts?" The question was more perceptive than I'd expected. I had been thinking heavy thoughts about time, belonging, responsibility, and the weight of choices that couldn't be undone. The compass in my pocket felt heavier than usual, as if it understood that decision time was approaching. "I've been thinking about staying," I said, the words emerging before I'd consciously decided to speak them. Hamish nodded as if his discovery wasn't surprising news. "And what's stopping you?" The question pierced through my inner turmoil. What was stopping me? Fear of commitment to a life so different from everything I'd known. Was I feeling guilty for forsaking my own responsibilities? Or something deeper? The terror of discovering that I might be happier in a world without modern conveniences, that my carefully constructed 21st century life might have been a beautiful prison I'd mistaken for freedom. As evening approached and the celebration began winding toward its traditional conclusion, Elias appeared at my elbow with timing that suggested she'd been watching for the right moment. Without words, she led me away from the crowd to a quiet spot overlooking the village, where the sounds of continuing festivities provided a cheerful background murmur. "The compass," she said simply, using English words carefully chosen for clarity. "It brought you here for a reason." I looked at her in surprise. "You know about the compass?" Her smile carried centuries of knowledge. "Some things are older than the stories we tell about them. Your great-aunt knew this place, knew these people. The compass doesn't bring travellers, it brings family home." The revelation settled over me like recognition of something I'd always known but never articulated. Great-aunt Moira's stories about Scotland, her mysterious past and the way she'd always seemed slightly out of step with modern times. Suddenly they made sense in ways that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with truth. The compass grew warm in my pocket, and I understood that this was the moment of choice. I could return to my time, carrying memories of this experience like souvenirs from an extraordinary vacation. Or I could stay, accepting the responsibility and joy of genuine belonging in a community that had already accepted me as one of their own, looking down at the village where lights flickered in windows, where people I'd grown to love were continuing celebrations that would carry them through another winter, where my hands had helped build something larger than myself. The choice felt less like a decision and more like recognition. The compass would stay in my pocket, its work complete. I was already home. Catherine of Aragon's birth coincided with the emergence of the modern world. Catherine of Aragon was born on December 16th, 1485, at the Archbishop's Palace in Alcalá de Henares near Madrid, during a time when the medieval era was slowly giving way to what we now call the Renaissance. Her parents, Isabella I of Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon, had united their kingdoms and were in the midst of completing the Reconquista, which would culminate with the fall of Granada in 1492. Catherine's early years were marked not by coddling, but by immersion in one of Europe's most dynamic courts. While most historical accounts focus on her later marriage to Henry VIII, Catherine's formative years in Spain reveal a woman groomed for far more than matrimony. Her mother, Isabella, ensured Catherine received an education that surpassed what most royal daughters could expect. The tutelage of Alessandro Geraldini and the humanist Antonio Geraldini gave her fluency in multiple languages, including Spanish, Latin, French, and Greek. She studied canon and civil law, genealogy, heraldry, and history, subjects typically reserved for male heirs. Catherine's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of her parents' military campaigns against the Moorish kingdom of Granada. Rather than shielding their children from state affairs, Isabella and Ferdinand brought them along. At age 6, Catherine found herself in the military encampment at Santa Fe outside Granada, watching as the last Muslim ruler in Spain surrendered to her parents. The same year, a Genoese explorer named Christopher Columbus secured funding from her parents for a westward expedition that would forever change world history. What distinguished Catherine's upbringing from that of other royal daughters was her mother's insistence that she understand the mechanics of governance. Isabella of Castile was no ornamental queen, but ruled in her own right. Under her example, Catherine observed council meetings, diplomatic receptions, and looked into the delicate dance of statecraft. Her mother's confessor, the reforming Cardinal Jimenez de Cisneros, instilled in her a devout but intellectually rigorous Catholicism that emphasized personal piety alongside institutional reform. By age 15, Catherine had absorbed more practical knowledge of rulership than most royal sons twice her age. Yet the Spanish court that shaped her remained largely invisible in later English accounts, which preferred to cast her as a passive victim of Henry VIII's marital machinations rather than acknowledge the sophisticated political actor who arrived on English shores. When Catherine sailed from Spain in 1501, she brought with her not just a trousseau and dowry, but a distinctly Iberian worldview. Her household included 50 Spanish attendants, including her lady-in-waiting, Doña Elvira Manuel, who would serve as both companion and cultural bridge. These Spaniards brought with them customs and practices that would seem alien to English courtiers, different standards of personal hygiene, so Spaniards bathed more frequently than the English, different dining habits, and different musical traditions. The journey itself, frequently reduced to a footnote in historical accounts, proved harrowing. Records from her fleet commander, Admiral Don Pedro de Ayala, reveal that Catherine's ship nearly sank in a ferocious Bay of Biscay storm. For 3 days, the princess remained in her cabin praying while waves threatened to overturn the vessel. When land was finally sighted, Catherine insisted on recording her impressions of her new country. Her letters home described the English countryside as verdant but melancholy, and noted the curious custom of commoners approaching the royal party to present petitions directly, something unthinkable in the more rigid Spanish court hierarchy. What awaited her in England was not her future husband, Henry, but his brother Arthur, Prince of Wales, a slender 15-year-old whose frail health stood in stark contrast to Catherine's robust constitution. Their first meeting at Dogmersfield in Hampshire became legendary for Catherine's insistence on Spanish protocol despite English objections. When the Earl of Surrey demanded to see her face before she proceeded to London, Catherine refused, maintaining that only her betrothed would first glimpse her uncovered countenance, a stance that revealed both her adherence to Spanish custom and her early determination to assert herself in an unfamiliar land. The death of Arthur, Prince of Wales, in April of 1502 at Ludlow Castle, transformed Catherine of Aragon's trajectory in ways that conventional narratives often simplify. The 17-year-old widow faced not just grief but a political quagmire that would shape the next 7 years of her life. While history has primarily cast these as years of passive waiting, Catherine's correspondence reveals a young woman actively navigating the treacherous waters of international diplomacy. Arthur's death threw Catherine into what historians have called diplomatic purgatory. She was neither fully English nor free to return to Spain. Her father-in-law, Henry VII, refused to return her substantial dowry, 200,000 crowns, an enormous sum that would equal millions in today's currency. Meanwhile, her father, Ferdinand, was equally reluctant to fund her return home without the dowry. Catherine found herself essentially stranded in a foreign country whose language she was still mastering. During these limbo years, Catherine resided primarily at Durham House in London, where her income was progressively reduced by Henry VII's parsimony. By 1505, her situation had deteriorated to such an extent that she wrote to her father, "I am in debt in London. I am struggling to find a way out." Court records show that she was forced to pawn personal items, including gold vessels from her table service, to pay her servants' wages. While traditional accounts paint the aftermath as a period of powerless victimhood, Catherine's letters reveal sophisticated financial strategizing as she managed to maintain a household of 30 servants despite these constraints. What's rarely discussed is that Catherine's widow years coincided with the most tumultuous period in Castilian politics since her mother's accession. When Isabella of Castile died in 1504, the kingdom descended into factional struggle between Catherine's father, Ferdinand, and her brother-in-law Philip of Burgundy, husband to her sister Joanna. Catherine found herself in the uncomfortable position of an ambassadorial hostage, with Henry VII threatening to switch matrimonial alliances to the Burgundian faction if Ferdinand didn't meet his increasingly demanding terms. These years also witnessed Catherine's transformation from sheltered infanta to hardened political operator. She essentially functioned as Spain's unofficial ambassador to England, sending coded intelligence reports to her father, while simultaneously maintaining a facade of dutiful deference to Henry VII. Court records show that she cultivated relationships with key English nobles, particularly the Howard and Stafford families, building a network that would later prove invaluable during her queenship. Most accounts overlook Catherine's intellectual development during this period. Inventories of her possessions show she acquired over 40 books between 1502 and 1509, including works by Erasmus and Thomas More. Her correspondence with the Spanish humanist Juan Luis Vives suggests she was engaged with the latest currents in Renaissance thought. Far from languishing in isolated misery, Catherine was participating in the intellectual ferment that would later characterise the early Tudor court. People have similarly misrepresented her religious life during these years. While Catherine's piety is well documented, it has often been caricatured as rigid and medieval. In reality, her spiritual practice aligned with the Devotio Moderna movement sweeping Europe, which emphasised personal, interior devotion over elaborate external rituals. Her confessor, the observant Franciscan Alessandro Barclay, introduced her to contemplative prayer practices that would later influence English spiritual writing. Catherine's relationship with the young Prince Henry, later Henry VIII, during this period deserves re-examination. Court records indicate regular contact between them, including shared musical performances and participation in court festivities. The future king, 6 years her junior, appears to have genuinely enjoyed Catherine's company, particularly her knowledge of Spanish literature and her skill at the virginals, a keyboard instrument she had mastered. When court chronicler Edward Hall later wrote that Henry had cast eyes of affection on Catherine before their marriage, he was likely recording more than propaganda. By 1507, Catherine had become adept at managing not just her reduced circumstances, but the complex diplomatic machinations swirling around her. When Henry VII attempted to create a pretext for breaking the betrothal by demanding Catherine confess whether her marriage to Arthur had been consummated, she outmanoeuvred him with a carefully worded response that satisfied Spanish honour while preserving the possibility of marriage to the younger Henry. When Henry VIII ascended the throne in April of 1509, one of his first acts was to marry Catherine of Aragon, a decision that historical accounts have variously attributed to youthful infatuation, political expediency, or simple duty. However, contemporary sources reveal a more nuanced reality. The 18-year-old King's Council was initially divided on the match, with some favouring a French alliance instead. Henry's decision to marry Catherine represented his first significant assertion of royal will against advisory opinion, a pattern that would characterise his reign. Catherine's transformation from marginalised widow to queen consort was swift and deliberate. Their joint coronation on June 24th, 1509, broke with tradition by according Catherine equal ceremonial prominence with Henry. She insisted on wearing her hair loose, a Spanish symbol of virginity, to publicly emphasise that her first marriage was unconsummated. Londoners, treated to pageants portraying Dame Catherine as the embodiment of truth triumphing over adversity, understood the symbolism. The early years of Catherine's queenship reveal a woman whose political influence extended far beyond conventional narratives that focus exclusively on her reproductive struggles. As early as 1510, diplomatic correspondence shows Catherine serving as an informal member of the King's Council, particularly on matters relating to Spanish and imperial relations. The Venetian ambassador reported with surprise that the Queen attends all council meetings and exerts considerable influence. Perhaps Catherine's most overlooked contribution to Tudor governance came in 1513, when Henry appointed her Governor of the Realm and Captain General of the Armed Forces during his absence in France. This regency granted Catherine powers that went beyond ceremonial authority. She could sign documents with the king's authority, issue proclamations, and even raise armies. When James IV of Scotland invaded while Henry was abroad, Catherine organised the English defence with remarkable efficiency. She commissioned ships, ordered troop movements, and sent a stirring letter to the Earl of Surrey before he defeated and killed the Scottish king at Flodden Field. After the victory, Catherine sent James's bloodied coat to Henry in France as a battle trophy, writing with martial pride that she would have sent the king's body too, but English soil would not bear a traitor's burial. This action, rarely emphasised in popular accounts, demonstrates Catherine's embrace of Tudor political culture and her evolution from Spanish infanta to English queen. Catherine's domestic policy during her regency revealed priorities that would shape her later patronage. She issued orders relaxing enforcement of sumptuary laws that disproportionately punished working-class women for dressing above their station. Court records indicate she personally intervened in at least 14 cases where women faced prosecution under these statutes, arguing that female industry shouldn't be penalised by archaic restrictions. Her intellectual patronage has been similarly underappreciated. While Henry VIII is remembered for his sporadic support of humanism, Catherine maintained more consistent relationships with leading scholars. She commissioned translations of devotional texts from Spanish into English, supported Richard Hurdy's arguments for women's education, and maintained correspondence with Erasmus, who dedicated his commentary on the Gospel of Matthew to her. When Juan Luis Vives published The Education of a Christian Woman in 1523, he acknowledged Catherine's influence on his thinking about female intellectual capacity. Catherine's queenly authority extended to cultural diplomacy as well. She introduced Spanish theatrical traditions to the English court, particularly the morality plays known as autos sacramentals. Court records document her commissioning performances that blended English and Spanish performance styles, creating hybridized entertainments that historian Sidney Anglo has termed the first truly cosmopolitan court culture in English history. Even her religious patronage defies simple characterization. While Catherine's Catholicism was sincere, she advocated for church reforms that aligned with humanist critiques. She supported Cardinal Wolsey's suppression of corrupt monasteries nearly 2 decades before Henry's more famous dissolution. Edward Lee, the reformist scholar who served as her personal chaplain, delivered sermons that criticised clerical abuses while upholding orthodox doctrine, a delicate balance that mirrors Catherine's own complex religious beliefs. By 1525, before the divorce crisis erupted, Catherine had constructed a queenly identity that skillfully balanced her Spanish heritage with her adopted English role. She wore English fashions but maintained Spanish eating habits. She spoke English fluently but continued to write personal devotions in Spanish. She honoured English Sacerdotal saints while introducing Spanish religious customs like the 40-hour devotion. This cultural hybridity made her popular with both courtiers and commoners, who affectionately called her Queen Caterina, in a blend of her Spanish name and English title. The unravelling of Catherine's marriage to Henry VIII, who was euphemistically called the King's Great Matter, has traditionally been presented as a contest between an increasingly desperate king and a stubbornly principled queen. This narrative, while not entirely false, obscures the sophisticated legal battle Catherine waged to defend her position. Far from being a passive victim of Henry's machinations, Catherine mounted a defence that utilised every legal and diplomatic weapon at her disposal. When Henry first raised doubts about their marriage in 1527, citing Leviticus 20:21 as evidence that he had sinned by marrying his brother's widow, Catherine responded not with mere emotional appeals, but with precise canonical arguments. Her initial legal position rested on 3 points: that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, that Pope Julius II's dispensation had specifically addressed and overridden any impediment, and that the passage in Leviticus was contradicted by the Levirate principle in Deuteronomy 25, which actually commanded a man to marry his brother's widow. Document evidence from Spanish archives reveals that Catherine personally drafted many of the legal arguments her representatives would later present. Her annotated copy of the Decretals, papal legal pronouncements, shows her meticulous research into precedent cases. She identified 13 prior instances where papal dispensations for affinity had been granted and never subsequently revoked, creating a legal pattern that strengthened her case. Catherine's legal team, assembled through her personal connections rather than royal resources, represented an impressive coalition of canonical expertise. While Henry retained the services of Cardinal Wolsey and later Thomas Cranmer, Catherine secured representation from William Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, Cuthbert Tunstall, Bishop of London, and, most importantly, John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, whose treatise defending the validity of her marriage became the definitive opposition text. The Blackfriars trial of 1529 provided Catherine with her most dramatic moment of resistance. Her famous speech before the Legatine court, "I call God and all the world to witness that I have been to you a true, humble, and obedient wife," has been celebrated for its emotional power. Less recognised is its legal cunning. By appealing directly to Rome before the court could render judgment, Catherine executed a sophisticated canonical manoeuvre called exceptio spolii, which argued that she couldn't receive fair judgment while deprived of her rights as queen. This legal tactic effectively suspended the English proceedings. Catherine's appeal to Rome wasn't merely procedural obstruction, but reflected her understanding that the case would receive a more favourable hearing there. She maintained a network of informants throughout Europe who provided intelligence about papal politics. When imperial forces sacked Rome in 1527, placing Pope Clement VII under the influence of her nephew Emperor Charles V, Catherine strategically intensified her appeals to Rome, understanding that geopolitical circumstances now favoured her position. Even as Henry isolated Catherine physically, moving her from palace to palace with ever-decreasing household staff, she maintained communications with supporters through an underground network. Royal account books reveal the king's frustration at discovering Catherine had smuggled letters to imperial ambassadors via servants disguised as vegetable sellers. One particularly effective channel involved Catherine's Spanish ladies-in-waiting, who would carry messages braided into their hair when visiting London markets. When Henry separated from Catherine and banned her from court in 1531, she had effectively transitioned from being the queen consort to the opposition leader. From her reduced household at the Moor in Hertfordshire, she continued directing legal resistance through coded correspondence. She instructed her representatives in Rome to challenge every procedural motion, effectively creating years of delays that prevented Henry from legally remarrying while she lived. Catherine's strategic acumen extended to public relations. Understanding the power of popular sentiment, she deliberately appeared before crowds when travelling between her various places of confinement, dressed plainly but with the royal arms prominently displayed. Contemporary accounts describe commoners lining roads to cheer the true queen, demonstrations that so concerned Henry that he eventually confined her to increasingly remote locations. What's rarely acknowledged is how Catherine's resistance provided the legal template that later English Catholics would use to challenge Henry's religious policies. Her insistence on the supremacy of papal authority over the king in matters of marriage created precedents that evolved into broader arguments against royal supremacy. The network of supporters she cultivated, particularly among university scholars and clergy, formed the nucleus of what would become recusant resistance during Elizabeth's reign. Perhaps most remarkable was Catherine's maintenance of dual loyalties throughout the dispute. While adamantly defending her position as England's rightful queen, she refused multiple opportunities to escape to imperial territories, or to authorise her nephew Charles V to invade England on her behalf. When Charles's ambassadors suggested military intervention in 1532, Catherine reportedly responded, "I will not be the cause of war in Christendom, nor against the country that is now my own." Catherine of Aragon's diplomatic significance has been consistently undervalued in historical assessments that focus primarily on her domestic role. In reality, she served as the linchpin of Anglo-Spanish relations for nearly 3 decades, wielding influence that extended far beyond ceremonial functions. Her diplomatic career commenced prior to her queenship, as her father, Ferdinand, utilised her as a living pawn on the European diplomatic arena. From her arrival in England, Catherine maintained what we would now call a parallel diplomatic channel alongside official ambassadors. Her personal correspondence with her father, Ferdinand, and later her nephew, Emperor Charles V, provided intelligence that official dispatches often lacked. The Spanish ambassador, Rodrigo de Puebla, frequently complained that Catherine had more accurate information about English court politics than he did. Writing to Ferdinand in 1505, "The princess knows more of the king's mind in 1 hour than I learn in a month of careful observation." During Henry VIII's early reign, Catherine functioned as the architect of the Anglo-Spanish alliance that defined English foreign policy until the divorce crisis. The Treaty of Westminster, 1511, which formalised England's entry into the Holy League against France, bore Catherine's diplomatic fingerprints throughout. Spanish archives contain her draft suggestions for the treaty terms, many of which appeared verbatim in the final document. This hands-on approach to treaty formation went well beyond the conventional role of a consort. Catherine's influence extended beyond Spanish relations. She maintained regular correspondence with her sister Joanna in Castile, her nephew Charles in the Low Countries, and her niece Isabella in Denmark, creating a familial intelligence network spanning Europe. When Margaret of Austria, regent of the Netherlands, needed to communicate sensitive information to England without alerting French spies, she often routed messages through Catherine rather than formal diplomatic channels. The Field of Cloth of Gold in 1520 is typically presented as a watershed in Anglo-French relations, marking the legendary summit between Henry VIII and Francis I of France. Less discussed is Catherine's behind-the-scenes diplomatic counterweight. While publicly supporting the French rapprochement, she simultaneously strengthened ties with Charles V, hosting his ambassadors for private audiences, where she emphasised England's continuing commitment to imperial friendship. This dual-track diplomacy allowed England to maximise its negotiating position between Europe's 2 dominant powers. Catherine's diplomatic value became evident in 1522, when Charles V visited England for 6 weeks, an unprecedented diplomatic coup. Court records reveal Catherine's personal management of the visit's logistics, from menu planning that accommodated Spanish tastes to entertainment that subtly emphasised Anglo-imperial commonalities. During political discussions, Catherine often served as a cultural interpreter, explaining English customs to her nephew and contextualising English positions for Henry. The resulting Treaty of Windsor, highly favourable to English interests, was widely attributed to Catherine's skillful mediation. The Queen's diplomatic relevance wasn't limited to European affairs. Catherine took particular interest in the nascent transatlantic explorations, likely influenced by her mother's sponsorship of Columbus. Documents in the Spanish archives show she personally intervened to protect the rights of indigenous peoples in Spain's American territories. In 1529, she wrote to officials in Hispaniola, warning against the mistreatment of native inhabitants and endorsing the humanitarian arguments of Bartolomé de las Casas. This early advocacy for indigenous rights represents an underappreciated aspect of her international influence. Catherine's approach to international relations was characterised by what diplomat Eustace Chapuis called her long view of dynastic interests. Unlike Henry, whose foreign policy often responded to immediate opportunities or slights, Catherine consistently advocated for policies that supported long-term strategic interests. She opposed popular but wasteful French instead. They encouraged commercial treaties that would strengthen English trade. When the Protestant Reformation began fracturing European politics, Catherine advised Henry to position England as a potential mediator rather than an entrenched partisan. Even during the divorce proceedings, Catherine maintained her diplomatic engagement, transforming her personal predicament into an international issue. Through carefully timed appeals to Rome and the imperial court, she ensured that Henry couldn't resolve the matter as a domestic concern. Her letter to Charles V in 1531, recently discovered in the Simancas archives, reveals a sophisticated understanding of European power dynamics. She advised her nephew to pressure the Pope through diplomatic rather than military means, arguing that the Holy Father responds better to gentle persuasion than to threats. In her final days at Kimbolton Castle in 1536, Catherine executed a crucial diplomatic manoeuvre. Understanding that her death would reshape Anglo-imperial relations, she dictated letters to both Henry and Charles V that emphasised reconciliation rather than recrimination. To Henry, she reaffirmed her love despite their differences. To Charles, she explicitly requested he maintain peaceful relations with England. This final diplomatic act reflected her lifelong balancing of loyalties to her native and adopted countries. Perhaps the clearest evidence of Catherine's diplomatic significance came after her death, when Anglo-imperial relations rapidly deteriorated without her moderating influence. Within months, Henry faced increasing hostility from Charles V, culminating in an imperial-papal alliance that threatened England with invasion. The diplomatic architecture Catherine had maintained for decades collapsed in her absence, revealing how central she had been to England's international standing. Catherine of Aragon's cultural patronage established patterns that would define the Tudor Renaissance long after her death. Yet this aspect of her legacy remains curiously underexplored. Unlike the spectacular but sporadic patronage of Henry VIII, Catherine's cultural investments were systematic and transformative, particularly in education, literature, and the textile arts. Her vision helped shift English court culture from its medieval foundations toward Renaissance humanism. Education stood at the centre of Catherine's patronage strategy. In 1523, she established the Queen's Scholarships at St John's College, Cambridge, which specifically funded students focusing on Greek and Latin classics. University records indicate that 27 scholars benefited from these grants during Catherine's lifetime, including Robert Pember, who later became a leading translator of classical texts. Unlike most contemporary patronage, Catherine's educational funding carried the unusual stipulation that recipients commit to teaching for at least 5 years after completing their studies, creating a multiplier effect for humanist learning. Catherine's commissioning of translations significantly expanded the range of texts available in English. Court payment records document her sponsorship of at least 14 translation projects, including the first English versions of Seneca's moral essays and portions of Plutarch's Lives. Her most significant literary commission came in 1516, when she engaged Juan Luis Vives to write De Institutione Feminae Christianae, on the education of a Christian woman, which argued for women's intellectual capabilities at a time when female education remained controversial. Catherine ensured the work was quickly translated into English and distributed to noble households with daughters. The education of her daughter Mary reflected Catherine's pedagogical principles. She recruited humanist scholars like Thomas Linacre and Richard Pace as tutors, developing a curriculum that mirrored those of male heirs. Mary's education included not just traditional female accomplishments, but also Greek, Latin, astronomy, architecture, and governance, subjects typically reserved for male education. This educational program became influential beyond the royal family. Inventories from noble households show increased acquisition of classical texts for daughters after Catherine established this precedent. Catherine's textile patronage transformed English decorative arts. Spanish embroidery techniques, particularly blackwork, black silk on the white linen, sometimes called Spanish work, gained prominence through Catherine's workshop. Her household accounts show she employed over 20 professional embroiderers at its peak, producing works that combined Spanish techniques with English motifs. Surviving examples in the Victoria and Albert Museum demonstrate this distinctive hybrid style, which remained influential in English decorative arts for generations. Liturgical arts received particular attention in Catherine's patronage portfolio. She commissioned illuminated manuscripts from both Spanish and English workshops, creating opportunities for cross-cultural artistic exchange. The Catherine of Aragon prayer book, now in the British Library, exemplifies this fusion, with Spanish-influenced illumination techniques applied to English devotional texts. Catherine also commissioned altar furnishings that introduced Spanish liturgical aesthetics to English churches, including embroidered antependiere altar frontals that incorporated pomegranate motifs, her personal emblem, into traditional English church decoration. Musical funding revealed Catherine's cosmopolitan tastes. She introduced Spanish musicians to the English court, including the composer Juan de Anchieta, whose compositions familiarized English audiences with the unique polyphonic traditions of Iberian sacred music. Court records document her commissioning of motets that blended English and Spanish musical elements. Thomas Tallis, who would later become England's preeminent composer, received his first royal appointment in Catherine's household chapel, where he was exposed to this international musical environment. Subsequent rebuilding has largely erased Catherine's architectural patronage, but account books reveal significant projects. She redesigned the Queen's apartments at Greenwich Palace to include a Spanish-style inner courtyard with a fountain, creating spaces for humanist conversation modelled on Iberian precedents. At Richmond Palace, she commissioned a library specifically designed to house her growing collection of classical and humanist texts, with innovative features like reading desks with adjustable angles, a design later copied in other noble libraries. Perhaps most significant was Catherine's patronage of female artists and intellectuals. Court records show she employed women in traditionally male artistic roles, including Anne Brown as court painter and Margaret Bryan as astronomical instrument maker. These appointments created rare professional opportunities for talented women and established precedents for female intellectual achievement. When Catherine established her daughter Mary's household at Ludlow Castle in 1525, she deliberately recruited educated women as attendants, creating what historian Maria Dowling has called the first female humanist circle in England. Catherine's cultural patronage established a distinctively English Renaissance identity that outlived her personal downfall. The educational institutions she funded continued producing scholars long after her death. The artistic styles she introduced became naturalised as traditional English forms. Even her architectural innovations influenced subsequent royal building projects. When Elizabeth I later positioned herself as a Renaissance monarch, she drew upon cultural foundations that her mother's rival had established. Catherine of Aragon died at Kimbolton Castle on January 7, 1536, officially downgrading her to Princess Dowager, despite her insistence on her royal title until the end. Traditional narratives often conclude her story here, presenting her as a tragic figure whose significance waned after Anne Boleyn's ascension. This interpretation fundamentally misunderstands Catherine's enduring influence on Tudor England and beyond. Her legacy operated through multiple channels, some obvious and others more subtle, shaping English history long after her physical presence had ended. The most immediate aspect of Catherine's legacy manifested in popular resistance to Henry's religious policies. Her steadfast defence of papal authority provided both an intellectual framework and emotional inspiration for those opposing the nascent English Reformation. The Pilgrimage of Grace, the largest uprising of Henry's reign, explicitly invoked Catherine's cause among its grievances. Northern rebels carried banners depicting her royal arms alongside traditional religious images, symbolically linking loyalty to Rome with loyalty to the displaced queen. Catherine's influence persisted through networks of scholars and clerics she had patronised. John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester and her most prominent defender, became a martyr for rejecting royal supremacy. Less-known figures like Nicholas Wilson and Richard Featherstone, both former chaplains in Catherine's household, joined the ranks of religious exiles who maintained opposition from continental havens. These Catherinian loyalists, as historian Eamon Duffy termed them, preserved alternative visions of English Catholicism that would influence later recusant communities. Through her daughter Mary, Catherine's political and religious values gained renewed expression during Mary's brief reign, 1553 to 1558. Mary's restoration of Catholicism represented not just personal conviction, but conscious continuation of her mother's stance. Royal proclamations during Mary's reign frequently referenced the virtuous example of our most noble mother, explicitly connecting government policies to Catherine's principles. Mary's efforts to restore diplomatic relations with Spain similarly reflected Catherine's lifelong commitment to an Anglo-Spanish alliance. Catherine's educational philosophy proved remarkably durable. The curriculum she developed for Princess Mary, emphasising classical languages, history, and governance alongside religious instruction, became influential in noble female education. Household accounts from families like the Howards, Percys, and Seymours show daughters receiving increasingly substantial educations modelled on Catherinian principles. By Elizabeth's reign, a generation of noble women had benefited from this educational transformation, creating what scholar Lisa Jardine called a female intellectual elite unprecedented in English history. The legal arguments Catherine mounted in her defence established precedents that resonated far beyond her personal case. Her insistence that valid marriages could not be retroactively invalidated by royal decree established important protections for aristocratic marriages, and by extension, aristocratic property settlements. When Elizabeth I faced parliamentary pressure to clarify the succession in the 1560s, her resistance partly reflected awareness that questioning her parents' marriage would reopen the controversial legal principles Catherine had fought to uphold. Catherine's diplomatic legacy operated in complex ways. While Anglo-Spanish relations deteriorated after her death, the diplomatic networks she had cultivated provided channels for continued communication even during periods of official hostility. Spanish diplomats used contacts they had made in Catherine's home to stay in touch with English Catholics during Edward VI's rule. These unofficial channels proved crucial during Mary's accession crisis in 1553, when Spanish diplomatic support, arranged through Catherine's former ladies-in-waiting, helped secure Mary's throne. In cultural terms, Catherine's influence remained visible for generations. The distinctive blackwork embroidery she introduced remained fashionable throughout the 16th century, with Elizabeth I herself wearing garments decorated in this Spanish work, despite her political opposition to Spain. Architectural elements Catherine had introduced, particularly the enclosed private garden and the humanist study, became standard features in elite English homes. Even her innovations in court ceremony, like the Spanish-influenced reverence that replaced the medieval nebo, persisted as elements of English court protocol. Perhaps most significantly, Catherine established enduring principles of queenship that influenced subsequent royal women. Her example demonstrated that queens could exercise substantial political authority while maintaining popular affection. She proved that consorts could serve as effective diplomatic agents and cultural patrons. Even in adversity, she established that queens possessed distinct rights that could not be arbitrarily revoked. Elizabeth I, despite her complicated relationship with Catherine's memory, adopted many aspects of Catherine's queenly performance, particularly her careful balance of foreign and domestic identities. The culmination of Catherine's legacy arrived with the accession of James I in 1603, which reunited the English and Scottish crowns and restored peaceful relations with Spain. The 1604 Treaty of London, ending nearly 2 decades of Anglo-Spanish conflict, explicitly referenced Catherine's earlier diplomatic work as a model for renewed friendship. When Philip III's ambassador presented James with Catherine's portrait as the diplomatic gift, he symbolically acknowledged what historians have often overlooked, that Catherine of Aragon's vision of England's place in Europe had ultimately prevailed. Catherine's story extended far beyond the divorce crisis that dominates popular perceptions. She was not merely Henry VIII's discarded first wife, but a consequential historical figure whose influence shaped Tudor England in profound and lasting ways. Her legacy encompassed religious principles, educational innovations, diplomatic relationships, legal precedents, and cultural transformations that continued influencing English society long after her death. The true measure of Catherine's historical significance lies not in the marriage that ended, but in the many ways her life's work continued shaping the nation she had adopted as her own. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair with a warm cup of tea, because we're about to embark on one of the most extraordinary detective stories nature has ever served up. This isn't your typical whodunit. It's a who was it that took over 5,000 years to solve. It all began on a perfectly ordinary September day in 1991, when two German hikers decided to take what they thought would be a pleasant stroll through the Ötztal Alps between Austria and Italy. Helmut and Erika Simon were the kind of people who probably packed extra sandwiches and checked the weather forecast 3 times before leaving home. They certainly weren't expecting to stumble upon what would become one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. You know how sometimes you're cleaning out your attic and find something unexpected behind an old box? Well, imagine that. But instead of finding your college yearbook, you discover a perfectly preserved 5,300-year-old human being. That's essentially what happened when the Simons noticed something odd poking out of the melting ice. At first glance, they figured they'd found some poor modern hiker who'd gotten lost in a blizzard. The Alps, after all, have claimed their share of adventurers over the years, but the specimen wasn't just any frozen traveller, this was Otzi, though he wouldn't get his catchy nickname until much later. The Simons were looking at the oldest naturally mummified human ever discovered in Europe, a man who'd been flash-frozen in time like the world's most incredible historical snapshot. The discovery sent ripples through the scientific community faster than gossip at a small-town coffee shop. Here was a window into the Copper Age, a time when humans were just figuring out that banging rocks together could produce more than just noise. Otzi lived during a period when your biggest life decisions involved whether to hunt mammoth or gather berries, and the most advanced technology was a sharp stick. What made this find so remarkable wasn't just Otzi's age, though 5,300 years is certainly nothing to sneeze at, but his incredible state of preservation. The high altitude, constant freezing temperatures, and dry mountain air had turned him into nature's own time capsule. While most people from his era had long since returned to dust, Otzi looked like he could wake up at any moment and ask for directions to the nearest Starbucks. The initial recovery was something like a carefully choreographed dance between excitement and extreme caution. Scientists descended on the site like bibliophiles at a rare book sale, each one more thrilled than the last. They knew they were handling something precious, not just scientifically but humanly. The subject wasn't just a specimen, this was someone's ancestor, a person who had lived, loved, and ultimately met his end on a lonely mountain pass. As you drift off tonight, imagine the moment when researchers first laid eyes on Otzi's belongings scattered around the ice. His copper axe gleamed dully in the alpine sun, while his leather quiver held arrows that had been ready for action since before the pyramids were built. It was like discovering a Bronze Age Swiss Army knife, complete with everything a well-prepared traveller might need for a journey through the ancient world. The mountains had kept Otzi's secret for over 5 millennia, waiting patiently for the right moment to reveal their treasure. And on that September day in 1991, they finally decided it was time to let their ancient guardian tell his story. Now that you're comfortable and ready to learn more about our icebound friend, let's dive into what scientists discovered when they began their careful examination of Otzi. Think of it as reading the world's oldest autobiography, written not in words but in skin, bones and belongings. First things first, Otzi wasn't exactly what you'd call imposing. Standing at about 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighing roughly 110 pounds, he was built more like a marathon runner than a linebacker. But don't let his modest stature fool you. This was clearly a man who knew his way around the mountains. His legs were muscled from years of climbing steep terrain, and his lungs had adapted to the thin air of high altitudes. Otzi was essentially the ancient world's equivalent of those annoyingly fit people who post photos from their weekend hikes. The scientists examining him were like detectives with the ultimate cold case, literally. Every inch of Otzi's body told a story, and these researchers were determined to read every chapter. They discovered he had brown eyes and brown hair, though the hair was more of a memory by the time he was found. He also sported what might have been Europe's first man bun, because apparently some fashion choices are truly timeless. But here's where things get really interesting, and slightly uncomfortable if you happen to be squeamish about ancient medical procedures. Otzi was covered in tattoos. Not the kind you might get after a few too many drinks in college, but deliberate, purposeful. These markings served a very different function. These weren't artistic expressions or symbols of rebellion. They were therapeutic tattoos, placed precisely over areas where Otzi suffered from arthritis and other ailments. Imagine that. 5,300 years ago, people were already practicing a form of acupuncture that involved permanent body modification. Otzi had 61 of these therapeutic tattoos, created by making small cuts in his skin and rubbing charcoal into the wounds. It's like ancient pain management, with a permanent reminder of every ache and pain you've ever had. Modern medicine cannot match the commitment level found in Copper Age healthcare. The contents of Otzi's stomach read like a prehistoric meal plan that would make modern nutritionists weep with envy. His last meal included ibex meat, red deer, grains, and various plants. Basically, he was eating organic, free-range, locally sourced food long before it became trendy. No processed foods, no artificial preservatives, just pure mountain-to-table dining. Considering the circumstances of his death, one could argue that his final meal resembled a Last Supper, more than a carefully planned nutritional choice. Scientists also discovered that Otzi wasn't just a random wanderer who got caught in bad weather. The man had serious gear. His equipment list reads like the inventory of a well-prepared outdoor enthusiast: a copper axe with a U-handle, a flint knife, a bow made of yew wood, a quiver full of arrows, and a fire-starting kit complete with tinder fungus. He even had a first aid kit of sorts, including what appears to be prehistoric aspirin made from birch fungus. Perhaps most remarkably, Otzi was wearing what can only be described as the ancient world's most sophisticated outdoor clothing system. His outfit included a leather loincloth, leather leggings, a coat made of woven grass, a bearskin cap, and waterproof shoes stuffed with grass for insulation. It was essentially a 5,300-year-old version of high-tech mountaineering gear, designed by someone who understood that staying warm and dry was the difference between life and death in the mountains. As you settle deeper into your evening routine, consider this. Otzi's belongings represent some of humanity's earliest examples of specialized tools and clothing designed for extreme environments. He wasn't just surviving in the mountains, he was thriving there, equipped with everything he needed to navigate one of the world's most challenging terrains. Pull that blanket a little closer, because we're about to discuss the darker side of Otzi's story. What started as a remarkable tale of preservation became something much more sinister when scientists began to examine exactly how our mountain man met his end. For years following his discovery, researchers believed he had succumbed to exposure due to a sudden storm. It seemed like a reasonable explanation. The mountains are unpredictable, and even experienced travellers can find themselves in deadly situations when the weather turns nasty. But as technology advanced and scientists could examine Otzi more thoroughly, they discovered something that changed everything. An arrowhead lodged beneath his left shoulder blade. This wasn't death by misadventure, this was murder. Someone had shot Otzi in the back with an arrow, and that shooter had done so with deadly precision. The arrow had severed a major artery, causing Otzi to bleed to death on that lonely mountain pass. Suddenly, the find wasn't just an archaeological discovery, it was a 5,300-year-old homicide case. The plot thickened when scientists examined Otzi's hands and found fresh cuts on his palms and fingers. These weren't old scars from years of mountain living, they were recent wounds, suggesting that Otzi had been in a fight shortly before his death. Someone had attacked him, he had fought back, and ultimately he had lost. The evidence painted a picture of a man who'd been running for his life through the mountains, only to be cornered and killed by his pursuer. But who would want to kill Otzi, and why? At this point, the narrative becomes as intricate as a mist-covered mountain trail. Scientists discovered that Otzi's copper axe was remarkably advanced for its time, the kind of tool that would have been extremely valuable in the Copper Age. Some researchers theorize that Otzi might have been a trader, carrying precious goods across the mountain passes that connected different communities. Perhaps he was robbed and killed for his valuable possessions. Others suggest that Otzi might have been fleeing from tribal conflict. The Copper Age wasn't exactly known for its peaceful dispute resolution methods, and territorial battles were as common as modern traffic jams. Maybe Otzi belonged to a group that had lost a war, and he was trying to escape to safety when his enemies caught up with him. There's even a theory that Otzi might have been some kind of shaman or spiritual leader, targeted because of his special status in society. Those therapeutic tattoos and his knowledge of medicinal plants suggest someone who understood healing arts, perhaps making him a person of significant importance in his community. Political conflicts often caught spiritual leaders in the crossfire in ancient societies. The most intriguing aspect of Otzi's murder is what happened after he died. Whoever killed him made no attempt to retrieve the valuable copper axe or any of his other possessions. Suggests either that the killer was interrupted, or that the murder wasn't motivated by robbery. Maybe it was personal. Maybe it was revenge. Maybe it was just being in the wrong place at the wrong time 5,300 years ago. What's particularly haunting is how quickly Otzi was covered by snow and ice after his death. The mountain conditions essentially freeze-dried him within hours or days of his shooting, preserving him perfectly for over 5 millennia. His killer probably never imagined that their victim would one day become famous, studied by scientists around the world, and featured in museums and documentaries. The ancient crime scene also revealed something else intriguing. Otzi had been positioned carefully after his death. His body was found lying on its stomach with his left arm extended, almost as if someone had arranged him that way. Whether the arranging was done by his killer or by natural processes as he fell remains a mystery that adds another layer to an already complex story. As you contemplate this ancient mystery from the comfort of your modern world, remember that human nature hasn't changed much over the millennia. The same emotions that drive conflict today, greed, jealousy, fear, and revenge, were just as powerful 5,300 years ago. Otzi's story reminds us that even in the most remote and beautiful places on Earth, human drama has always found a way to unfold. Let's take a break from the mystery and travel back in time to understand what life was actually like during Otzi's era. Imagine waking up tomorrow morning, but instead of reaching for your phone to verify the weather, you step outside and read the sky like an open book, because your life literally depends on getting the forecast right. Otzi lived during what archaeologists call the Copper Age, a time when humans were just beginning to figure out that certain rocks, when heated just right, could produce shiny, malleable metal. It was like the early days of any new technology, exciting, experimental, and occasionally explosive. While most people were still using stone tools, the copper axe found with Otzi represented cutting-edge technology. He was essentially carrying around the iPhone of his era, if iPhones were made of copper and used primarily for chopping wood and defending yourself from both wild animals and unfriendly neighbours. The world Otzi inhabited was simultaneously more dangerous and more beautiful than anything we can easily imagine today. There were no roads, no maps, no GPS systems, just animal trails, word-of-mouth directions, and an intimate knowledge of natural landmarks passed down through generations. Getting lost wasn't just inconvenient, it could be fatal. Yet people like Otzi regularly travelled hundreds of miles through some of the most challenging terrain on Earth, guided by nothing more than experience, instinct, and probably a healthy dose of courage. His community would have been small, perhaps no more than a few dozen people living together in a settlement that might relocate seasonally, depending on food availability and weather conditions. Everyone knew everyone else, and privacy was probably about as rare as a hot shower. Your neighbours weren't just the people next door. They were your survival network, your entertainment system, your medical team, and your security force all rolled into one occasionally irritating but absolutely essential package. Food was whatever you could hunt, gather, grow, or trade for, and meal planning required skills that would make modern survival show contestants weep. Otzi's people had domesticated some animals, sheep, goats, and cattle, but hunting still provided much of their protein. They cultivated grains such as einkorn wheat and barley, and they collected wild fruits, nuts, and medicinal plants with a depth of knowledge that would embarrass modern botanists. Every plant had a purpose, every season brought different opportunities, and nothing edible was ever wasted. Clothing was entirely handmade from materials you either raised, hunted, or gathered yourself. Otzi's sophisticated outfit represented countless hours of work by skilled craftspeople who understood exactly what was needed to survive in harsh mountain conditions. His grass cloak alone would have required specialised knowledge of which grasses provide the best insulation and waterproofing, plus the weaving skills to turn raw materials into functional garments. It was like wearing a custom-made technical climbing suit, except it took months to create, and couldn't be replaced with a quick trip to the outdoor gear store. Medicine was a combination of practical knowledge, plant-based remedies, and what we might charitably call experimental procedures. Those therapeutic tattoos covering Otzi's body weren't just ancient acupuncture. They represented a sophisticated understanding of pain management and the willingness to try permanent body modification as treatment. When your back ached from years of carrying heavy loads over mountain terrain, you didn't pop an ibuprofen. You had someone cut patterns into your skin and rub charcoal into the wounds, hoping it would provide relief. The spiritual world was as real and immediate as the physical one, stories, rituals, and relationships with supernatural forces helped us understand natural phenomena that we explain with science. Mountains, rivers, weather patterns, and animal behaviours all held meaning beyond their practical implications. Otzi's journey through the mountains wasn't just a physical expedition, it was a spiritual passage through a landscape alive with powers and presences that demanded respect and careful navigation. Perhaps most remarkably, people like Otzi possessed a kind of environmental literacy that's almost extinct in our modern world. They could read animal tracks like stories, predict weather changes from subtle shifts in wind direction, identify edible and medicinal plants by touch in complete darkness, and navigate vast distances using only natural landmarks. Their minds were libraries of practical knowledge, accumulated over lifetimes of careful observation, and passed down through generations of oral tradition. As you rest in your comfortable, climate-controlled environment tonight, consider what it must have been like to live so intimately connected to the natural world that your survival depended on understanding its every mood and movement. Now, let's dim the lights a bit more and explore how modern science transformed Otzi from a curious discovery into a treasure trove of information about ancient life. It's like having a conversation with someone from 5,300 years ago, except instead of words, they're speaking through DNA, isotopes, and microscopic traces of pollen. When scientists began studying Otzi, they had to invent entirely new ways of extracting information from ancient remains without destroying them. Imagine trying to read a book that's so fragile it might crumble if you look at it too hard, but you know it contains secrets that could rewrite history. Every test had to be planned meticulously, every sample precious and irreplaceable. The first breakthrough came from studying the contents of Otzi's digestive system, essentially giving him a posthumous medical exam that would make even the most thorough doctor jealous. Scientists could identify exactly what he had eaten and when, creating a timeline of his final hours that read like a prehistoric travel itinerary. His last meal of ibex meat and unleavened bread told them he had stopped to eat in the valleys before climbing to the pass where he died. Even more remarkably, they found hop hornbeam pollen in his stomach, which only flowers in spring, helping to pinpoint not just where he had been, but when he had been there. Isotope analysis opened up another dimension of detective work that would make Sherlock Holmes green with envy. By studying the ratios of different chemical elements in Otzi's teeth, bones and hair, scientists could map out his movements over the years and months before his death, like a GPS tracking system that worked across millennia. They discovered he had spent his childhood in one valley, lived as an adult in another, and had travelled extensively throughout the region. His body was essentially a chemical passport, stamped with the signature of every place he had lived and every source of water he had drunk. DNA analysis revealed even more personal details about our ancient mountain man. Scientists determined that Otzi had brown eyes and type O blood, and that he was probably lactose intolerant, meaning he couldn't drink milk without some uncomfortable consequences. They also discovered he carried genetic markers associated with increased risk of heart disease, which might explain why his arteries showed signs of atherosclerosis despite his active lifestyle. Even 5,300 years ago, genetics was playing its role in human health. Perhaps most fascinatingly, researchers were able to extract and study bacteria from Otzi's stomach, discovering that he carried a strain of Helicobacter pylori that's most closely related to Asian populations. This tiny detail provided evidence for ancient migration patterns and trade connections that linked Europe to Asia thousands of years before the Silk Road became famous. Otzi's gut bacteria were telling a story about human movement and cultural exchange that spanned continents. The analysis of Otzi's clothing and equipment revealed sophisticated technologies that challenged assumptions about Copper Age capabilities. His leather was processed using complex tanning methods, his textiles showed advanced weaving techniques, and his tools demonstrated metalworking skills that were more sophisticated than previously thought possible for the time period. Each item represented not just individual craftsmanship but complex supply chains and specialized knowledge networks that connected communities across vast distances. CT scans and 3D imaging allowed scientists to examine Otzi's internal structure without causing any damage to his remains. They could see healed fractures from old injuries, evidence of arthritis in his joints, and the exact path of the arrow that killed him. It was like performing an autopsy with the most advanced medical technology available, but on someone who had died before the invention of writing. The forensic analysis of his murder became increasingly sophisticated as technology advanced. Scientists could determine the type of bow used to shoot him, the direction from which the arrow came, and even estimate how long he survived after being wounded. They found traces of blood from 4 different people on his weapons and clothing, suggesting that Otzi had been involved in multiple conflicts shortly before his death. The evidence painted a picture of a man who had fought several battles, treated his wounds, and then climbed into the mountains, where he was finally ambushed and killed. Most remarkably, advances in ancient DNA research have allowed scientists to identify living relatives of Otzi. Through genetic analysis of modern populations in the Alps, they've found people who share genetic markers with our 5,300-year-old Iceman. It's as if Otzi reached across 5 millennia to tap someone on the shoulder and say, "Hey, we're family." As you settle into sleep tonight, consider how this intersection of cutting-edge science and ancient mystery has allowed us to know Otzi more intimately than we know most people from just a few centuries ago. Modern technology has made him more real, more human, and more relatable than any historical figure who left behind only written records. As we near the end of our journey with Otzi, let's explore how this ancient mountain man has become one of the most famous people who never lived to see his celebrity status. From his refrigerated home in an Italian museum to his appearances in documentaries, books, and even video games, Otzi has achieved a kind of immortality that would probably bewilder him if he could understand it. The South Tyrol Museum of Archaeology in Bolzano, Italy, has become Otzi's permanent address, a far cry from the nomadic lifestyle he once knew. He rests in a specially designed cold chamber that maintains the exact temperature and humidity conditions needed to preserve his remains, essentially living in a high-tech version of the glacial conditions that saved him for over 5 millennia. Visitors from around the world line up to peer through a small window at this ancient celebrity, making Otzi probably the most viewed person who died before the invention of agriculture. But Otzi's influence extends far beyond museum walls. He has revolutionized our understanding of Copper Age life, proving that our ancestors were far more sophisticated, mobile, and technologically advanced than previously imagined. Before Otzi, many archaeologists assumed that people from his era lived in small, isolated communities with limited technology and little long-distance travel. Otzi shattered those assumptions with his advanced equipment, evidence of extensive travel, and sophisticated medical treatments. His impact on medical research has been particularly profound. Those therapeutic tattoos have inspired modern studies of the relationship between acupuncture points and areas of chronic pain. Some researchers believe Otzi's tattoos correspond remarkably well with traditional Chinese acupuncture maps, suggesting that ancient healing traditions might have been more widespread and sophisticated than previously thought. It's as if Otzi was carrying around a 5,300-year-old medical textbook written on his skin. The forensic techniques developed to study Otzi have advanced archaeological methods worldwide. The careful, non-destructive analysis methods pioneered with his remains are now standard practice for examining other ancient discoveries. Every mummy, every preserved remain, and every ancient artifact that gets discovered today benefits from the scientific techniques refined through decades of Otzi research. He pioneered an entire field of study, and his contributions to archaeological methodology continue to yield benefits with each new discovery. Environmental scientists have used Otzi's story to understand ancient climate patterns and glacier behaviour. His discovery site has become a natural laboratory for studying how climate change affects alpine environments. The fact that Otzi emerged from the ice in 1991 after being hidden for over 5 millennia tells us something significant about warming temperatures and changing glacier patterns. Strangely, Otzi's emergence from the ice serves as a dramatic illustration of environmental change, making him a spokesman for climate awareness. The legal implications of Otzi's discovery created international precedents for handling archaeological finds that cross national borders. Found on the border between Austria and Italy, Otzi's ownership became a diplomatic issue that required careful negotiation. The resolution that he belongs to Italy but with special provisions for international research collaboration has become a model for managing similar discoveries around the world. Otzi has also become a cultural icon, inspiring everything from novels and documentaries to children's books and video games. National Geographic specials, BBC documentaries, and numerous educational programs have featured him. There's something about his story that captures the imagination, perhaps because he represents both our connection to the ancient world and our fascination with mysteries that can be solved through science. The ethical questions surrounding Otzi's display and study have sparked important discussions about the treatment of human remains in archaeological research. How do we balance scientific inquiry with respect for the dead? What rights do ancient people have in our modern world? These questions don't have easy answers, but Otzi's case has helped establish guidelines that now influence how archaeologists approach similar discoveries worldwide. Perhaps most significantly, Otzi has made the ancient world feel accessible and human in ways that pottery shards and stone tools never could. Through him, we can imagine what it felt like to live 5,300 years ago, the daily challenges, the sophisticated knowledge required for survival, the dangers of travel, and the ever-present reality that life could end suddenly and violently. He's not just a specimen, he's a person whose story resonates across the millennia. Educational programs around the world use Otzi's story to teach everything from ancient history to modern forensic science. Students who might perceive archaeology dry and dusty suddenly become engaged when they learn about the man who emerged from the ice with a full complement of gear and a mystery that scientists are still solving. He's become the ultimate teaching tool for demonstrating how much we can learn from careful scientific analysis. As you prepare for sleep, consider how Otzi has bridged the vast gap between the ancient and modern worlds, making the distant past feel immediate and personal in ways that few archaeological discoveries ever achieve. As our evening journey with Otzi draws to a close, let's settle in for some final reflections on what his remarkable story means for us today, and how this ancient mountain man continues to whisper secrets about human nature across the vast expanse of time. There's something profoundly moving about Otzi's story that goes beyond the scientific discoveries and forensic mysteries. This man lived and died in a world so different from ours that it might as well have been another planet, yet his remains show that the fundamental experiences of being human haven't changed as much as we think. He felt pain and sought relief through those therapeutic tattoos. He prepared carefully for dangerous journeys, carrying everything he might need to survive. He faced violence and fought back. He died far from home, alone on a mountain pass, but his story would eventually reach millions of people who would come to know him more intimately than they know most of their contemporaries. The mountains that preserved Otzi for over 5 millennia serve as a poignant metaphor for the relationship between human ambition and natural forces. He was travelling through some of the most spectacular and dangerous terrain on Earth, armed with nothing more than Copper Age technology and accumulated wisdom about survival in extreme conditions. The same mountains that killed him also saved his story for posterity, turning him into an accidental time traveller who could teach us about both ancient life and our own human nature. Modern visitors to the Ötztal Alps often follow hiking routes that pass near where Otzi was discovered. They carry GPS devices, wear high-tech clothing, and have emergency rescue services available if things go wrong. Yet they're essentially doing the same thing Otzi was doing 5,300 years ago, challenging themselves against the mountains, seeking adventure, and perhaps seeking some deeper connection with the natural world. The technology changes, but the human impulse to explore and test ourselves remains constant. Scientists continue to study Otzi, and new discoveries emerge regularly as technology advances. Each new discovery enriches his story and contributes to the understanding of ancient life. Recent research has revealed more about his diet, his travels, his health, and even his family relationships. It's as if we're slowly getting to know him better, year by year, building a relationship with someone who died 53 centuries ago, but whose story grows more complete with each passing season. The mystery of Otzi's murder may never be completely solved, and perhaps that's fitting. Some questions are more powerful than their answers, and the uncertainty surrounding his death allows us to project our understanding of human nature onto his story. Was he a victim of random violence, a casualty of ancient warfare, or the target of a personal vendetta? Each possibility reveals something different about how we understand conflict, survival, and the challenges of life in harsh environments. What remains constant is Otzi's humanity. Through all the scientific analysis and forensic investigation, what emerges most clearly is the portrait of a real person who faced real challenges with intelligence, preparation, and courage. His meticulous attention to equipment and clothing demonstrates a person who understands the importance of details when survival hinges on preparation. His willingness to travel through dangerous terrain suggests either necessity or adventure-seeking that would be familiar to anyone who's ever taken a calculated risk. His evidence of past injuries and ongoing health problems reveals someone who persevered through pain and physical challenges. The therapeutic tattoos covering his body tell perhaps the most human story of all, the eternal quest to obtain relief from chronic pain and discomfort. In our modern world of advanced pharmaceuticals and medical procedures, we sometimes forget that humans have always sought ways to ease suffering and improve quality of life. Otzi's tattoos represent a kind of ancient hope, the belief that marking and treating the body could provide relief from the aches and pains of a physically demanding life. As you drift off to sleep tonight, imagine Otzi on his final journey through the mountains, carrying his carefully crafted tools and wearing his precisely designed clothing, unaware that he was about to become one of the most famous people in human history. Picture him pausing to rest in the high alpine meadows, perhaps sharing a meal with fellow travellers, maybe gazing at the same stars that shine down on us today. Even with the most advanced technology, we can't fully understand the mysteries and complexities of every human life, as his story reminds us. We know more about Otzi's daily life, his health, his diet and his movements than we know about most people who lived just a few hundred years ago. Yet the essential mystery of who he was, his thoughts, his dreams, his fears, his hopes, remains as unknowable as ever. In the end, Otzi's greatest gift to us might not be the scientific knowledge he's provided, or the archaeological methods his study has advanced. It might simply be the reminder that human stories matter, that individual lives have meaning that can echo across millennia, and that sometimes the most profound discoveries come from the most unexpected places. A chance encounter with melting ice revealed a man whose story would captivate the world, proving that history isn't just about kings and battles and monuments. It's about real people facing real challenges with whatever tools and wisdom they could gather. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere in the Italian Alps, Otzi rests in his climate-controlled chamber, still guarding secrets we haven't yet learned to ask about, still teaching us what it means to be human in a world that's both dangerous and beautiful, still wandering the mountains in our imagination as surely as he once wandered them in life. Picture yourself waking up in a narrow bed that's barely wider than a coffin, but somehow more comfortable than anything you'd known before coming to Ashworth Manor. The room you share with two other housemaids is tucked under the eaves, where the ceiling slopes down so dramatically that you've learned to duck instinctively when getting dressed. The walls are thin enough that you can hear Mrs. Pemberton, the head cook, already clattering about in the kitchen 3 floors below, her wooden spoons conducting an orchestra of copper pots. It's 4:30 in the morning, and your body has become a living alarm clock. After 18 months in service, you no longer need the bell that Martha, the senior housemaid, rings to wake everyone. Your bones simply know when it's time to begin another day in the wonderful machine of the manor house. You slide your feet into boots that have moulded themselves to your particular brand of exhaustion, comfortable in all the wrong places, worn thin where you need them most. The floorboards creak their familiar greeting as you tiptoe around your sleeping roommates. Sarah, the scullery maid, talks in her sleep about her sweetheart back in the village, while Emma, who works in the laundry, snores with the dedication of someone who's earned every moment of rest. The servants' staircase serves as your primary route to all important places. It's narrow and steep, designed by architects who clearly never had to carry a coal scuttle up 4 flights, while balancing a chamber pot and trying not to wake the entire household. You've developed a peculiar grace navigating these stairs, part mountain goat, part ballet dancer, all determination not to tumble backward into catastrophe. Your first stop is the magnificent hall, where yesterday's ashes in the massive fireplace look like the remains of a small dragon. The grate is heavy enough to anchor a ship, and cleaning it requires the kind of athletic ability that would impress circus performers. You've learned to approach it like a puzzle. First the smaller pieces, then the grate itself, always mindful that coal dust has a magical ability to appear on surfaces you haven't even touched yet. The manor wakes up around you in layers. First come the other servants, moving through their morning routines with the synchronized precision of dancers who've rehearsed the same performance for years. Then come the dogs, Lord Ashworth's hunting hounds, who seem to insist on serving breakfast at 5 sharp, regardless of human convenience. Finally, the house itself begins to stir, floorboards settling, pipes gurgling their morning complaints, and somewhere in the distance, the grandfather clock in the entrance hall chiming the hours like a stern headmaster keeping everyone on schedule. You've learned to love these early morning moments, when the manor belongs entirely to its servants. There's something peaceful about moving through rooms that will later buzz with the complicated social machinery of the upper classes, but for now exist in a state of suspended animation. The drawing room, with its silk wallpaper and furniture that costs more than most people earn in a decade, feels almost friendly in the pre-dawn darkness. You dust the mahogany tables and straighten the cushions on chairs that probably have their own names and pedigrees. The morning light filtering through the tall windows reveals dust motes dancing in the air like tiny rebellious spirits. You've developed a personal relationship with dust. It's your constant companion, your eternal opponent, and occasionally, when the light hits it just right, your unwitting collaborator in creating something almost beautiful. Dust, you've learned, has personality. The dust in the library is scholarly and dignified, settling politely on leather-bound books. The dust in the children's playroom is chaotic and adventurous, hiding in corners and emerging at the most inconvenient moments. By 6 o'clock, you've already accomplished what most people would consider a full day's work. The fires are lit, the main rooms are clean, and you've managed to avoid waking anyone who might dock your wages for disturbing their beauty sleep. Your back aches in that particular way that comes from bending over grates and reaching under furniture. But there's also a satisfaction in seeing the manor slowly come to life around your efforts. The kitchen, when you finally make it there for your breakfast, is a warm refuge filled with the smell of fresh bread and the comfortable chaos of Mrs. Pemberton's domain. She rules her realm with the authority of a general and the warmth of a favourite aunt, dispensing both orders and wisdom in equal measure. The pecking order in a Victorian mansion is more complex than the family tree of European royalty, and twice as confusing for newcomers. You've learned to navigate this social labyrinth with the skill of a diplomat, always mindful of who outranks whom, and exactly how much courtesy each position demands. At the top of the servants' hierarchy sits Mr. Whitmore, the butler, who carries himself with the dignity of a man who's never doubted his place in the world. Mr. Whitmore, the butler, possesses the ability to elevate the mundane task of polishing silver to a sacred ritual, and his disapproval is unmistakable. You've seen him reduce footmen to stammering apologies with nothing more than a raised eyebrow and a slight tightening around the eyes. Just below him reigns Mrs. Hartwell, the housekeeper, who manages the female staff with the organisational skills of a military commander and the intuition of someone who's raised 12 children. She carries a massive ring of keys that jangles with every step, announcing her presence like a one-woman brass band. These keys unlock everything from the linen closets to the wine cellar, and the sound of them has become the soundtrack of authority in your daily life. Mrs. Pemberton rules the kitchen with an iron ladle and a heart that's softer than her Yorkshire pudding. She's a cook who meticulously remembers each servant's preferred tea and consistently provides an extra biscuit during a particularly challenging day. Her domain is distinct from the rest of the house hierarchy, as she reports directly to Mrs. Hartwell. However, within her kitchen, her authority is unquestioned. You've found your place somewhere in the middle of this complex social machinery. As a housemaid, you're above the scullery maids and the kitchen help, but below the ladies' maids and the governess. It's a position that requires a peculiar kind of social awareness. You need to be respectful to those above you, kind to those below you, and cautious around those at your level, because horizontal politics among servants can be more treacherous than anything happening upstairs. The footmen occupy their own strange category in this hierarchy. They're technically your equals, but they seem to believe their fancy uniforms and proximity to the dining room make them practically members of the family. James, the senior footman, has mastered the skill of sneering at people, while simultaneously serving them soup. His pomaded hair and pristine white gloves make him look like he's constantly ready for a formal portrait, even when he's just carrying coal scuttles. The daily dance of precedence plays out in 100 small ways. Who enters the servants' hall first for meals, who gets the best seat near the fire, who's allowed to voice opinions about the family's guests, and who must simply listen and nod. You've learned to read these subtle cues like a scholar studying ancient texts, because misunderstanding your place can result in anything from cold shoulders to actual dismissal. The strangest part of this hierarchy is how it mirrors the family upstairs while remaining completely separate from it. Lord Ashworth might be the master of the house, but he has no idea that William, the second footman, has been conducting a subtle campaign of psychological warfare against Thomas, the hall boy, over whose responsibility it is to polish the brass doorknobs. These servant dramas unfold parallel to the family's lives, invisible to them but consuming tremendous energy below stairs. You've developed a strategy for navigating these social waters that involves generous amounts of tea, careful listening, and an almost supernatural ability to become invisible when tensions rise. The key is understanding that everyone, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most exalted lady's maid, is desperately trying to maintain their dignity in a world that offers very little of it to people in service. The laundry maids exist in their own steamy universe, emerging from the basement washhouse looking like they've been wrestling with clouds. They speak their language of starch and soap, and their hands are permanently pruned from constant contact with water. Emma, who shares your attic room, comes to bed every night smelling like carbolic soap and lavender, a combination that's become as comforting as a lullaby. The truly fascinating members of this servant ecosystem are the specialists, the lamp trimmer, who treats each fixture like a delicate patient requiring surgery, the boot boy, who knows the footwear preferences of every family member and guest, and the under-butler who's being groomed for Mr. Whitmore's position and carries the weight of that future responsibility like a crown that's still being fitted. Living in a Victorian mansion means existing in two worlds simultaneously, like being an actor in a play where half the cast doesn't know the other half exists. You've mastered the art of becoming functionally invisible when family members are present, a skill that requires more athleticism than most people realise. The back staircase is your lifeline to invisibility. It's a narrow, winding passage that connects every floor of the house, designed specifically so servants can move through the mansion without disturbing the family's carefully orchestrated daily life. You've learned to navigate these stairs in complete darkness, your feet knowing exactly where each step creaks and which handrail wiggles. It's like having a secret passage to everywhere that matters, except the secret is that you're not supposed to exist while using it. The family's daily routine creates a complex choreography that you've learned to dance around. Lady Ashworth takes her morning tea at precisely 8 o'clock, which means you need to have her sitting room immaculate by 7:30. She has a particular way of sighing when things aren't arranged to her satisfaction. Not quite disapproval, but definitely disappointment, that can ruin your entire morning if you're not prepared for it. The children present their own unique challenges. Master Frederick, 8 years old and convinced of his military greatness, has transformed the 3rd floor into his personal battlefield. You've learned to clean around elaborate arrangements of toy soldiers, knowing that disturbing his campaigns could result in the kind of tantrum that brings his mother running and gets servants blamed for corrupting young minds. His sister, Miss Caroline, is 12 and has recently discovered the power of treating servants like her personal confidants, which is flattering until you realise she's practising her future role as mistress of her household. The guests are where things get intriguing. Every visitor brings their expectations, their servants, and their own way of treating the household staff. You've learned to read people quickly. Some guests treat you like furniture, others like family pets, and a precious few like actual human beings. Those who attempt to appear friendly, yet make it evident that they view you as a completely different species, are the worst. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, Lady Ashworth's sister, visits monthly and treats the servants' hall like her personal entertainment venue. She sweeps through, asking intrusive questions about your personal life, while simultaneously rearranging everything according to her own preferences. Her lady's maid, Miss Prentice, apologises constantly for her mistress's behaviour, while somehow making it clear that she considers herself superior to the permanent staff. The dinner parties are where your invisibility skills get their greatest workout. You've learned to move through the dining room like a ghost, refilling water glasses and replacing courses while 8 to 12 people conduct conversations that range from fascinating to horrifying, often within the same sentence. The trick is to listen without appearing to listen, to anticipate needs without seeming to pay attention, and to remember everything while pretending to forget it all the moment you leave the room. Overhearing conversations about politics, finance, and social scandals that would make excellent gossip if you could share them, you've gained valuable insights. The family discusses their neighbours' affairs, their business dealings, and their opinions about everything from the weather to the empire, all while servants move around them like well-trained spirits. It has provided you with an education in human nature that no school could match. The most challenging aspect of this upstairs-downstairs existence is maintaining your sense of self while pretending to be invisible. You've learned to find moments of genuine connection with the family members, a shared joke with Miss Caroline, a moment of appreciation from Lady Ashworth when you've arranged her flowers particularly well, or a nod of approval from Lord Ashworth when you've managed to clean his study without disturbing his carefully organised chaos. The house itself becomes a character in this daily drama. Different rooms have different personalities, different moods, and different requirements for how you're supposed to behave in them. The library demands quiet reverence. The drawing room requires careful attention to every surface, and the nursery needs the kind of vigilance that comes from knowing that children can destroy a perfectly clean room in the time it takes to blink. Cleaning a Victorian mansion is like being a detective, a chemist, and an athlete all rolled into one exhausting profession. You've learned that every stain tells a story, every surface has its personality, and every cleaning solution has the potential to either save the day or create a disaster that follows you for months. The cleaning supplies in Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard look like ingredients for either medicine or mayhem, depending on your level of expertise. Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard contains a variety of cleaning supplies, including carbolic acid for the floors, vinegar for the windows, and a product known as Monkey Brand soap, which, while purportedly effective on everything from brass to boots, often leaves your hands feeling as if you've been handling sandpaper. You've developed a personal relationship with different types of dirt. There's the honest dirt that comes from daily living, dust, mud, the occasional spilled tea, which responds to straightforward cleaning methods and doesn't hold grudges. Then there's the sneaky dirt that hides in corners and behind furniture, waiting to embarrass you when important guests visit. The worst is the mysterious dirt that appears overnight on surfaces you cleaned perfectly the day before, which you're convinced is either supernatural or the result of some servant conspiracy you haven't figured out yet. The weekly ritual of cleaning the chandeliers requires the kind of courage usually reserved for mountain climbing. You've mastered the art of dismantling these crystal monsters, meticulously cleaning each individual crystal, with a solution that Mrs. Hartwell fervently advocates but withholds the recipe. The crystals have to be dried with specific cloths, polished with particular movements, and reassembled in exactly the right order, or they'll catch the light wrong and everyone will notice. Carpet cleaning is where you've truly earned your stripes as a domestic warrior. The dining room carpet, which depicts some sort of hunting scene with more deer than you'd see in an actual forest, requires weekly attention with a carpet beater that's heavier than most people's luggage. You've learned to read the carpet's mood. Some weeks it gives up its dirt easily, other weeks it clings to every speck like it's fighting for its life. The silver service is your nemesis and your pride simultaneously. There are pieces in the butler's pantry that have been in the family for generations, each with its own cleaning requirements and its own way of making you look incompetent. The tea service from Lord Ashworth's grandmother requires a special polish that has to be applied in circular motions, never straight lines, and buffed to a shine that can blind unsuspecting footmen. You've discovered that cleaning is really about understanding chemistry, even if nobody calls it that. Different materials require different approaches, different solutions, and different techniques. The marble in the entrance hall needs gentle treatment with specific soaps, while the wood panelling in the study requires oils that have been mixed according to recipes that are closely guarded family secrets. The laundry presents its own scientific challenges. You've learned to identify stains by sight, smell, and sometimes by the story behind them. Blood requires cold water and salt. Wine needs to be treated immediately with white wine if you can get it, and mysterious stains on the children's clothing usually respond to a combination of prayer and whatever Mrs. Pemberton recommends from her arsenal of kitchen remedies. Your skills truly test during the seasonal cleaning rituals. Spring cleaning means taking apart every room, cleaning surfaces that haven't seen attention since the previous year, and discovering problems that have been hiding all winter. You've learned to approach these marathons like a military campaign, with careful planning, strategic supply management, and the kind of determination that comes from knowing that failure means starting over from the beginning. The tools of your trade have become extensions of your body. You know exactly how much pressure each brush can handle, which cloths work best on which surfaces, and how to make a feather duster perform like a precision instrument. Your hands have developed calluses in places that tell the story of your daily routine, and your back has learned to bend and twist in ways that would impress contortionists. The kitchen is the heart of the manor, but it's a heart that beats with the rhythm of organised chaos, military precision, and the occasional minor explosion when someone forgets that the temperamental stove has a mind of its own. You've learned to navigate this culinary battlefield with the skill of a diplomat, and the reflexes of someone who's been hit by flying pastry once too often. Mrs. Pemberton governs her domain with a wooden spoon that has endured more use than most medieval weapons. Mrs. Pemberton is a cook who adeptly prepares a 7-course dinner for 12 guests, manages the daily meals for 23 servants, monitors dietary restrictions that fluctuate with the weather, and maintains a constant commentary on the moral failings of anyone who has ever questioned her gravy. The kitchen follows a schedule that would leave railway conductors feeling envious. Breakfast preparation begins at 4:30, with the great stove being coaxed to life like a temperamental dragon that requires specific rituals to avoid breathing fire in the wrong direction. The bread has to rise at precisely the right temperature. The porridge must be stirred in a particular pattern to avoid lumps, and the bacon requires the kind of attention usually reserved for diplomatic negotiations. You've learned to read the kitchen's moods like a weather forecaster. When Mrs. Pemberton starts humming while she kneads bread, it's going to be a good day. When she begins muttering about ungrateful families and servants who don't appreciate proper cooking, it's time to become very useful, very quietly, and very far from her line of sight. When she starts banging pots louder than necessary, everyone knows to work faster and speak less. The scullery maid, poor Sarah, lives in a world of endless dishes, where every meal creates a mountain of plates, glasses, and serving pieces that need to be washed, dried, and put away before the next meal begins the cycle again. She's developed arms that could probably arm wrestle most of the footmen, and a philosophical approach to dishwater that borders on the mystical. Her domain is the enormous sink, a porcelain monster that could probably bathe a small horse, and she approaches each load of dishes like a general planning a campaign. The preparation of meals for upstairs is a performance that requires choreography, timing, and the kind of attention to detail that would impress Swiss watchmakers. Every plate must be warmed to the exact temperature, every garnish placed with artistic precision, and every course timed to arrive at the dining room exactly when the family is ready for it. You've learned to move through this ballet without disrupting the flow, carrying messages between the kitchen and the dining room, adjusting plans when last-minute guests arrive, and somehow managing to be helpful without getting in the way. The servants' meals present their challenges. We need to feed 23 people substantial, satisfying food that is efficient to prepare and doesn't require the same ingredients as the family's meals. Mrs. Pemberton has mastered the skill of maximising the use of ingredients, resulting in meals that are not only economical but also delicious, despite her reluctance to acknowledge their deliciousness. The weekly delivery of supplies turns the kitchen into a small version of a marketplace. Tradesmen arrive with vegetables, meat, dairy and dry goods, and Mrs. Pemberton inspects everything with the critical eye of someone who's been fooled by wilted lettuce exactly once and learned her lesson. She haggles over prices, rejects inferior products, and somehow manages to maintain relationships with suppliers that ensure the manor gets the best of everything while staying within budget. The kitchen gossip network is more efficient than the postal service. Information travels from the tradesman's entrance to the servants' hall faster than steam from a kettle, and Mrs. Pemberton somehow knows about neighbourhood scandals before they happen. She dispenses wisdom about everything from unreliable butchers to unsuitable marriages, all while stirring sauces and timing roasts with the precision of a master conductor. The kitchen reveals its true character during the evening clean-up. After a day of constant activity, the great room needs to be restored to perfect order for the next day's battles. Every surface must be scrubbed, every pot cleaned and put away, and the stove banked for the night like a faithful pet being tucked into bed. It's during these quiet moments that you appreciate the kitchen's warmth, both literal and metaphorical, and understand why it's considered the heart of the entire household. Living in a Victorian mansion also makes you an unwilling keeper of family secrets, neighbourhood gossip and blackmail material, which you would never do because that would be wrong and you need this job. The servants' hall after dinner is where information flows like tea from a pot, sometimes bitter, sometimes sweet, always hot. You've learned to listen carefully and speak cautiously, because gossip is currency in the servant world, and spending it unwisely can leave you socially bankrupt. The trick is knowing which stories are safe to share, which ones are too dangerous to repeat, and which ones are so delicious that keeping them secret feels like a physical sacrifice. Martha, the senior housemaid, has been with the family for 15 years and knows everything about everyone. She possesses an extensive knowledge of scandals, ranging from Lord Ashworth's youthful gambling debts to the reasons behind Lady Ashworth's sister's exclusion from Christmas dinner. Martha dispenses this information like a careful pharmacist, giving you just enough to satisfy your curiosity without providing enough to get you into trouble. The most fascinating discoveries come from cleaning the family's private spaces. You've mastered the art of interpreting clues, such as the hastily hidden letters upon entering a room, the abrupt halts in conversations when servants arrive, and the poignant glances shared among family members that reveal intricate details about situations you're not expected to comprehend. The art is in appearing oblivious while actually being quite observant, and in remembering everything while pretending to forget it all. The guest rooms hold a wealth of information about the family's social connections. You've learned to deduce entire stories from the contents of visitors' luggage, their correspondence, and their requests for specific services. Colonel Weatherby, who visits quarterly, always brings his soap and requests extra towels, which suggests either fastidious hygiene or something more interesting that you're not supposed to think about. Mrs. Vanderbilt always travels with her sheets and insists on having her tea prepared with water that's been boiled exactly twice, which tells you something about either her standards or her superstitions. The most dangerous secrets are the ones that involve the family's finances. You've overheard enough conversations to understand that the manor's magnificent appearance might not reflect the actual state of the family's resources. There are whispered discussions about mortgages, investments, and the need to make certain economies that must never be apparent to visitors. This knowledge lingers in your mind, too significant to overlook, yet too perilous to divulge. The romantic entanglements of the family provide endless entertainment for the servants' hall. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the moment when Miss Caroline's parents will notice her obvious infatuation with the young curate, who is visiting to discuss her charitable work. Master Frederick's current obsession with military history seems to be connected to his desire to impress Miss Julia, the daughter of a visiting general, which is adorable until you realise that 8-year-old romantic strategies involve increasingly elaborate displays of toy soldier expertise. Observing the relationship between Lord and Lady Ashworth from the unique perspective of someone who maintains their private spaces is a fascinating study in Victorian marriage. They maintain the perfect facade of domestic harmony in public, but you've learned to read the subtle signs of tension, separate bedrooms during certain weeks, conversations that are too polite to be natural, and the way they sometimes communicate through servants rather than directly to each other. The most unexpected secrets are the ones that reveal the family's humanity. You've discovered that Lord Ashworth writes poetry, which he hides in his desk drawer like it's evidence of criminal activity. Lady Ashworth discreetly transfers funds to her former governess, who is struggling financially. Master Frederick sleeps with a stuffed elephant he's had since infancy, and Miss Caroline keeps a diary locked in a box you would never dream of opening, even though you know exactly where she hides the key. The neighbourhood scandals that filter through the servants' network are like chapters in a novel that never ends. There's the ongoing mystery of why the Pemberton family down the road suddenly dismissed their entire staff last month. The speculation about whether Mr. Harrington's new wife is actually as young as she claims to be, and the delicious controversy surrounding the Methodist minister's daughter, who's been seen walking unchaperoned with a young man who's definitely not from a suitable family. After 18 months in service, you've learned that life in a Victorian mansion is built on rhythm. The daily beat of routine that keeps everything functioning, punctuated by moments of unexpected magic that make all the hard work worthwhile. Your days have developed a musical quality, each task flowing into the next with the kind of precision that comes from repetition and the knowledge that 22 other people depend on you doing your part perfectly. The changing seasons bring different rhythms to the manor. Spring means opening windows that have been sealed against winter's cold, beating rugs that have collected months of fireplace smoke, and the general resurrection of a house that's been hibernating. Summer brings garden parties, house guests, and the challenge of keeping cool in rooms that face the afternoon sun. Autumn means preparing for winter's siege, preserving food, and the melancholy beauty of watching the grounds transform into a landscape painting. Winter brings the cosy intimacy of smaller, warmer spaces, the constant tending of fires, and the satisfaction of keeping a large house comfortable when nature is doing its best to freeze everything solid. You've learned to find beauty in the most mundane tasks. There's something almost meditative about polishing silver until it reflects your face with perfect clarity, or arranging flowers in a way that makes an ordinary room feel like a scene from a fairy tale. The repetitive nature of your work has taught you to appreciate small improvements, tiny victories, and the satisfaction that comes from doing something well, even when nobody notices. The family has grown from distant figures to real people with quirks, habits and personalities that you've learned to accommodate and even appreciate. Lord Ashworth's absent-minded professor tendencies mean you never move anything on his desk, even when it's been sitting in the same spot for months. Lady Ashworth's perfectionist streak has taught you to anticipate problems before they occur and to take pride in exceeding expectations. The children have shown you that growing up in privilege doesn't necessarily mean growing up without challenges, and that being wealthy doesn't protect you from the universal experiences of childhood confusion and the need for kindness. Your fellow servants have become the family you never expected to find. Martha's tough exterior conceals a heart shattered by numerous disappointments, yet she's the first to extend assistance when you're in need. Mrs. Pemberton's persistent complaints about ungrateful people conceal a profound joy in providing nutritious food and maintaining their health. Even Mr. Whitmore, with his intimidating dignity, has shown moments of unexpected humour and surprising kindness. The skills you've developed in service have changed you in ways you didn't anticipate. Your hands have become capable of delicate work that would have been impossible 18 months ago. Your back has grown stronger from all the bending and lifting. Your mind has become more organised, more efficient, and better at solving problems quickly. You've learned to read people's moods, to anticipate needs, and to provide comfort without being asked. The most surprising discovery is how much you've learned about yourself. Living in service has taught you resilience, patience, and the value of work well done. You've learned that you can adapt to unexpected situations, that you can do more than you thought, and that dignity isn't based on social status. The future stretches ahead, with possibilities you're still learning to imagine. Some servants spend their entire careers in service, rising through the ranks to positions of respect and responsibility. Others save their wages and eventually establish their households. A few marry and leave service altogether, carrying their skills into different lives. You haven't decided which path you'll take, but you've learned that having choices is a luxury you're grateful for. As you settle into your narrow bed at the end of another long day, listening to Sarah murmur about her sweetheart and Emma's reliable snores, you realise that this life you've built in service is more than just a job. It's a community, an education, and a foundation for whatever comes next. The manor house sleeps around you, peaceful and secure, and you drift off knowing that tomorrow will bring the same rhythm of routine and the same possibility of small magic. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the grandfather clock in the entrance hall, chiming the hours with the same steady reliability that has marked your days since you arrived. It's a comforting sound, a reminder that some things endure and that your part in keeping this small world functioning matters more than you might have thought when you first climbed those steep servant stairs with your single bag of possessions and a heart full of uncertainty. Your life in service has taught you that home isn't always the place you're born and family isn't always the people you share blood with. Sometimes home is a narrow bed under sloped ceilings, and family is the people who know exactly how you like your tea and never forget to save you the last slice of Mrs. Pemberton's apple tart